control it. You know your lips are golden, baby, get me high. Touching me like lightning, yeah, keeping it exciting. You know exactly what to do to blow my mind. You're from another planet. I've never felt like this. I don't know how I ever survived without it. I'm starry-eyed, got me upside down, spinning around you. Wanna taste the clouds, dance with the moon. Take a trip around your body, boy, I love the way you got me. Starry-eyed, got me starry-eyed. This bed is out of space, just keep painting constellations. You cover me in glitter till I'm shining bright. I never wanna leave the sky, the way you made me feel alive. I was in the dark and baby, you're the light. You're from another planet. I've never felt like this. I don't know how I ever survived without it. I'm starry-eyed, got me upside down, spinning around you. Wanna taste the clouds, dance with the moon. Take a trip around your body, boy, I love the way you got me. Starry-eyed, got me starry-eyed. Couldn't fight if I wanted, flying to places that I never thought I could go. You're a meteor shower, falling down all over me, yeah, you're making me glow. Couldn't fight if I wanted, flying to places that I never thought I could go. Starry-eyed, got me starry-eyed. Yeah, got me upside down, spinning around you. Wanna taste the clouds, dance with the moon. Take a trip around your body, boy, I love the way you got me. Starry-eyed, got me starry-eyed. Got me upside down, spinning around you. Wanna taste the clouds, dance with the moon. Take a trip around your body, boy, I love the way you got me. Starry-eyed, got me starry-eyed. Got me upside down, spinning around you. Wanna taste the clouds, dance with the moon. Take a trip around your body, boy, I love the way you got
Hey, babe, I just wanna know what you think about me when the summer's over. Hey, yeah, it's been a blast. I still remember even after October. And when the winter falls, just think about me and I'll keep you warm. Seasons have changed, I still remain with thoughts of you. And I'm just not the same, I admit, like autumn. I'm falling for you. Wait, I don't wanna go. Time goes flying when you're wrapped in the moment. One more night, just follow me home. Tell me about all of your dreams. Just wanna know you. Let's pretend like the world ends today, 'cause tomorrow you'll be miles away. Seasons have changed, I still remain with thoughts of you. And I'm just not the same, I admit, like autumn. I'm falling for you. I'll be waiting till the day you come back my way. I'll be counting every minute to see your face. I'll be waiting till the day you come back my way. I'll be counting every minute, 'cause though seasons have changed, oh, I still remain. And though seasons have changed, I still remain with thoughts of you. And I'm just not the same, I admit, like autumn. I'm falling Your skin soft as ice cream. Yeah, you melt under my touch. And with your kiss strong as lightning, you got me falling right back in love. You got the glow of the sunset. You got the rush of the ocean wave. You're burning high like it's wanted. You make it feel like summer again. Again. You make it feel like summer again. Again. And we both know that it's probably not gonna last forever. In the blink of an eye, May turns into September. When we look back at all the things that we could remember, I want to remember you, and then I'll feel it again, again, and then I'll feel it again, again. You got the glow of the sunset. You got the rush of the ocean wave. You're burning high like it's wanted. You make it feel like summer again. We got a chance and we'll live it. The only rule is there's no regret. From the start to the end, you make it feel like summer again. Again, you make it feel like summer again. Again, you make it feel like summer. Oh yeah.
I might burn a bridge or two, thinking that you're cute. Cause now I'm wanting things I can't have. It all happened so fast. Got me out of bounds. Your name falls out my mouth. Almost every other sentence. No, I can't help it. No, I can't help it. Yeah, I know it's kinda bad. Now my phone, I'm going mad. When you text me back and you look like that in your black hat. It's getting dangerous. Ooh, how'd I get so deep into this? Oh yeah, now I can't keep my head from spinning. Ooh, gotta love that it's forbidden. Turns me on that it's off limits. How'd I get so deep into this? Oh yeah, now I can't keep my head from spinning. Ooh, tell me who I'm really kidding. Turns me on that it's off limits. I should cut it off, but I can't get enough. I'm not trying to keep it business when you got me addicted. You got me addicted. Yeah, I know it's kinda bad. Now my phone, I'm going mad. When you text me back and you look like that in your black hat. It's getting dangerous. Ooh, how'd I get so deep into this? Oh yeah, now I can't keep my head from spinning. Ooh, gotta love that it's forbidden. Turns me on that it's off limits. How'd I get so deep into this? Oh yeah, now I can't keep my head from spinning. Ooh, exactly what to do to blow my mind. You're from another planet. I've never felt like this. I don't know how I ever survived without it. I'm starry-eyed. Got me upside down, spinning around you. Wanna taste the clouds, dance with the moon. Take a trip around your body. Boy, I love the way you got me. Starry-eyed, got me starry-eyed. This bed is out of space, just keep painting constellations. You cover me in glitter till I'm shining bright. I never wanna leave the sky. The way you made me feel alive. I was in the dark and baby, you're the light. You're from another planet. I've never felt like this. I don't know how I ever survived without it. I'm starry-eyed. Got me upside down, spinning around you. Wanna taste the clouds, dance with the moon. Take a trip around your body. Boy, I love the way you got me. Starry-eyed, got me starry-eyed. Couldn't fight if I wanted. Flying to places that I never thought I could go. You're a meteor shower, falling down all over me. Yeah, you're making me glow. Couldn't fight if I wanted. Flying to places that I never thought I could go. Starry-eyed, got me starry-eyed. Yeah, got me upside down, spinning around you. Wanna taste the clouds, dance with the moon. Take a trip around your body. Boy, I love the way you got me. Starry-eyed, got me starry-eyed. Got me upside down, spinning around you. Wanna taste the clouds, dance with the moon. Take a trip around your body. Boy, I love the way you got me. Starry-eyed, got me starry-eyed. Got me upside down, spinning around you. Wanna taste the clouds, dance with the moon. Take a trip around your body. Boy, I love the way you got me.
Hey, babe, I just wanna know what you think about me when the summer's over. Hey, yeah, it's been a blast. I still remember even after October. And when the winter falls, just think about me and I'll keep you warm. Seasons have changed, I still remain with thoughts of you. And I'm just not the same, I admit, like autumn. I'm falling for you. Wait, I don't wanna go. Time goes flying when you're wrapped in the moment. One more night, just follow me home. Tell me about all of your dreams. Just wanna know you. Let's pretend like the world ends today, 'cause tomorrow you'll be miles away. Seasons have changed, I still remain with thoughts of you. And I'm just not the same, I admit, like autumn. I'm falling for you. I'll be waiting till the day you come back my way. I'll be counting every minute to see your face. I'll be waiting till the day you come back my way. I'll be counting every minute. 'Cause though seasons have changed, oh, I still remain. And though seasons have changed, I still remain with thoughts of you. And I'm just not the same, I admit, like autumn. I'm falling for you. Seasons have changed, I still remain with thoughts of you. Thoughts of you. Je ne saint of the season. Yeah, you were built for mid-July. You got the glow of the sunset. You got the rush of the ocean waves. Burning high like it's wanted. You make it feel like summer again. Again. With your skin soft as ice cream. Yeah, you melt under my touch. And with your kiss strong as lightning, you got me falling right back in love. You got the glow of the sunset. You got the rush of the ocean waves. You're burning high like it's wanted. You make it feel like summer again. Again. You make it feel like summer again. Again. And we both know that it's probably not gonna last forever. In the blink of an eye, May turns into September. When we look back at all the things that we could remember, I want to remember you. Then I'll feel it again. Again. And then I'll feel it again. Again. You got the glow of the sunset. You got the rush of the ocean waves. You're burning high like it's wanted. You make it feel like summer again. We got a chance and we'll live it. The only rule is there's no regret. From the start to the end, you make it feel like summer again. Again, you make it feel like summer again. Again, you make it feel like summer. Oh yeah.
I might burn a bridge or two, thinking that you're cute. Cause now I'm wanting things I can't have. It all happened so fast. Got me out of bounds. Your name falls out my mouth. Almost every other sentence. No, I can't help it. No, I can't help it. Yeah, I know it's kinda bad. Now my phone, I'm going mad. When you text me back and you look like that in your black hat. It's getting dangerous. Ooh, how'd I get so deep into this? Oh yeah, now I can't keep my head from spinning. Ooh, gotta love that it's forbidden. Turns me on that it's off limit. How'd I get so deep into this? Oh yeah, now I can't keep my head from spinning. Ooh, tell me who I'm really kidding. Turns me on that it's off limits. I should cut it off, but I can't get enough. I'm not trying to keep it business when you got me addicted. You got me addicted. Yeah, I know it's kinda bad. Now my phone, I'm going mad. When you text me back and you look like that in your black hat. It's getting dangerous. How'd I get so deep into this? Oh yeah, now I can't keep my head from spinning. Gotta love that it's forbidden. Turns me on that it's off limits. How'd I get so deep into this? Oh yeah, now I can't keep my head from spinning. Tell me who I'm really kidding. Turns me on that it's off limits. Rip off the red tape, cut
Hello, and welcome to all our participants from here in South Korea and abroad who have decided to join us in the post-2021 Seoul APRI Online International Conference. Today, I'm honored to host the opening ceremony of this meaningful conference. First, let me briefly introduce myself. I am In-jae Lee, a professor at the Seoul National University of Education and the director of Korean University Council of Research Ethics, the organizer of this event. I am also serving as the local lead of the 2021 Seoul APRI Conference. And since this APRI was first organized in 2015, I have been participating as a planning committee member. As you know, after the third 2018 Taipei APRI conference, Seoul was scheduled to host this meeting in October 2020. However, due to the unexpected COVID-19 pandemic, we are all gathered here today online. Although it is disappointing that we can't all meet in person, we are very fortunate to be able to hold the conference online in real time. Presentations and discussions will take place live in Zoom, and the participants will be able to watch them on YouTube. Today's conference theme is Current Issues and Tasks to Establish Research Ethics in the Era of COVID-19. In today's opening ceremony, we have the welcoming address and congratulatory remarks. First, the welcoming address will be given by Chang-seop, who is the head director and president of Korean University Council of Research Ethics, co-chair of the post-2021 Seoul APRI Conference, and professor at Korea University. Next, there will be two people who will deliver the congratulatory remarks. Eun-ok Choi, the head of higher education policy at the Ministry of Education of South Korea, unfortunately won't be able to deliver her speech due to an important meeting. So I will have to inevitably ask you all to refer to the conference book. The other person delivering the congratulatory remarks is Michael Kalichman, a professor at the University of San Diego, United States, world expert on research integrity verification and research ethics education, and co-chair of the post-2021 Seoul APRI Conference. I now give the stage to Professor
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is Chang-seop, the co-chair of 2021 Seoul APRI Network Conference. Honorable members of the APRI Networking Committee, Planning Committee, and the Local Organizing Committee, fellow researchers, university and government officials from various countries who are with us directly or online at this very moment. I welcome all of you from Seoul, Korea. I think it would be good to start by explaining the status of research ethics and integrity in Korea. Probably most of you know the world-stirring research misconduct scandal in 2005 science paper by one of the Korean scientists. The misconducts related to that scandal were the fabrication and the falsification of the data, the violation of bioethical principles, including IRB approval and the protection of the human subjects, and some more. Since that time, the government, universities, institutions of Korea have poured tireless efforts to establish research ethics and to provide proper environments for good research practices. Of course, there were some improvements. However, unfortunately, new ethical problems, for example, unfair co-author labeling, publishing in the predatory journals, violation of protecting research subjects, and the issues related to social responsibility of scientists are still happening in Korea. Let me introduce some efforts we have made. First, the Korean government's Ministry of Education And the Ministry of Science and ICT have played a central role for legal reform and the support for universities and research institutions to establish the governance on research ethics. The National Research Foundation of Korea, the representative institution that manages the research fund, established a research ethics support center. The center provides universities and institutions the systematic assistance to implement various government policies and the research misconduct verification. The Korea Institute of Human Resources Development in Science Technology provides online and on-site research ethics education programs. Anyone applying for and using the funds of government should receive the education in every 3 years. And the Center for Research Ethics Information collects and provides various information on research ethics, guides, and solutions to practical questions and problems encountered during the everyday practices of education and researches. The Korea University Council of Research Ethics, the host of this APRI conference, is a joint meeting of Committee of Research Ethics and Integrity of Universities in Korea. The member universities share their experiences in the verification of research misconduct, information on the latest changes, and knowledge in research ethics. Also, we are trying to create various channels to communicate with each other and with the government officials. I think everybody knows the history of this wonderful conference. It was 2007 when the first World Conference on Research Integrity was held in Lisbon. Increased the impact of Asian Pacific Rim countries in research raised the need for cooperation among these countries. As a result, APRI was organized in 2016 at San Diego, where the first meeting was held. The second meeting was 2017 Hong Kong conference, and the third meeting was held in Taipei in 2018. I attended the 2018 Taipei APRI meeting and Hong Kong WCRI meeting in 2019. I personally had a very valuable opportunity to know various efforts of different countries to establish research integrities. The planning committee did every effort to make this conference informative and memorable as the preceding conferences. However, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, which is threatening the world, it is unfortunate that the meeting, originally supposed to be held in 2020, had to be postponed and held online. The socio-economic changes caused by COVID-19 in particular required a lot of changes in research. The importance of securing research integrity and establishing desirable research culture is more important than ever. With this setting, the theme of this year's Seoul APRI conference was decided as Year of COVID-19, Current Issues and Tasks for Establishing Research Ethics. In addition, along with the many goals of the APRI network, we prioritized similarities and differences in research integrity across regions and countries, and education to establish responsible research to create opportunity and share experiences. Even with the limitation of this year's conference, I look forward to strengthening of our network where we can share valuable experiences and cooperation for a more desirable research culture with our fellow colleagues who work hard to secure research integrity and to establish the proper culture of research in Asia Pacific Rim region. Finally, on behalf of the 2021 Seoul APRI Network Conference Organizing Committee, I sincerely welcome all of you to this event again. Thanks, and wish you the best.
I'm Mike Kalishman, Director of the Research Ethics Program, UC San Diego in California. I'm honored to join Professor Chang-Sub as co-chair for this meeting. I've been asked to say a few words of welcome to the 2021 Seoul APRI Network Conference. For those of you in Asia, Australia, and the Western Pacific, good morning. If you're in the Americas, I wish you a good afternoon. And if you're in Europe or Africa, you really should be sleeping now. I'll begin with a bit of history for those who are new to the APRI meetings. The APRI network was several years in the making thanks to people like Zoe Hammett and Susan Garfinkel, formerly with the U.S. Office of Research Integrity, and Eric Ma, now at UC San Diego. The first formal meeting of the APRI network was held in San Diego in 2016. The next year, in 2017, the first APRI network meeting in Asia was convened in Hong Kong. And then the third meeting was held in Chinese Taipei in 2018. The fourth meeting was originally to be held in 2020, but was delayed in the face of the pandemic. As you have seen, the theme for this year's APRI Network meeting is Current Issues and Tasks to Establish Research Ethics in the Era of COVID-19. None of us in our wildest imaginations anticipated that this meeting would have a focus on the impact of a virus. And none of us anticipated that a pandemic would force us to hold this meeting online instead of in person. In just a short time, our world has been transformed. Part of that transformation is a shift to meetings, courses, workshops, seminars, lectures, and even concerts, dance performances, and theater, all now conducted over the internet. The result is that we are now literally living our lives entirely in front of our personal computers, rather than seeing each other in person. We've learned a lot in the past year about how to do this, and even discovered benefits of doing so, but still we know that we are missing a great deal because we can't meet together. Seeing your colleagues in person, having a chance to meet new colleagues, and sharing food and drink are part of what makes such meetings so valuable and enjoyable. Even though this online venue isn't what we would prefer, it is our responsibility to figure out how to make the best of this new situation. Here are a few things you might consider. Whenever possible, turn on your camera. Seeing each other and being seen by others will at least mimic what it is like to be together in person. Second, listen closely. To the extent possible, avoid the temptation to turn your attention elsewhere. The organizers have put together an outstanding program with internationally recognized experts in research integrity. Take full advantage of this opportunity. Third, participate. There will be a variety of times and ways during the program to ask questions or offer ideas. If there is something important to you, it is likely important to others. Speak up. Fourth and finally, seek out one another. Whether it's one of the speakers or someone in the audience who asks an intriguing question, make it a point to find their contact information and make a connection. You would do this if the meeting were in person, so it's certainly worth the effort to do this for an online meeting. The challenges presented by this pandemic are an extraordinarily potent reminder of just how important science is. Science without integrity is a waste of limited resources and a lost opportunity. It is our collective responsibility to find the way to promote a culture of integrity in the worldwide research community. With this in mind, I want to underline the very real importance of the stated conference goals. First, reinforce the network for establishing research ethics in Asia-Pacific countries. The APRI network is still a relatively new endeavor. This is an essential next step. Second, promote the achievements of the host country's research ethics establishment. Korea is recognized internationally as a leader in research and training researchers. Hosting of this meeting in Korea is a marker for Korea's place in that international research community. Third, exchange information and efforts to further put in place research ethics in each country. Despite the importance of research integrity, this is one of the few opportunities to share approaches and foster cross-border collaborations. Again, we should take advantage of the opportunity. Finally, set a culture of responsible conduct of research that meets a global standard. This meeting is an opportunity to ensure that the Asia-Pacific region not only aspires to meet global standards for research integrity, but that it has a role in defining those standards. On behalf of all the participants, I want to thank the meeting host, the National Research Foundation of Korea, the meeting organizer, Korean University Council of Research Ethics, and the meeting sponsors, the Ministry of Education, Korean Association of Academic Societies, the Korean Federation of Science and Technology Societies, and the Center for Research Ethics Information. All of these, thank you for making this possible. Welcome to the 2021 meeting of the Asia Pacific Research Integrity Network.
Once again, I would like to deeply thank our two speakers for their welcome and congratulatory remarks. Moving on, I will briefly guide you through today's scheduled events. This conference is hosted by National Research Foundation of Korea and organized by the Korean University Council of Research Ethics. This conference is sponsored by the Ministry of Education and the Korean Association of Academic Societies, the Korean Federation of Science and Technology Societies, Center for Research Ethics Information, and iGuru and EdTG. The co-chairs of this conference are Chang Sub-um from South Korea, Michael Kalichman from United States, Daniel Barr from Australia, Joy Hemmett from United States, with yours truly as the local lead. We have 10 experts participating in our local committee and 25 Asia-Pacific regional experts participating in the planning committee. Taking this opportunity, I'd like to express my deepest gratitude to all those who have provided advice and offered assistance for this conference. Today's program is as follows. Immediately after the opening ceremony, there will be 3 keynote lectures with a Q&A portion from 10 o'clock. This keynote session will be moderated by Joy Hemmett from the United States. After the keynote lecture, there will be a lunch break from 12 to 1 p.m. Korean Standard Time, and sessions will be presented with a Q&A from 1 p.m. First, Plenary 1 and 2 will run at the same time from 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. Plenary 1 will be chaired by President Palithaphongapim of Thailand. Plenary 2 is under Ping Sun from China. This will be followed by a 20-minute break from 3 p.m. Plenary 3 and 4 will also run simultaneously from 3:20 p.m. to 5:20 p.m. KST. Plenary 3 will be moderated by Jennifer Byron from Australia, and lastly, Plenary 4 will be chaired by Danny Chen of Hong Kong. Each plenary will have a Q&A after the 4 presentations. If you have any questions, please send them via YouTube chat window, and the moderator will notify the presenter for the answer. We will close today's conference at 5:20 p.m. Following this, a planning committee meeting will be held from 5:30 p.m. We will give further announcements later in the afternoon. It would be highly appreciated if the members could attend through the channel provided. For more information, please refer to the program or conference book on our website. Now, let's watch the teaser videos for our conference. The 3 videos were created as a promotional video by the Korean Tourism Organization. It is entitled "A Tiger is Coming" from the world-class band Inalchi that caused the Kaehung fever. Based on fusion traditional music, it is a song that reinterprets pansori, the representative music of the Joseon dynasty, and makes use of the unique elements of the genre. The fusion of Korean traditional music and trendy dances merge modern visual to the great sceneries and cities of South Korea. The music video is set in total of 6 cities that symbolize Korea's deepest culture and history. Today, we will watch 3 videos set in Seoul, Andong, and Jeonju. These 3 cities were chosen to represent the different geographical regions of the Korean Peninsula. Perhaps some of you have already seen it, but I hope that you will be able to appreciate Korea's pop or K-pop by watching it again in order to start our conference in good spirits. Thank you, and I hope you enjoy today's conference.
내렸나 장님 깊은 골로 대한 짐승이 내렸나 몸은 얼숭덜숭 꼬리는 잔뜩 핫팔이 넘고 해머리 흔들며 전동 같은 앞다리 봉화 같은 뒷발로 양기 찌우지고 새낙 같은 발톱으로 잔디뿌리 왕모래를 촤르르르르 그치며 주홍잎쩍 벌리고 허리랑 하는 소리 하나리 묻어지고 땅이 툭 꺼진 한듯 차례 정신없이 목으로 움츠리고 가만히 엎젖겄다. 멍 내려온다 봄이 내려온다 송이 깊은 골로 한 짐승이 내려온다 누의 머리를 흔들며 양귀 쭉 찢어지고 몸은 얼숭덜숭 꼬리는 잔뜩 멍 내려온다 봄이 내려온다 송이 깊은 골로 한 짐승이 내려온다 누의 머리를 흔들며 양귀 쭉 찢어지고 몸은 얼숭덜숭 꼬리는 잔뜩 멍 내려온다 봄이 내려온다 봄 내려온다 봄이 내려온다.
좌우나졸 금군무지리 술령수 일시에 따라 토끼를 헤워쌀듯 진왕 말리 장성 싸듯 사냥 싸움에 마초 싸듯 겹겹이 둘러싸고 토끼 부두치 잡는 모양 영문출사 도적 잡듯 토끼 두 개를 꽉 잡고 좌우나졸 금군무지리 술령수 일시에 따라 토끼를 헤워쌀듯 진왕 말리 장성 싸듯 사냥 싸움에 마초 싸듯 겹겹이 둘러싸고 토끼 부두치 잡는 모양 영문출사 도적 잡듯 토끼 두 개를 꽉 잡고 금금모조리 술령수 일시에 따라 토끼를 에워쌀지 진왕 말리 장성 싸듯 사냥 싸움에 만조 싸듯 겹겹이 둘러싸고 토끼 부딪혀 잡는 모양 동문출사 도적 잡듯 토끼 두 개를 꽉 잡고 해치면 쭉 쫓다 삼목 따르면 너를 잡어 약계장도 조커니와 네 간을 내어 오겠다 가려먹고 네가 죽을 벗겨내어 찰량보석 알게 되면 어열내종 혈담에는 만병의 추네 만병의 추네 만병의 추네 명약이라 아이고 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 그것이 우리 수국남여라고 하는 것이다. 지르는 모양 세상이라 전병기 산천수 가만히 잠시나야 천국바람을 바라보니 산중지 어리중대 안면이 깃싸우니 소실 엄지발로 토끼놈의 간다리를 바대대대 집어다가 대왕전에 바치리라. 앞만 그런데도 네 심좀 불치하야 12가지 우르모르로 과부친 난기 안쪽으로 모르로 동헐제 가오가오 꼬락꼬락 괴이한 음성으로 수절과 무유인헐 제디 소리가 뻥나면 세상이가 시오라 돌을 들어 날리며 떠나자 배 떨어지니 세상으로 비운 놈은 너 밖도 있느냐 빈터에 나 찾아가지 자서는 불기러다. 정병기 산천수 가만히 잠시나야 천국마람을 바라보니 산수록 대화를 중대 안면이 옛싸우니 소시는 엄지발로 토끼놈의 가는 거리를 바대대대 집어다가 대왕전에 바치리라.
In addition to the gratitude that I feel for everyone who is here, I am particularly grateful to Professor In-jae Lee, who has really shown his commitment to the Asia Pacific Research Integrity Network over the last 2 years, planning this conference. Also, Dr. Kalichman, Dr. Barr, and Professor thank you, as well as the local organizing committee. In addition to being here together, it's so wonderful to see your faces. We all now can use our imaginations to think about a next visit to Korea. I was so distracted by the beautiful images that it's hard to come back to research integrity. But in fact, research integrity, as we all know, occurs within an environment. So very inspiring to see such a beautiful, thriving, healthy environment. No masks, if you noticed in the, in the promotional video. So thank you for that. I am honored to welcome our first keynote presenter, Professor Jung-hae Roh, who is the president of the National Research Foundation of Korea in South Korea. He's going to discuss the role and responsibility of his foundation during the COVID-19 era. Professor Roh?
이게 뒤에가 이렇게 안 보이고 이렇게만 나오는군요. Hello, everybody. Thank you. Thank moderator Dr. Zoe Hammett for introducing me, and I'm very honored to present you the audience of APRI about the role and responsibility of National Research Foundation of Korea. Do you hear well? Okay. All right, then I will continue. Okay. Okay, I'll briefly introduce about our foundation, and then about our government's response to the current COVID pandemic, and then the recent challenges in research integrity in Korea and the response of NRF, and last about some thoughts about future. National Research Foundation of Korea is a governmental funding agency for R&D programs commissioned by Ministry of Science and ICT and Ministry of Education. And we support primarily universities and also governmental and public research institutions. And currently, NRF is responsible for 27% of the total governmental R&D budget. Our mission is to contribute to advancing knowledge and improving quality of life by supporting creative research and talent cultivation. And we aspire to be a global leader in research support to build healthy research ecosystem. We are organized with 7 directorates and Center for Research Ethics, which is the biggest interest in this conference. And we, in the Directorate for Basic Research in Science and Engineering, we support primarily bottom-up researches in 5 divisions of science and engineering. And the Directorate for National Strategic R&D Programs, we support primarily strategic programs or top-down programs in 10 divisions. And we support humanities and social sciences researches. And in the Directorate for Academic Research, we support primarily universities to cultivate human resources. And Directorate for International Affairs support international collaboration. This year's budget for us is about 6.8 billion US dollars, and about roughly about 1/3 of our budget goes to basic research in science and engineering, and another 1/3 goes to national strategic R&D programs, and another 1/3 roughly goes to academic promotion and cultivation of human resources commissioned by Ministry of Education. And I'll skip this part. And a recent statistics shows here that we support about 36,000 research projects, and among which the more than 90% are conducted in the universities. And through that support, about 28,000 papers, international publications, or so-called in the Science Citation Index papers are produced from that support. And also about 12,000 domestic papers we call, which is in the Korea Citation Index papers. They are produced from all disciplines. And when we support graduate students, and about 8,000 graduate students got their degree in the year 2019 from the research projects that's supported by NRF. Okay, and then I'll show briefly about our government's response to COVID-19. And as we are experiencing all over the world, now we hope this vaccination will rapidly, get a curb in getting this down. And in our country, we are in the third wave of sparks and daily new cases. About 300, 400 people confirmed each day. And in an accumulation, it's approaching 90,000 total cases. And we had about 1,500 people died in our country because of COVID-19. And as in all over the world, in Korea also, we had lots of effects on economic and social activities. And here are some examples of transformations in our economy and life patterns in some numbers, such as that the online purchases has increased about 20%, and working from home in the public sector has increased by 9-fold. And the number of active Zoom users as we participate in this conference has increased more than 20-fold within several months. So it's over 7 million people are in active use of Zoom. And like many people in the have commented that the non-contact culture has proliferated, and it's becoming a new normal of our daily life. So such as online church services and virtual learning programs and online concerts, etc., etc. And it has affected our R&D activities a lot. And probably a similar phenomenon is being experienced in all over the world. And we've been experiencing restricted research activities due to limited access to labs and due to self-quarantine, and also delayed research due to limited access or delivery of research supplies and services, and limited core research activities and conferences due to travel restrictions. So we have to get over or find another new way of get over this. And research institutes has increased additional expenses, such as cleaning and disinfecting facilities and purchasing video conferencing equipment. And research funding institutes such as us had to change the evaluation review methods. And students and postdocs are facing challenges in graduation and finding a job due to delayed research, and also the effect of economy heavily affected. And in government dimension, the Korean government has focused heavily on prevention in early stages based on science and information technology, conducting 3 T's as a Korea prevention, K prevention method. So rapid test and rapid contact tracing, and also treatment, various quarantine measures of the treatment of the confirmed. And I think it has some positive effect of reducing the number of confirmed cases in our country. And we also had supported fast development of treatments of vaccines. So, for example, the Ministry of Food and Drug Safety has shortened the approval period for clinical trials, and also the approval period for vaccines and treatments. And currently, 5 vaccines and about 15 treatments are under development, and some of them have being conditionally approved, and vaccines go to phase 1 to approval phase. And the government had to expand the fiscal policy for economic recovery, as in other countries as well. And we responded to, as a funding agency, we responded to COVID-19 by providing rapid extra funding for COVID-19 related R&D projects. So last year we have provided 173 million USD in particular for this projects as a rapid funding. And also we had to provide funding execution guidelines for costs related to COVID-19 prevention and responses, such as labor costs for student management and costs for quarantine, etc. And cancellation fees for business trip and conference and so on. And also we allowed we had to allow extensions of research periods and the changes of research plans due to COVID-19. So we had to exert flexibility a lot. And we changed peer review process to non-contact online evaluation. And we supported establishing online platforms at research institutes and universities, such as video conferencing and online lecture systems. And we promoted to keep active international cooperation and sharing of good practices. So for example, we established an emergency international collaborative research programs, so-called rapid call for COVID-19 related subjects. And we held an international symposium on COVID-19 response as well, and etc. Okay, on the issues of current challenges in research integrity in Korea, and our response will follow. among the challenges and issues of research integrity in Korea, we are experiencing ongoing increase in the number of alleged research misconduct cases in universities. So it's for each year, it's getting increasing. So a total of 544 cases in the last 5 years. And the most common types of alleged research misconduct is invalid authorship problem. It's about 200 cases, about 37%. And the next is plagiarism, is about 30%. And then the next is redundant publication, etc. And falsification and fabrication, even though small, still persists, like 3% each. And from that alleged misconduct report, a total of 391 dispositions has been made in last 5 years. And among them, 13% are for severe disciplinary actions, such as job suspension or dismissal or expulsion. And about 15% are for light disciplinary actions, such as pay reduction and reprimand, etc. So these are the overall reports of alleged misconduct and the dispositions that was made during the last 5 years. And we have attended, probably it's common in other countries as well, but we have a very vivid experiencing that research integrity issues are expanding from research community to public social sector as a public issue. And the more and more requests from the public for monitoring illegitimate, unethical research activities. And probably this is due to very rapid SNS, communication tools. And the general public request thorough monitoring to prevent wasting tax money due to illegitimate activities such as attending pirate unethical conferences and plagiarism, etc. And especially these issues go spark when the celebrities or politicians are reported to having problems with these issues. And researchers request that the government provides clear guidelines before sanctions so that they get better protected. And there are many demands for monitoring co-authorship, especially the problem of authorship with young family members and that conflict of interest and also authorship problem. And general public request to verify whether there are breaches of authorship in co-authoring papers. And researchers also need guidelines to make it clear. So what we did recently in like last 3 years, I'll give you some examples. And we established it in 2018, a research misconduct report center. And probably this has contributed to the increase in the number of misconduct cases that we figure out during the last 2 or 3 years. And we widened the portals for the report through the NRF homepage, web page, and mail, phone, email, etc. And we do follow-up actions to confirm details and proceed with administrative procedures for investigation. And in year 2019, we established a research ethics committee in the National Research Foundation and to uphold research integrity of national R&D projects. And the committee members consists of 17 experts in academic fields, research ethics, and law, and with a 3-year term. And Professor and Professor Inje Lee are also in this committee. And their main role is to give advice on policy in regular meetings. And in subcommittees, they investigate some complex cases, and it's their role. And then a year later, last July, we established a Center for Research Ethics by expanding and merging already existing research ethics team and support center. And so the center that Professor Inje Lee is heading, so far we had a very close collaboration, and from this year and next year, it will merge to become a bigger center for research ethics. And there are 3 teams with 26 staffs with a budget of 1.7 billion Korean won, which corresponds to about 1.5 million US dollars. So one of the team, research ethics policy team, supports for research ethics policy making, and also provide nationwide research ethics education and promotion. And investigation and legal affairs team do required investigations and also deal with issues of sanctions and legal issues of research misconducts. And research funding assurance team deal with research funding execution management and do some audits on these execution procedures. And the way we deal with investigation is, first we do receive reports about allegations and review whether to dismiss or go forward. And if we decide to go forward, then the next investigation and review is done by host institute. So we request for investigation to the related institute, and the institute, like universities and research institute, they do the investigation and do the final decision report. But if there's an appeal about that, the final decision or the repeat, then we review the re-evaluation process goes on. So we review the decision, and the NRF Research Ethics Committee decide whether the committee need to re-investigate the case directly, since the institute cannot have in a good position to carry out further investigation, or we can request re-investigation to the institute to redo the investigation, or we can dismiss the appeal, okay? And then the final result, we report to the government, to the Ministry of Education and Ministry of Science and Technology, ICT. And the government then do the follow-up actions, such as recommend disciplinary actions or suspend R&D funding, or exclude on the next grant selection, or request for additional investigation, etc. Okay, so this is the procedure that we deal with the research alleged misconduct allegations. Okay, and we recently had to deal with co-authorship problem, especially with young people under 19 years. And we had to re-investigate the alleged breach, and the government requested NRF to deal with about 340 cases to re-investigate. So we had to deal with that issue. And also there's an issue of questionable academic activities, such as participating in questionable conferences. And we had to provide guidelines for preventing questionable academic activities. And also about the invalid authorship issue, we distributed guidelines for preventing that illegitimate authorship problem. And we, to enhance awareness of research ethics, we published and distribute books on research integrity, and also provided ongoing training and education in collaboration of Korea Institute of Research and Resource Development Institute and the Center for Research Ethics Information that Professor In-jae Lee is chairing. So the education program goes on. Okay, and last, I give some thoughts about future directions. And one is about to prepare for infectious disease that we cannot predict. So we have to be prepared for infectious disease X. So we need to share successful response cases of COVID-19 with other countries and increase international collaboration in research. And we need to increase infrastructure, such as biosafety level 3 facilities and human resources to do infectious disease research, supporting long-term basic research. And we need to promote humanities and social studies to resolve and reconcile social confusion, conflict, anxiety, and depression. And this is a big issue too. And to prepare, we need to be prepared for post-pandemic cultural changes. So we have to be physically keep distance, but we need to be connected. So there is challenges, but also it can become opportunities for devising new ways of collaboration and academic communication and education. So we have to devise different ways to keep connected. And we are under heavier challenge to foster responsible research environment. We need to, so we think that it's necessary to expand the role and activity of the Center for Research Ethics at National Research Foundation of Korea. And we need to prepare and circulate further detailed guidelines to deal with diversifying issues of responsible research ethics, such as conflicts of interest and healthy lab culture, such as anti-bullying, etc., to make it more healthier environment, the lab environment. And we need to monitor activities of universities to maintain high research integrity and ethics. So one issue is to share examples of misconduct investigations and subsequent sanctions without infringing personal information. So this is a challenge that we need to pursue. And finally, we need to increase diversity and inclusion in research community to become a healthy research ecosystem. So these are some few thoughts that I present for the future. Okay, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you for your patience with my unmute, which was not working. Thank you. Dr. Ro, particularly your ability to turn challenges into opportunities is one of the wonderful themes of the network, and really being able to come together in this context. And I'm sure people have questions, not only online, if you can do so in English when you do post questions, but also among the participants on Zoom. However, we will hold them until after all of the presenters and have a full question and answer session for all presenters. So please hold your enthusiastic questions until after each of the speakers has presented. And thank you again for your insightful and even inspiring talk. We will now hear from Dr. Daniel Barr, who is the Principal Research Integrity Advisor at Royal Melbourne Institute of Technology and also one of our co-chairs. He's going to discuss in greater detail, I believe, the research integrity issues during the pandemic, and also from a slightly different perspective, rather than from a funder's perspective, also working at a research-intensive university. Dr. Barr.
Hello, my name is Daniel Barr. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you today about the importance of research integrity during the COVID-19 pandemic for this fourth 2021 Seoul APRI Network Conference. I'd like to start with an acknowledgement of country, and I would like to acknowledge the people of the Woiwurrung and Boonwurrung language groups of the Eastern Kulin Nations on whose unceded lands I work, live and dream. In recognition of the many places we find ourselves living and working and to which we feel a connection, I would also like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the lands and waters across Australia and elsewhere. I pay my respects to their ancestors and elders, past, present and emerging. I would also like to acknowledge the strange days or new normal in which we find ourselves today, following and during the COVID-19 pandemic. People, I think, us in experts and others in research integrity and ethics were initially interested in looking at what might have happened to research ethics and integrity during due to the pandemic and how we can ensure it. And I'd like to talk about some of the time that's preceded the pandemic since our last meeting in 2018 to today, and also to talk a little bit about what might be on the horizon. I would also like to acknowledge Dr. Paul Taylor, who sadly and unexpectedly passed away at the end of 2018. He's very much a co-author of this presentation. As many of you will know, Dr. Paul Taylor was instrumental in the formation and success of APRI, and it's great to acknowledge him. It's a great honour to acknowledge him today. The outline of my talk today is what is research integrity and why is it important? Within that, I'd like to talk about the APEC Guiding Principles for Research Integrity, which will be published later this year. And I'd also like to talk about research integrity during the COVID-19 pandemic. To start with the basics, I'd like to talk about research impact, and trust in research. Research generates and organises knowledge by the systematic investigation and study of materials and sources, thereby establishing facts or arguments, reaching new conclusions. Somewhat predictably, all research has impact. These impacts are very unpredictable in their nature, and some of them are negative or harmful. Because of the unpredictable nature of research impact, we must be able to trust research, and this trust is generated through upholding the principles of research integrity. There are many different perspectives and views on research integrity. There can sometimes be a focus on things such as research misconduct and fraud. This focus perhaps sometimes limits our conversations about research integrity and its meaning. I would like to provide this broader definition of research integrity as though coherent and consistent adherence to a set of principles that are characteristic of trustworthy and responsible ethical research. This definition calls out principles of research integrity. What are these? What do they look like? What do they tell us about trust, ethical, conscientious, responsible research cultures? Well, with Dr. Paul Taylor, we undertook some work sponsored work to determine research integrity principles would apply across quite a diverse group of different economies within the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation. Despite cultural and research sector differences, we know that research must be trusted globally. And in APEC, there was a recognition that an absence of a shared set of guiding principles for research integrity was seen as a barrier to increased researcher mobility and collaboration. The aims of this work was to determine a close to consensus set of guiding principles and responsibilities for research integrity that were shared across APEC economies. The secondary aim was to use these shared guiding principles and responsibilities in non-binding guidance. And this guidance could be used by researchers, institutions, funding agencies across APEC. Our methods briefly included a review of research integrity systems, consultation, and a modified Delphi process of iteration with experts. This included 2 online surveys and a face-to-face workshop to generate a close to consensus set of guiding principles and responsibilities for research integrity. And this work included defining, selecting, and ranking the principles and responsibilities that were most important for trustworthy and responsible research. The resultant documents now being drafted, the final steps, and will be published later this year. The results of our review showed that research integrity systems across the APEC were quite diverse and dynamic. Principles-based policies were fairly common, that universities and other institutions didn't necessarily always coordinate well together, with some exceptions, including here the exception of Korea. There were varied roles for leading or influencing research integrity played by different groups, and that there were actually pockets of significant expertise and activity in research integrity that appeared unrelated to the overall developmental state of an economy or research sector. And an example of that are some leading universities in Peru doing some wonderful work in research integrity. The interim results of our Delphi surveys indicated that honesty was clearly the #1 guiding principle for research integrity. There was quite a consensus already around that. And then there were a number of other principles that were ranked very highly by participants. We also found a set of responsibilities for researchers when they conduct research or when they were communicating research. These were related also to honesty and responsibility and rigor. Similarly, we found responsibilities for institutions or funding agencies were largely around fostering or supporting sound research cultures or sound research environments that supported responsible research. These interim results were further iterated and were refined and have resulted in these 7 guiding principles for research integrity according to this APEC work. These 7 guiding principles for research integrity are honesty, responsibility, rigor, transparency, respect, fairness, and diversity. And these altogether can be seen as further definition of what research integrity is meant for various groups across Asia Pacific. These are the pillars from which we can design, these pillars can inform the design of guidance, policy, or other codes, educational training resources, or other initiatives. To provide further information, we defined the guiding principles fairly simply, using as a base the Oxford English Dictionary. And as an example, the guiding principle of honesty is simply defined as being truthful and free of deceit in research. You can see there the guiding principle of responsibility is capturing a number of different aspects of that principle in the definition. The guiding principle of rigor is capturing the ideas of being careful, thorough, and critical, and these seem quite related to ensuring reproducibility in research. Transparency captured not only the open and sharing of ideas and other things, but also demonstrating a willingness for work to be scrutinised. Respect captured the idea of demonstrating due regard for the research endeavour overall, as well as other aspects. Fairness captured something quite nicely articulated in some other documents that are principles based around professional courtesy and behaving and treating others impartially and justly without favouritism or bias, and also importantly acknowledging the work and other works of others. Finally, the principle of diversity was seen as a key one for recognising and being inclusive of peoples and cultures, knowledges, perspectives and experiences. This seemed quite important for a document that would be expressed across Asia Pacific. Very, very briefly, these principles, either individually or together, then form the basis for a variety of different responsibilities for researchers, institutions, funders and sponsors, and this colour wheel is aimed to represent that. And we found shared responsibilities for researchers, institutions and funders of sponsors or sponsors of research for research integrity, and these were around adhering to the guiding principles, for individuals to be reflective and reflect on how the principles apply in their work, and for all of us together to support a culture of trustworthy and responsible research, whether that be as a graduate researcher or a leader of an institution or a key administrator in a funding agency. All together in all of a piece and preceding the pandemic, we knew a number of aspects to why research integrity was important. We know that upholding research integrity principles makes research trustworthy, and that also it's a foundation for research excellence and high quality research. We know that research integrity, the definitions and the defined principles, for example, that we found for APEC, allow us to recognise and address a broad spectrum of behaviour, and allows us to address diverse, sometimes very serious breaches of research integrity, things such as research misconduct. Research integrity, we can argue, ensures the positive impact of research, because without it we do see negative effects. We think also that research integrity enables public trust and social licence, particularly of universities. And how research integrity then informs public trust in science, in immunisation, in climate change is actually becomes then a very interesting, I think, very interesting question. So let's pause briefly then and say that's what we had before the COVID-19 pandemic, and then we find ourselves here in a changed state, a way of working and living due to the pandemic for many of us. What's happened to research and what does this look like? Well, we know since late January, when we found at least the first paper that was reporting information about and findings about the COVID-19 pandemic, that there has been an explosion of research communicated about COVID-19 and the pandemic. This has happened very rapidly and continues unabated, and it's not only in virology or epidemiology, public health, it's across a variety of disciplines within research, involving various different researchers. And it also, this communication has been largely based using preprint servers or platforms that do not use peer review systems as they are traditionally used. It's very interesting. So initially there were immediate stops. Some ways of doing research were severely disrupted. And for us in research integrity and ethics, we had to take stock and think about what's happening to research ethics and integrity now during this pandemic. And some of these questions take a lot longer and were a bit slower than some of the immediate effects of the pandemic. There are some basic questions then. What are the needs for trustworthy research now and during and after the pandemic? Have research practices changed, and what do they look like now? And actually maybe due to that, other principles of research integrity changed or unchanged? What are the challenges for researchers, for institutions, for others, for ensuring research integrity? How might we better understand and solve for these challenges? And can research integrity play a greater role in public trust of research Does it play any role at all? To be frank and honest and transparent, we didn't really have any easy answers when we first posed these questions. So we asked people, we asked others at our institution who were experts, who were key people for us, thought leaders. This included members of our Research Integrity Advisor Network. It included experts in research management, graduate research management, so looking after PhD and master's students, and also experts in the management, storage, of sharing of research data. And we also sought the advice and input of internationally recognised experts in research integrity. Please allow me to thank all of those who have contributed to this. What were the challenges? What are the challenges for research integrity during the COVID-19 pandemic was one of the simple questions we asked these experts. And through a variety of different interviews that we conducted, we found a number of insights from them. These were really, really important for us to build up extra guidance and better understanding initially. It's pretty strong from all many of the experts that we spoke to were that the principles of research integrity were unchanged. There might be a different emphasis on particular principles now, for example, in research integrity, or perhaps in other areas such as human research ethics. We also heard that there was a need for more guidance for researchers. There's probably also a need for more guidance across the board, given the changed settings, but this was something that came out clearly. Whether that guidance then restated the obvious or provided new information was something that we had to determine. Particularly for our researchers, they noticed communication challenges for teams of supervision and for relationships, supervisory relationships between senior and junior colleagues, between supervisors and their student candidates. There was a concern that the urgency or rapid changes to the research environment meant that we didn't spend time thinking about ethics and integrity, or that they were seen as extra, nice to have, or all of a sudden became strictly only about compliance. There's a concern around an over-enthusiastic rush to produce, to write, to conduct peer review, to publish rapidly. And that this and related aspects would result in a lack of rigour in change research. There was a concern that people were applying inappropriate methodologies to answer new questions related to COVID-19 pandemic. Clearly, there was an increased need for openness and transparency, and there's an acknowledgement that overall there was an increased feeling of pressure and an increased risk of unwellness in researchers, graduate researchers and others, all of us together. There was also an interesting aspect of this from some, which was about the politicisation, or how do we build trust, public trust in research? And this was seen as a challenge for research integrity. We know that it's changed. The COVID-19 pandemic has changed and introduced new stresses and changed the research environment. Some aspects of this include ways to conduct what's termed COVID-safe research to prevent the spread of the COVID-19 infection. And we all felt this, or many of us felt this particularly early on, with physical or social distancing measures and other restrictions significantly altered or compromised certain research methodologies. Some ways of doing research were no longer viable. There are other changes too, where researchers are now changing, or had to change, research directions. Some of these are leading to new and great opportunities and better understanding public health, or inventing vaccines, etc. But there are other aspects to this, including making sure that there were pathways for ensuring ethical research. This is related to then ways of ensuring the integrity or trustworthiness of COVID-19 research, where in the context of such an explosion of publication or communication in preprint platforms, rapid sharing and open sharing of data, the use of trusted or untrusted research data sources and other elements were really, really crucial. What did these look like? How could we describe them and support them so that researchers could address some of the key questions due to the pandemic? The other induced changes due to the pandemic include a rapid data management and sharing, and many groups were quick to form information and guidance around how this could be done responsibly. And finally, something that we found at RMIT was very much a focus was around how could we support, well, firstly, remote collaboration, but perhaps more importantly for us, remote supervision and graduate research. What were the ways that we could actually help student researchers, PhD students, becoming the engine room of research and leaders in their own right? How could we help them and their supervisors still do great research and have great learning outcomes? So in a nutshell, we already knew that there were great difficulties and challenges in the translation of research integrity principles into practices. And there are various mechanisms that appear to affect this. And the COVID-19 pandemic then has changed the research environment and introduced new stresses for researchers and others. And so it is quite a challenging environment. For research integrity and the spectrum of research integrity and the translation of principles of research integrity into research practice, we're not quite sure yet how this might have changed due to the COVID-19 pandemic. On one side of the spectrum, we have the principles, I've used here the APEC guiding principles for research integrity that ensure trustworthy and excellent research. And then I'm representing here then departures away and across a blurry or difficult to define threshold into what are termed breaches or serious breaches of research integrity. Has the frequency of these breaches changed? Has the nature of them changed? How has, for example, remote collaboration and supervision affected one of the key problems or defined misbehaviours in research that appears to affect integrity, in particular inadequate supervision? We don't really know the answers for this yet. It's very interesting. To at least mitigate some of these concerns and to provide more support, at RMIT we made new guidance and installed some new processes and asked our researchers to review their research. And if it was necessary, we've asked them to do a number of things, and I've summarised them here. We've asked them to implement our COVID safe plan so that they can conduct their research safely and prevent the spread of the infection. We've asked them to consider how they can maintain current ethics approvals through amendments and other things, such that ethics committees and researchers can get together and make sure that their work is still ethically sound. We've really emphasised the importance of responsible planning, particularly around responsible management and sharing and reuse of COVID-19 related research data and research data overall. And this includes using trusted platforms for storage or sharing. We've asked researchers to consider ways to ensure rigour and reproducibility, particularly with the rapid nature of COVID-19 related research. And this has been talked about by others particularly skilled in this area, and it includes the idea of open research practices such as pre-registration and the use of the open science framework. And finally, as I mentioned before, we've tried to implement various assistance or procedures to really help out supervisors and their students. What we haven't quite got to yet are things that I think, two things that can be quite important for research integrity during the COVID-19 pandemic. And one of these is the idea of building an awareness and understanding and the practice of ethics and integrity reflexivity. This is related to work that's been published elsewhere, great work published elsewhere around human research ethics. Very, very briefly, the procedures or processes that we have for research ethics and as well as integrity, so responsible conduct of research, these often encourage the incorporation of principles into research practices. And they can't hope to capture all the risks that a research project or research processes might carry or present. And this is contrasted to ethics and integrity in practice by researchers, where there are decisions that have to be made, sometimes on the fly, and sometimes that don't necessarily look like major red letter dilemmas or major disasters. These can be mundane, commonplace things like the storage of data or the authorship of a paper or the sharing of findings. And these can still be significant. And they're very, very hard to predict. So we need, I think, to build in to our research community and our researchers and our students the idea that they should be constantly taking stock of their actions and that their role in the research process and of the subject these to the same critical scrutiny that they apply elsewhere in their work. This reflexivity is a practice, I think, well established in humanities and should be shared by other disciplines. Also, there's an issue here around research integrity by institutions during and after the COVID-19 pandemic. As compared to researchers, we know far less about how institutions such as universities translate the principles of research integrity into practice. We know with some certainty about what institutions should be doing for responsible and trustworthy research. Indeed, that's a lot of the focus of the APEC guiding principles work was on this. But we know very little about this, and we know even less about the mechanisms that might affect research integrity by research institutions, particularly now and after the research environments have changed so much due to the COVID-19 pandemic. So please allow me to summarise. Research integrity underpins the trustworthiness and impact of research. The APEC guiding principles for research integrity are honesty, responsibility, rigour, transparency, respect, fairness, and diversity. Principles-based guidance provide a common language of what is meant by research integrity and can be used to enhance researcher capability. We think the research integrity principles remain crucial to ensure trust in research during the COVID-19 pandemic, which has changed the global research environment. And there are key questions that are coming out from this that are exacerbated by the pandemic, perhaps. How will you, as a researcher, meet the principles for trustworthy research, or as an administrator? And how will our institutions meet their responsibilities for research integrity, given the effects of the pandemic? I'd like to now say thank you, good luck, stay safe. I have a number of acknowledgements that are listed there. Thank you all to have contributed to this presentation. And please, I'd like to extend a warm invitation to you all for the 7th World Conference on Research Integrity and a series of free webinars that are taking place this year. And with that, I'll say thank you very much and all the best. Please enjoy the conference.
Thank you, Dr. Barr.
Hello, my name is Daniel Barr.
Oh. Also for elucidating, hello Ovid, elucidating some of the many gaps in our knowledge. Hopefully together some of the collaborators within APRI can join you in understanding and unraveling some of the many questions that still remain, particularly around how research in general and research integrity has transformed during the pandemic. I am now delighted to welcome Dr. In-Jae Lee, who, as I mentioned earlier, has been the fundamental driving force behind this conference and has been thinking about it and engaging sponsors for the last 2 years. And we welcome him as the director of the Korean University Council on Research Ethics, director of the Council on Research Ethics, and also professor at Seoul National University of Education. Professor Lee.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Hello, everyone. Thank you for Joy for my introduction. And I'm very honored to be able to present in such a meaningful event as a keynote speaker. The main point that I would like to bring about with you this lecture is, as a complex adaptive system, it is essential to conduct responsible research that secures research ethics for the research enterprise to function properly. Therefore, many countries and universities have been making great efforts to ensure research ethics. However, there are still constant research ethics violations, even though researchers say they are well aware of the importance of responsible conduct of research and research ethics. Why is that? To answer this question, I think it is necessary, above all, to consider the cause of research ethics violations. In this way, we can find a suitable solution. As for the cause of research ethics violation, I will look at personal psychological aspects and system environmental aspects, and look at the implications of preventing research ethics violations. As some of you know, research competitiveness is directly connected to national competitiveness. In the era of the post-industrial revolution in the 21st century, this makes it all the more important to establish research ethics to secure high standard and reliability of research. This is because any research, no matter how new, that does not guarantee research ethics, does not benefit the researchers and the research community, society. Research ethics is a rule or norm that a researcher must know and comply in the entire process of conducting research, and is the basis for ICI. In the COVID-19 pandemic, securing research ethics is more vital. This is because the urgency of research is required in an emergency situation like COVID-19 pandemic. But if research ethics is not guaranteed, it can cause fatal harm to individuals, research communities, and the human society. Even if the pandemic has changed our research environment and our everyday lives, it doesn't imply that the core values or rules we should pursue as researchers are less important or more or less than before. This should not be overlooked, as many researchers use the coronavirus pandemic to justify their research misconduct. Therefore, in order to prevent and reduce research ethics violations, it is necessary to have a comprehensive understanding of cause of research ethics violations and systemic appropriate response based on them. In fact, discussions about who violate research ethics and why they violate research ethics are relatively few compared to other topics in research ethics. In order to prevent the problem, an appropriate solution to the problem is necessary, because the solution also comes from an accurate recognition of the problem. As you see this figure, the research ecosystem, in other words, research enterprise, is a system of individual researchers, organizations, and relationships requires each part to work in order to succeed. The research enterprise is like a complex adaptive system that can work on its own without particular governance because of inter and codependency. The elements in the complex adaptive system constantly change based on their interactions with each other. I would like to direct your attention to the two noticeable components in the system. That is, stakeholders and the system and process. They are codependent on each other, and with the arrows, we can tell how they go in either directions, showing how it can be unsystemic and having an unpredictable cause and effect. Some components of the enterprise work at local level like research institution or national level like research funding systems. Some of other components work at a more global level. Some researchers neglect to carry out their work ethically, and there are too many possible explanations for that. It can be intentional flaws, irresponsibility, or pressure and environment. This is detrimental to the research enterprise in that it could harm scientific practice or scientific image. Now, I would like to briefly review some of the preceding papers that explored the causes of research ethics violations. Some of these have focused on personal psychological factors, while others have focused on systems, research environment, or culture. But to prevent or reduce research ethics violations, it is important to find a comprehensive solution to the problem while considering the perspectives of all, not just one. Gonzalez and Robinson, others describe 9 motives for researchers to commit research misconduct. And the first letters of these words become tragedies. In other words, temptation, rationalization, ambition, group and authority, pressure, entitlement, deception, incrementalism, embarrassment, and stupid systems. These elements are said to be interconnected and can lead researchers to the wrong path. Kalichman and Lesnick describe research ethics violations from 2 perspectives. The first is so-called rotten apple theory, and the other is publish or perish, which is feeling excessive pressures on receiving research funds or having to publish. Thus, the theory of stressful or incomplete working environment. The rotten apple theory is an individualistic perspective that believes in a few bad apples that are corrupt. The second theory is about the perceived fairness of a working environment or system. And rationalizations are basically self-justifications on their own misdoings and violations. Research misconduct would be less frequent if there was ample research ethics education and guidelines on good research practice. According to Mirganka, if research is central to knowledge creation and a key driver of the advancement of society, then research ethics is the bedrock of research. Without integrity as the core and basis of research, the published studies cannot benefit society in a way it is intended. So research misconduct doesn't just affect the researcher or her reputations, but its rigorous scholarly advancement while also creating a distrust within society. However, it is important to bear in mind that for some researchers, violations occur from not knowing or inexperience. Yet, there are those that commit violations for other personal reasons, like pressure to publish papers or secure grants, and inadequate systems for detecting misconduct. How are researchers able to engage in research misconduct or QRP, often repeatedly, without being overwhelmed by guilt? I would like to present a novel framework centered on the role of self-serving justification to build upon and advance the rapidly expanding research on intentional unethical behavior of people who value their morality highly. According to these perspectives, self-serving justifications emerging before and after people engage in intentional ethical violations mitigate the threat to the moral self, enabling them to do wrong while feeling moral. Pre-violation justifications lessen the anticipated threat to the moral self by redefining questionable behaviors as excusable. Post-violation justifications elevate the experienced threat to the moral self through compensations that balance or lessen violations. These views highlight the psychological mechanisms that prompt people to do wrong and feel moral, and suggest future research directions regarding the temporal dimensions of self-serving justifications of ethical misconduct. As shown of picture, temptation may lead to the moral violation. In other way, the deviation from socially accepted principles or rules. One's moral self-concept is threatened by 2 points in time, before committing a moral violation and afterward. Self-serving justification provide effective ways to attenuate or even eliminate the threat to one's moral self-concept. First, pre-violation justifications enables people to excuse misbehaviors they are about to commit as less immoral and thus reduce anticipated ethical dissonance. Second, post-violation justifications compensate for violations that people have already committed and lessen the experience ethical dissonance. The following are 6 common strategies researchers have identified that people use to justify unethical behavior and maintain a positive self-view. First, one is approach to viewing the behavior as a gray area, ambiguous rather than clearly wrong. Some situations are indeed morally complex or confusing, but people may interpret the information at hand in a selective manner. So people may also justify unethical behavior by framing as an act of altruism rather than self-interest. The opportunity for an altruistic justification led unethical actors to feel more comfortable using deception for personal gain. Regarding moral licensing, this idea is that one good deed can make people feel licensed to forego another, as if they have already checked off that box and can move on. In other words, people may feel the perceived good deeds let them off the hook in other situations. In this way, moral licensing can be a double-edged sword. On the one hand, it may encourage moral behavior in short term, especially when a person's moral identity is threatened and they are motivated to reaffirm it, but it is unlikely to be a sustainable source of moral behavior in the long run. About the symbolic cleansing, after a transgression has already taken place, research suggests that people may engage in literal or figurative forms of cleansing, as if washing away their sins. While cleansing behavior may have psychological benefits, it doesn't necessarily have social ones. Findings like these suggest that it may decrease rather than increase likelihood that a person will try to make amends or better in the future. Regarding partially coming clean, admitting to mistake can be a constructive step in a process of responding to wrongdoing. But sometimes people admit only to one part of what happened, perhaps a part that is more likely to be found in a way, rather than fully owning up. Last, demonetizing those who have done worse. Another way people may try to feel virtuous after misdeed is to judge others even more harshly for same offense. Researchers refer to this tendency as ethical distancing, or the pot calling the kettle black. In summary, we often experience a conflict between a desire to see ourselves and be seen as a good people, and a desire to behave in ways that don't necessarily align with their self-image. We may try to resolve this dissonance in a range of different ways, from changing the ways we view the behavior to changing the way we view ourselves and others. These figures show well for us to understand the complex interaction between the factors and indicators that currently define success and the problems which currently threaten research integrity. From this figure, it is possible to clearly grasp the factors for successful research. What are the problems that threaten research ethics and how they are affecting them? It seems that this provides a meaningful direction on what to do and how to respond effectively to prevent and reduce research ethics violations. To establish research ethics and integrity, it is necessary to first understand who are the representative stakeholders of research ethics, what roles they play, and how they should interact with each other. As shown in the figure above, in order for the research enterprise to function properly as a complex adaptive system, the representative stakeholders who constitute it must accurately recognize and practice their respective roles and responsibility. As of the stakeholders with research ethics should recognize the importance of research ethics and consistently practice common values and norms for responsible research conduct in their performance of their roles. In order to establish research ethics, the goal or direction can be realized through the cooperation of the researcher, as well as the research institute to which he belongs, and the related parties who support and monitor research activities in various aspects. However, among the stakeholders who are responsible for research ethics, and the ones play the most basic yet important role, are the individual researchers. As researchers, they should be aware of the goal and the values of responsible conduct of research and the importance of research ethics integrity. There is an obligation to comply the values and the research ethics such as integrity, respect, openness, transparency, and objectivity in the entire process of conducting research. Researchers must practice research ethics within high interest and enthusiasm for research ethics and must have a strong will to boldly resist the temptation to violate research ethics in various forms that appear anytime. To achieve this, it is necessary to continuously and voluntarily participate in research ethics education that is considered a strong solution. Suitable monitoring and evaluations that ensure correct conduct to prevent selfish motives and psychological problems of corrupt individuals. Rather than thinking that only the goals of the researcher's need should be met in any way, we must recognize the necessity of conducting research in an ethically reasonable manner. In addition, research ethics should not be regarded as the constraint that hinders free and creative research and should not be indifferent or distant. In particular, there are cases of use of the research ethics as a means of attacking others. So it is also necessary to be wary of inciting hostility to research ethics. This is because research ethics act like a strong partner or the GPS of research ethics that helps researchers conduct competent and responsible research. First of all, government and the research institutes should feel the weight of their responsibility with the recognition that they play a central role in establishing research ethics and responding to threats research ethics. Also, relevant policies should be implemented by enacting standardized regulations necessary for researchers to conduct responsible research. In addition, we need to provide adequate support for researchers to conduct research in a stable manner. This will be possible by building a research ethics structure. For example, implementing policies to reduce stress caused by quantitative achievement evaluation, which is most often mentioned among the causes of the current research ethics violations. On the other hand, they can also recognize the reward and support researchers who follow research ethics and conduct research responsible conduct. I think it is important to produce regulations and implement them on rational conflict of interest. Researchers should be provided with training on appropriate research integrity by experts with extensive experience in research integrity. No matter how much emphasis is placed on research ethics violations occur. So it is necessary to perform follow-up through verification of research misconduct. To achieve this, transparent and fair procedure of handling research misconduct, such as reporting, verification, and sanctions, should be established. If the sanction of research misconduct is not effective, it does not affect the prevention or reduction of research ethics violations. The systems or process for maintaining the integrity of research cannot be without flaws. There is no shortcut to change researchers' behaviors and raise the standard research integrity. But in the COVID-19 pandemic, these are the following actions that academic society and publishers can take. First, during fierce competition and the pressure of the rapid publication, make it possible to publish many papers that have not been peer-reviewed, such as preprinters. Preprinters contribute to facilitating joint research, transparency, and rapid data sharing, but caution should be exercised as they spread controversial information in the COVID-19 pandemic. We must honestly and transparently disclose the situation of conflict of interest related to the paper publications. Researchers need to disclose their research so that they can be reviewed in advance before data collection. Who do you believe is responsible for promoting research ethics? As I explained until now, research ethics is generally seen as a shared responsibility in which all stakeholders within research ethics have a role to play. Regarding to the personal psychological factor to influence negatively research ethics, we must not ignore the perverse effects that unsuitable incentives may incur and a lack of control for compliance. Because these were sought to make research ethics violations a low risk, high gain prospect. In addition to this, although excessive pressure was the factor that was most often mentioned as causing research ethics violations, many sustained that the responsibility to prevent research ethics violations ultimately resided in the researchers, and that pressure cannot become excuse for bad practice. In conclusion, I'd like to end this presentation by mentioning 3 ways to prevent research ethics violations. First, in order to prevent research ethics violations, the first priority is to continuously practice responsible conduct of research based on researchers' high awareness of research ethics. Researchers violate research ethics because they are tempted to neglect research ethics everywhere, and the benefits of violating research ethics are high. Therefore, we need to strengthen the prevention of these activities by understanding various factors that negatively affect establishment of research ethics of researchers. Second, various stakeholders of research ethics should recognize the importance of their respective roles and cooperate with each other to establish research ethics while performing those roles. What is important here is that the establishment of research ethics is not achieved by instructions or cohesion from above, but the practice that adheres to research ethics should be further strengthening in all routine research processes. Third, the research environment in which the researcher belongs should have the positive and ethical culture. This includes positive leadership styles, influential role models, and collaborative work with researchers from diverse sectors or disciplines. Conflict between personal ethical standards and workplace-related situations that may encourage unethical conduct may not only cause stress among researchers, but also lead them to commit ethical violations. This concludes my presentation. Thank you for attention. I hope that the conference will be more enjoyable and informative. Thank you very much.
Unmuted.
Thank you, Danny. Thank you, Professor Lee. I am particularly intrigued by your exploration of some of the psychological mechanisms that may occur in the context of breaches of research integrity. And perhaps this is something we could explore as part of our discussion we have now for 30 minutes. So I have never done this before with the live chat and the Zoom chat and the YouTube chat. So I will ask already for your patience, but particularly those who are on the YouTube chat, please write your questions in English. And also if you have questions on the Zoom, I think I can read those. And then we have all of the speakers have permission to use their microphone. So I will ask, first of all, among our speakers, the three speakers, Dr. Roh, Dr. Barr, and Dr. Injae Lee, perhaps you have questions for each other, and we could start that way. So, Dr. Barr, you have a question?
Thank you, Zoe. I was going to ask President Roh, if I may. Thank you very much for your wonderful presentation. The higher education or university sector in Australia is now significantly changed because we were very strong actually economically because of our international student enrollments. So for us, our university sector now is missing that source of not only income, but also contribution to the university life. What are some of the challenges, do you think, that are specific for Korean universities that they might be facing now during COVID and also in the, I guess, the short-term future?
Yeah, I think the similar problems also Korean universities are facing in terms of recruiting international students because of COVID pandemic. So I think that's still a very key concern, as well as generally universities are facing lot of problem in recruiting domestic students as well, because the number of students are getting low because our birth rates are going very, very down. So that's the similar problem that we are facing. Yes. Yeah.
Thank you.
Right.
Other questions perhaps for Dr. Rowe? Yes, Danny.
Hi, thank you, Professor Rao. I really enjoy your presentation. So I think, many of the young investigators really do understand the concept of, say, predatory journals that I think we try to ask them to avoid. You have several times mentioned in your presentation of unethical conferences. So I was wondering whether you actually elaborate a little bit on that and share with us your concern about these so-called unethical conferences. What are they, and how frequent are they? These, the researchers that participate in such conferences.
That issue has been raised about 3 years ago through the news media that has detected. I mean, that has brought out the issue that the researchers go to conferences in a tourist spot with very shaky programs, and then its quality is not well justified, and that since the news media has made that exposure and that became a real viral social problem. I mean, become a social issue in Korea. So we had to do some response toward that the social requests about doing something about this issue. So we had to make guidelines to make checklists about the researchers to examine and evaluate the organizers of conference, whether they are scientifically sound and whether the programs are well organized, and that kind of checklist. So we had to provide the guidelines to the predatory journals or pirate conferences. Yes. Yeah.
Thank you.
So no conferences in Hawaii then?
Well, it's all right, but as long as the programs are sound, and and there's also some tendency among researchers to attend the conference and just present in the session of their own presentation and not and being absent in the rest of the conferences, and something like that kind of behavior is not educational and not good. So that kind of probably, yes, a checklist about oneself. Yeah, that was also circulated.
It works on Zoom also, so everyone who has their black screen, we know. Really lovely, those of you who are here, and sometimes we need to step away, so it's understandable. We do have a long day today, long night for some people, like Dr. Garfinkel, maybe one of our latest time zones. So thank you all for being as present as possible. So perhaps a question for Dr. Barr, and then we can move on to Professor Lee. Oh wait, hold on, I have a question from the YouTube. So it is in fact a question for you, Professor Lee. Is the violation of research ethics a concept that includes research misconduct and questionable research practices? You're on mute. Can you unmute?
Turn on the mic.
Yeah,
okay, yeah. Thank you for questions. Yeah, generally speaking, research misconduct and questionable research misconduct is different. People regard research misconduct is very seriously divided the RCR or good research practice, but the questionable research practice is the minor deviation from the good research practice. But in my view, even though questionable research practice is minor and to affect very slightly more than research misconduct, it is important to have the a certain habits of research practice. QRP practice make more go to the research misconduct in the future. So even though we regulated focus the research misconduct, I think it needs to encompass to the QRP, including not commit the research misconduct and QRP.
Okay, thank you, Professor Lee.
Yeah.
And as we have learned in our interactions with each other through APRI, many countries and even universities or funding agencies or even publishing houses have different definitions of those practices. And Dr. Barr, you touched upon some of the principles that are inherent and usually show up, particularly within the APEC countries that you did such beautiful work with. So I wanted to ask you, while we wait for another question, and also Dr. Rowe, as well as Professor Lee, mentioned the importance of supporting graduate students. And you mentioned that you have a candidate action and support plan, which may be useful for others in their reflexivity as they are constantly self-reflecting on their own behavior.
Thank you, Zoe. In Australia, we for our Australian code, and I think a number of other codes around internationally now, including the APEC Guiding Principles for Research Integrity, we defined what research integrity was in a principles-based way, and then we've changed our approach really for looking at violations, questionable practices, or misconducts simply as breaches, perhaps just practices that wouldn't meet the principles. And so that allows us to accommodate for the very, very serious traditional items that were but misbehaviors that are seen as research misconduct, but also incorporate discipline or academic standards to practices that are questionable and still are breaches. And I agree with Professor Lee, and I'm sure many of us will, that these middle parts of the spectrum are very important to address, and there's some evidence that suggests that. So that's the way we do it. We don't try and make a huge list of everything. We've got a guide that provides a list of every single potential breach, but it's not exhaustive. It's not exhaustive, and it doesn't. We don't have to define each individual one. We just say, well, that we have the license to determine if something is a breach or not, based around whether something meets principles or if it doesn't. So then our candidate action plan, we noticed straight away that actually there was a big problem when COVID hit, because there was going to be an issue around fear of missing out and lack of supervision for students, right? So supervisory teams were all of a sudden split apart. There was a nice description of this in today's conference already around being connected but being remote. So it was around, well, actually we have to quickly and rapidly help students who were all of a sudden wanting to change their research, or even feeling like they had to change their research questions to be about COVID. That was an issue, as well as what happens to supervisory teams, what happens to their support network if they are all remote and changing research directions themselves. Or in the case of many universities around the world, particularly in Australia, what happens when people leave? We've had to have dramatic reductions, unfortunately and sadly, that reductions in people working in our institutions. So what happens? What do we put in place for students given all this new change? And something that RMIT focused on was an action plan, sort of reflexivity by the institution, really, an action plan that made sure that if there was going to be a major change, that those major changes would be expedited for oversight by the university, would be, have a special team look at them and make sure everything would work okay. And we did something similar for our ethics approvals. We had a special pathway for research about COVID, or that had to change to COVID or had to stop. So we got special processes put special processes in place. And that's not necessarily needed now. I think that now we're focusing on well-being, longer term well-being for all of us maybe, but particularly in supervisory teams. And Professor Lee talked about this a lot. I think this might affect how people translate principles into practice in their research if they're feeling unwell or stressed, or the different settings they find themselves in now.
Thank you, Dr. Barr. Professor Sham, you have a question.
Yes, this is Mia Sham from the Chinese University of Hong Kong. I have a response to Professor Lee's answer to the previous question and to Dan's answer, because I think that in the context of APRI, in the Asia Pacific Research Integrity Network, this concept is particularly important. Professor Lee actually mentioned a few times about personal moral standard when we are evaluating research ethics. So these few concepts of research ethics, research misconduct, and questionable research practices, I think that in the Asian, particularly Asian, not necessarily Asian Pacific, which is a lot broader, in the Asian context, this personal moral burden actually works both ways. We could use this concept of personal moral standard as a way to constrain our behavior in our compliance with regulations, rules that we consider ourselves because it's personal. But it is also about the perceived standard, because in the Asian culture, this somehow carry a very heavy weight, how the community, how other people perceive as your moral behavior. So this is something that we can make use of. So if we can have a communal accepted so-called moral standard, then we could really exercise it as part of training, as part of support. Nevertheless, do bear in mind about the negative part, about this very heavy moral burden. It could also drive misbehavior. Somehow this burden becomes so heavy, it could become inhibiting, prohibiting in even just committing to just research, even enter into research arena. So this particular concept, I think, I'm not actually an ethicist, but I just feel that in this particular Asia-Pacific arena, we, with the particular Asian culture of the moral standard, perhaps as we are developing supporting material, training material, and so on, I think probably we could prepare something or develop something that are even more applicable or shared among our region. So this is really just a particular response that I want to make in this context. As for questionable research practices, misbehavior, and so on, obviously these are a wide range of behavior. What we should focus on perhaps is on the education side, is what would be considered as good practices, which could be easier to articulate, and just go from there, rather than considering what are the wrong things that we should avoid, because that burden, the so-called ethical burden somehow in this part of the world may not necessarily be encouraging. So we could focus on the positive energy, the good practices. That's really the comment I wanted to make. Thank you very much, Zoe. I think Professor Zhou Xian had always wanted to ask a question. She raised her hand earlier.
Yes, please. Thank you, Professor Sham. Professor Chu.
Yes, so I have already asked the question to President Zhou, and that do you think your research integrity or ethics education should cover high school students? Because in your presentation, you talk about you have to deal with the co-authorship of younger researcher under 19 years old. That means the high school students. Why do they need to be a co-author on a research paper? In what context they have to do the research? That's my question.
Yeah. Okay, so that issue of young people being involved as a co-authorship was also a very hot social issue in Korea for like last couple of years. And it's because there's young people's research and experiment programs that's very actively going on. And most high school students who are participating in that research and experiments program are doing very well, and then they deserve to be in the authorship of the paper if their work is at the part of the paper. But there are some small number of percentage of students who don't do the do experiments, but only get the guest authorship in the paper in a purpose to get a good qualification for the college entrance, good portfolio for the college entrance. So that became a social issue, so we had to deal with that problem. And in response to your answer, whether we need to expand our research integrity ethics education to the high school students, I think for the high school students, it's probably in more broad areas, not just research, but in all their work in respect to college entrance, to prepare, like doing some service in volunteer work in social sectors, that they do the do work and get a do certificate. And instead of getting only the certificate without doing the voluntary service work, and that kind of basic ethics. And probably it's in that context that the broad ethics education is the core of the high school education. And in terms of research integrity issues, I think that can be done when high school students join the research lab in primarily research university labs. Then the kind of education or a guideline can be addressed to them. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll stay with you, Dr. Roh, for a moment. There is a question on the YouTube related to monitoring mechanisms that were described around the pirate conferences that you mentioned, and whether
Yes.
those mechanisms are actually practical for the researchers themselves.
I think it depends on different disciplines, and how do we monitor? We cannot do any official monitoring, and I think in the society of the particular disciplines, probably they can circulate information about not good conferences, not well organized conferences, and instead can recommend good conferences to the members of the society or the researchers. So that kind of individual, the society level efforts, I think can be done. I mean, the overall monitoring cannot be done on that to deal with that issue. Yes.
Mm. But as Professor Sham said, focusing on the positive and then suggesting which conferences are valid.
Right, right.
Yeah.
Right. So recommend good conferences, and and that kind of recommendation system will be good.
Thank you. So we have 2 more thematic questions and about 5 minutes left. So I will ask our speakers to be quite brief in your responses. I'll direct the first one to Dr. Barr. This is a question about whether you have noticed any cultural differences in the perpetuation of breaches of integrity at RMIT.
I'm not sure at RMIT, but maybe more broadly I'll be able to speak. But we don't have a lot of data. We have a problem in Australia. We don't really, we're not sharing enough data or information about the system as much as probably is happening elsewhere. And I think we're trying to address this through some surveys that are being done and some sharing of information. The breaches look probably familiar to a lot of other places. Plagiarism, duplicate publication are quite frequent, and that's what research integrity officers are faced with. But I think probably at the moment we have a couple of issues around the sort of middle band of the spectrum. You know, there's stuff that that we've talked about here around the link between researcher capability or the positive aspects of research integrity, and then that blurriness that happens when it's not as good as it should be, and particularly around supervision, particularly around data management, facilities for data management and sharing and storage. But yeah, well, I think at the moment we have an Australian cultural issue of mateship getting in the way of reporting and us not being transparent enough across our system. I think that's slightly changing now. So.
Thank you very much. And I know I've heard about Danny Chan has described at Hong Kong University, for example, they have a system where each master's level student, I believe, is required to upload their data management plan. So there is some scrutiny of that at that kind of level. So there are many models even among those who are on this call that can be useful. So the last question is for Professor In-Jae Lee from Professor Jennifer Byrne. I'll ask you to pose it yourself, unmute yourself, yes.
Oh, thank you very much, Zoe. Actually, if there's not time, I can talk to Professor Lee offline, but I think his presentation made me think of an effect that I've heard in the psychological literature around what's called the Muhammad Ali effect, which comes from the boxer's quote, you know, I am the greatest, the tendency of people to believe innately that they are kind of more moral than everybody else. And I just wondered how that kind of impacts upon, you know, research integrity, where probably all of us think that we're kind of pretty moral people. Thank you.
Yeah.
Professor Lee, you have, please.
Yes, I agree with you. Yeah, common people think they are a moral behavior, but sometimes the environment too stress for researchers to publish or any other things. They think it is right to deviate a minor unethical behavior. So they behavior like that minor deviant act habitually. And lastly, they think it is not wrong to behave like a minor misbehavior. I think it is very important to think, to educate the whole researchers about the research integrity or research ethics. We emphasize the minor deviation from the research integrity is not good. So we always behave to conduct our research based on the research integrity and good practice. That's all. Thank you very much for your concern and questions.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's 1 minute remaining for Deming Chao, your question to everyone regarding predatory journals. How are institutions and countries managing the issue of predatory journals? 30 seconds.
Maybe we're not. We provide some advice. Think, check, submit. We provide that to researchers, and it was actually a focus last year from our academic board. And so we did some education training around just responsible or good publication practices. Again, Meha Sham has hit the nail on the head around focusing on positive practices to inform then what might be a breach or how to avoid things. It's a good question.
Thank you. Good brief answers. Thank you to all three of our speakers. Thank you very much. And I can focus on the positive now. We are taking a 1 hour break, regardless of your time zone. Just come back in 1 hour and you can turn off your screens. You can leave on your screen and dance, learn the new Korean dances that we were able to see. And we'll see you back in 1 hour. Thank you. 감사합니다.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Focus, I can't even control it. You know you lose the golden, baby, get me high. Touching me like lightning, keeping it exciting. You know exactly what to do to blow my mind. You're from another planet. I've never felt like this. I don't know how I ever survived without it. I'm starry-eyed, got me upside down, spinning around you. Wanna taste the clouds, dance with the moonlight. Take a trip around your body. Boy, I love the way you got me. Starry-eyed, got me starry-eyed. This bed is out of space, just keep painting constellations. You cover me in glitter till I'm shining bright. I never wanna leave the sky. The way you make me feel alive. I was in the dark and baby, you're the light. From another planet, I've never felt like this. I don't know how I ever survived without it. I'm starry-eyed, got me upside down, spinning around you. Wanna taste the clouds, dance with the moonlight. Take a trip around your body. Boy, I love the way you got me. Starry-eyed, got me starry-eyed. Couldn't fight if I wanted, flying to places that I never thought I could go. You're a meteor shower, falling down all over me, yeah, you're making me go. Couldn't fight if I wanted, flying to places that I never thought I could go. Starry-eyed, got me starry-eyed. Yeah, got me upside down, spinning around you. Wanna taste the clouds, dance with the moonlight. Take a trip around your body. Boy, I love the way you got me. Starry-eyed, got me starry-eyed. Got me upside down, spinning around you. Wanna taste the clouds, dance with the moonlight. Take a trip around your body. Boy, I love the way you got me. Starry-eyed, got me starry-eyed. Got me upside down, spinning around you. Wanna taste the clouds, dance with the moonlight. Take a trip around your body.
Hey, babe, I just wanna know what you think about me when the summer's over. Hey, yeah, it's been a blast. I still remember even after October. And when the winter falls, just think about me and I'll keep just to remain with thoughts of you. And I'm just not the same, I admit, like autumn. I'm falling for you. Wait, I don't wanna go. Time goes flying when you're wrapped in the moment. One more night, just follow me home. Tell me about all of your dreams. Just wanna know you. Let's pretend like the world ends today, 'cause tomorrow you'll be miles away. Seasons have changed, I still remain with thoughts of you. And I'm just not the same, I admit, like autumn. I'm falling for you. I'll be waiting till the day you come back my way. I'll be counting every minute to see your face. I'll be waiting till the day you come back my way. I'll be counting every minute, 'cause though seasons have changed, oh, I still remain. And though seasons have changed, I still remain with thoughts of you. And I'm just not the same, I admit, like autumn. I'm falling for you. Seasons have changed, I still remain with thoughts of you. Thoughts of you. And I'm just not the same, I admit, like autumn. I'm falling for you. When you move, there's a freedom from your hips up to your eyes. Patron saint of the season, yeah, you were built for mid-July. You got the glow of the sunset, you got the rush of the ocean waves, burning high like it's wanted. You make it feel like summer again, again. With your skin soft as ice cream, yeah, you melt under my touch. And with your kiss strong as lightning, you got me falling right back in love. You got the glow of the sunset, you got the rush of the ocean waves, you're burning high like it's wanted. You make it feel like summer again, again. You make it feel like summer again, again. And we both know that it's probably not gonna last forever. In the blink of an eye, May turns into September. When we look back at all the things that we could remember, I want to remember you, and then I'll feel it again, again, and then I'll feel it again, again. You got the glow of the sunset, you got the rush of the ocean waves, you're burning high like it's wanted. You make it feel like summer again. We got a chance and we'll live it. The only rule is there's no regret. From the start to the end, you make it feel like summer again.
might burn a bridge or two, thinking that you're cute. Cause now I'm wanting things I can't have. It all happened so fast. Got me out of bounds. Your name falls out my mouth. Almost every other sentence. No, I can't help it. No, I can't help it. Yeah, I know it's kinda bad. Now my phone, I'm going mad. When you text me back and you look like that in your black hat, it's getting dangerous. How'd I get so deep into this? Oh yeah, I can keep my head from spinning. Gotta love that it's forbidden. Turns me on that it's off limits. How'd I get so deep into this? Oh yeah, I can keep my head from spinning. Tell me who I'm really kidding. Turns me on that it's off limits. I should cut it off, but I can't get enough. I'm not trying to keep it business when you got me addicted. You got me addicted. Yeah, I know it's kinda bad. Now my phone, I'm going mad. When you text me back and you look like that in your black hat, it's getting dangerous. How'd I get so deep into this? Oh yeah, I can keep my head from spinning. Gotta love that it's forbidden. Turns me on that it's off limits. How'd I get so deep into this? Oh yeah, I can keep my head from spinning. Tell me who I'm really kidding. Turns me on that it's off limits. Rip off the red tape, cut off the line, say it's off limits. Break down the doors, can't fight it no more. Yeah, I'm going for it now. How'd I get so deep into this? Oh yeah, now I can keep my head from spinning. Gotta love that it's forbidden. Turns me on that it's How'd I get so deep into this? Oh yeah, now I can keep my head from spinning. Tell me who I'm really kidding. Turns me on that it's off limits. So off limits. Gotta be off limits.
You're feeling it. Down to your last $5 to smoke. You got big dreams. You're just an ambitious.
exactly what to do to blow my mind. You're from another planet. I've never felt like this. I don't know how I ever survived without it. I'm starry-eyed. Got me upside down, spinning around you. Wanna taste the clouds, dance with the moonlight. Take a trip around your body. Boy, I know you got me. Starry-eyed, got me starry-eyed. This bed is out of space, just keep painting constellations. You cover me in glitter till I'm shining bright. I never wanna leave the sky. The way you made me feel alive. I was in the dark and baby, you're the light. You're from another planet. I've never felt like this. I don't know how I ever survived without it. I'm starry-eyed. Got me upside down, spinning around you. Wanna taste the clouds, dance with the moonlight. Take a trip around your body. Boy, I love it when you got me. Starry-eyed, got me starry-eyed. Couldn't fight if I wanted. Flying to places that I never thought I could go. You're a meteor shower, falling down all over me. Yeah, you're making me go. Couldn't fight if I wanted. Flying to places that I never thought I could go. Starry-eyed, got me starry-eyed. Yeah, got me upside down, spinning around you. Wanna taste the clouds, dance with the moonlight. Take a trip around your body. Boy, I love it when you got me. Starry-eyed, got me starry-eyed. Got me upside down, spinning around you. Wanna taste the clouds, dance with the moonlight. Take a trip around your body. Boy, I love it when you got me. Starry-eyed, got me starry-eyed. Got me upside down, spinning around you. Wanna taste the clouds, dance with the moonlight. Take a trip around your body.
Hey, babe, I just wanna know what you think about me when the summer's over. Hey, yeah, it's been a blast. I still remember even after October. And when the winter falls, just think about me and I'll keep you warm. Seasons have changed, I still remain with thoughts of you. And I'm just not the same, I admit, like autumn. I'm falling for you. Wait, I don't wanna go. Time goes flying when you're wrapped in the moment. One more night, just follow me home. Tell me about all of your dreams. Just wanna know you. Let's pretend like the world ends today, 'cause tomorrow you'll be miles away. Seasons have changed, I still remain with thoughts of you. And I'm just not the same, I admit, like autumn. I'm falling for you. I'll be waiting till the day you come back my way. I'll be counting every minute to see your face. I'll be waiting till the day you come back my way. I'll be counting every minute, 'cause though seasons have changed, oh, I still remain. And though seasons have changed, I still remain with thoughts of you. And I'm just not the same, I admit, like autumn. I'm falling for you. Seasons have changed, I still remain with thoughts of you. Thoughts of you. And I'm just not the same, I patron saint of the season. Yeah, you were built for mid-July. You got the glow of the sunset. You got the rush of the ocean waves. Burning high like it's wanted. You make it feel like summer again. With your skin soft as ice cream. Yeah, you melt under my touch. And with a kiss strong as lightning, you got me falling right back in love. You got the glow of the sunset. You got the rush of the ocean wave. You're burning high like it's wanted. You make it feel like summer again. Again, you make it feel like summer again. Again. And we both know that it's probably not gonna last forever. And the blink of an eye, May turns into September. When we look back at all the things that we could remember, I want to remember you, and then I'll feel it again, and then I'll feel it again, again. You got the glow of the sunset. You got the rush of the ocean wave. You're burning high like it's wanted. You make it feel like summer again. We got a chance and we'll give it. The only rule is there's no regret. From the start to the end, you make it feel like summer again. Again, you make it feel like summer again. Again, you make it feel like summer. Oh yeah.
I might burn a bridge or two, thinking that you're cute. Cause now I'm wanting things I can't have. It all happened so fast. Got me out of bounds. Your name falls out my mouth. Almost every other sentence. No, I can't help it. No, I can't help it. Yeah, I know it's kinda bad. Now my phone, I'm going mad. When you text me back and you look like that in your black hat, it's getting dangerous. How'd I get so deep into this? Oh yeah, I can keep my head from spinning. Gotta love that it's forbidden. Turns me on that it's off limit. How'd I get so deep into this? Oh yeah, I can keep my head from spinning. Tell me who I'm really kidding. Turns me on that it's off limits. I should cut it off, but I can't get enough. I'm not trying to keep it business when you got me addicted. You got me addicted. Yeah, I know it's kinda bad. Now my phone, I'm going mad. When you text me back and you look like that in your black hat, it's getting dangerous. How'd I get so deep into this? Oh yeah, I can keep my head from spinning. Gotta love that it's forbidden. Turns me on that it's off limit. How'd I get so deep into this? Oh yeah, I can keep my head from spinning. Tell me who I'm really kidding. Turns me on that it's off limits. Rip off the red tape, cut off the line, say it's off
to your last $5 to smoke. You got big dreams. You're just the
focus. I can't even control it. You know you lose the golden, baby, get me high. Touching me like lightning, keeping it exciting. You know exactly what to do to blow my mind. You're from another planet. I've never felt like this. I don't know how I ever survived without it. I'm starry-eyed. Got me upside down, spinning around you. Wanna taste the clouds, dance with the moon. Take a trip around your body. Boy, I know you got me. Starry-eyed, got me starry-eyed. This bed is out of space, just keep painting constellations. You cover me in glitter till I'm shining bright. I never wanna leave the sky. The way you make me feel alive. I was in the dark and
I just wanna know what you think about me when the summer's over. Hey, yeah, it's been a blast. I still remember even after October. And when the winter falls, just think about me and I'll keep you warm. Seasons have changed, I still remain with thoughts of you. And I'm just not the same, I admit, like autumn. I'm falling for you. Wait, I don't wanna go. Time goes flying when you're wrapped in the moment. One more night, just follow me home. Tell me about all of your dreams. Just wanna know you. Let's pretend like the world ends today, 'cause tomorrow you'll be miles away. Seasons have changed, I still remain with thoughts of you. And I'm just not the same, I admit, like autumn. I'm falling for you. I'll be waiting till the day you come back my way. I'll be counting every minute to see your face. I'll be waiting till the day you come back my way. I'll be counting every minute, 'cause though seasons have changed, oh, I still remain. And though seasons have changed, I still remain with thoughts of you. And I'm just not the same, I admit, like autumn. I'm falling for you. Seasons have changed, I still remain with thoughts of you. Thoughts of you. And I'm just not the same, I admit, like autumn. I'm falling for you. When you move, there's a freedom from your hips up to your eyes. Patron saint of the season, yeah, you were built for mid-July. You got the glow of the sunset, you got the rush of the ocean waves, burning high like it's wanted. You make it feel like summer again, again. With your skin soft as ice cream, yeah, you melt under my touch. And with your kiss strong as lightning, you got me falling right back in love. You got the glow of the sunset, you got the rush of the ocean wave, you're burning high like it's wanted. You make it feel like summer again, again. You make it feel like summer again, again. And we both know that it's probably not gonna last forever. In the blink of an eye, May turns into September. When we look back at all the things that we could remember, I want to remember you, and then I'll feel it again, again. And then I'll feel it again, again. You got the glow like the rush of the ocean wave. You're burning high like it's wanted. You make it feel like summer again. We got a chance and we'll live it. The only rule is there's no regret. From the start to the end, you make it feel like summer again. Again, you make it feel like summer again. Again, you make it feel like summer. Oh yeah.
I might burn a bridge or two, thinking that you're cute. Cause now I'm wanting things I can't have. It all happened so fast. Got me out of bounds. Your name falls out my mouth. Almost every other sentence. No, I can't help it. No, I can't help it. Yeah, I know it's kinda bad. Now my phone, I'm going mad. When you text me back and you look like that in your black hat. It's getting dangerous. How'd I get so deep into this? Oh yeah, I can't keep my head from spinning. Gotta know that it's forbidden. Turns me on that it's off limit. How'd I get so deep into this? Oh yeah, I can't keep my head from spinning. Tell me who I'm really kidding. Turns me on that it's off limits. I should cut it off, but I can't get enough. I'm not trying to keep it business when you got me addicted. You got me addicted. Yeah, I know it's kinda bad. Now my phone, I'm going mad. When you text me back and you look like that in your black hat. It's getting dangerous. How'd I get so deep into this? Oh yeah, I can't keep my head from spinning. Gotta love that it's forbidden. Turns me on that it's off limit. How'd I get so deep into this? Oh yeah, I can't keep my head from spinning. Tell me who I'm really kidding. Turns me on that it's off limits. Rip off the red tape, cut off the line. Say it's off limits. Break down the doors, can't bite it no more. Yeah, I'm going for it now. How'd I get so deep into this? Oh yeah, now I can't keep my head from spinning. Gotta love that it's forbidden. Turns me on that it's How'd I get so deep into this? Oh yeah, now I can't keep my head from spinning. Tell me who I'm really kidding. Turns me on that it's off limits. So off limits. Gotta love it. So off limits.
You feeling it? Down to your last $5 to smokes. You got big dreams. You're just an ambitious.
focus. I can't even control it. You know your lips are golden, baby, get me high. Touching me like lightning, keeping it exciting. You know exactly what to do to blow my mind. You're from another planet. I've never felt like this. I don't know how I ever survived without it. I'm starry-eyed. Got me upside down, spinning around you. Wanna taste the clouds, dance with the moonlight. Take a trip around your body. Boy, I know where you got me. Starry-eyed, got me starry-eyed. This bed is out of space, just keep painting constellations. You cover me in glitter till I'm shining bright. I never wanna leave the sky. The way you make me feel alive. I was in the dark and baby, you're the light. You're from another planet. I've never felt like this. I don't know how I ever survived without it. I'm starry-eyed. Got me upside down, spinning around you. Wanna taste the clouds, dance with the moonlight. Take a trip around your body. Boy, I love it when you got me. Starry-eyed, got me starry-eyed. Couldn't fight if I wanted. Flying to places that I never thought I could go. You're a meteor shower, falling down all over me. Yeah, you're making me go. Couldn't fight if I wanted. Flying to places that I never thought I could go. Starry-eyed, got me starry-eyed. Yeah, got me upside down, spinning around you. Wanna taste the clouds, dance with the moonlight. Take a trip around your body. Boy, I love it when you got me. Starry-eyed, got me starry-eyed. Got me upside down, spinning around you. Wanna taste the clouds, dance with the moonlight. Take a trip around your body. Boy, I love it when you got me. Starry-eyed, got me starry-eyed. Got me upside down, spinning around you. Wanna taste the clouds, dance with the moonlight. Take a trip around your body.
Hey, babe, I just wanna know what you think about me when the summer's over. Hey, yeah, it's been a blast. I still remember even after October. And when the winter falls, just think about me and I'll keep you warm. Seasons have changed, I still remain with thoughts of you. And I'm just not the same, I admit, like autumn. I'm falling for you. Wait, I don't wanna go. Time goes flying when you're wrapped in the moment. One more night, just follow me home. Tell me about all of your dreams. Just wanna know you. Let's pretend like the world ends today, 'cause tomorrow you'll be miles away. Seasons have changed, I still remain with thoughts of you. And I'm just not the same, I admit, like autumn. I'm falling for you. I'll be waiting till the day you come back my way. I'll be counting every minute to see your face. I'll be waiting till the day you come back my way. I'll be counting every minute, 'cause though seasons have changed, oh, I still remain. And though seasons have changed, I still remain with thoughts of you. And I'm just not the same, I admit, like autumn. I'm falling for just not the same. I admit, like autumn, I'm falling for you.
Freedom from your hips up to your eyes, patron saint of the season. Yeah, you were built for mid-July. You got the glow of the sunset, you got the rush of the ocean waves, burning high like it's wanted. You make it feel like summer again. Your skin soft as ice cream, yeah, you melt under my touch. And with your kiss strong as lightning, you got me falling right back in love. You got the glow of the sunset, you got the rush of the ocean wave, you're burning high like it's wanted. You make it feel like summer again. Probably not gonna last forever. In the blink of an eye, May turns into September. When we look back at all the things that we could remember, I want to remember you, and then I'll feel it again, and then I'll feel it again. Got the glow of the sunset, you got the rush of the ocean wave, you're burning high like it's wanted. You make it feel like summer again. We got a chance and we'll live it. The only rule is there's no regret. From the start to the end, you make it feel like summer again.
I might burn a bridge or two, thinking that you're cute. Cause now I'm wanting things I can't have. It all happened so fast. Got me out of bounds. Your name falls out my mouth. Almost every other sentence. No, I can't help it. No, I can't help it. Yeah, I know it's kinda bad. Now my phone, I'm going mad. When you text me back and you look like that in your black hat, it's getting dangerous. How'd I get so deep into this? Oh yeah, I can't keep my head from spinning. Gotta know that it's forbidden. Turns me on that it's limit. How'd I get so deep into this? Oh yeah, I can't keep my head from spinning. Tell me who I'm really kidding. Turns me on that it's off limits. I should cut it off, but I can't get enough. I'm not trying to keep it business when you got me addicted. You got me addicted. Yeah, I know it's kinda bad. Now my phone, I'm going mad. When you text me back and you look like that in your black hat, it's getting dangerous. How'd I get so deep into this? Oh yeah, I can't keep my head from spinning. Gotta know that it's forbidden. Turns me on that it's off limit. How'd I get so deep into this? Oh yeah, I can't keep my head from spinning.
to your last $5 to smoke. You got big dreams. You're just an ambitious.
Hello, good afternoon. Hello, good afternoon. Sorry, it seems that you cannot hear me yet. Is that right?
ได้ยินแล้วค่ะมันดีเลย์
Oh, okay. Good afternoon. Welcome to the afternoon session. This is the plenary lecture 1. My name is Prasit Palitapon Karpim. I'm a professor on microbiology in Mahidol University and also the Vice President of the National Science and Technology Development Agency. This afternoon we will have a lot of interesting lecture. The session is on the progress in university, research institutions, and grant agency in promoting responsible conduct of research. And today we have an honor to have the first speaker, Professor Mai Ha Sham. She is a Pro-Vice Chancellor and Vice President at the Chinese University of Hong Kong. And her talk will be on progress in universities, research institutions, and grant agency in promoting responsible conduct of research. Professor Mai Ha Sham, please.
Hello. Thank you for inviting me to give a talk in this APRI symposium. I'm Mai Ha Sham. I'm from the Chinese University of Hong Kong. So today I will be giving you all an overview on the progress in the university as well as one agency in Hong Kong in promoting responsible conduct of research. So in my talk, I will be talking about our progress in Hong Kong since our last APRI meeting. And I will also mention a few things about new challenges that we are facing. And finally, I would like to say a few words about our progress in implementation of the Hong Kong principles. So in 2017, we held the APRI meeting in Hong Kong. And at the time, quite a few of you were participating. And we also had a follow-up APRI meeting in Taipei in 2018. In both meetings, as I recall, we actually addressed quite a few issues that are particularly akin to for our region, for Asia-Pacific region. For instance, we talk quite a bit on research ethics because of our culture in the Asia-Pacific region. Sometimes it's even the language, the language that we use in distinguishing research ethics and research integrity. We discussed quite a bit of that. But in my talk today, I really want to focus on research integrity, not so much just on misconduct, because it's not just about catching the people who are not doing the right thing. Rather, it is about being aware of and taking responsibility for our professional conduct and our professional environments, very much like what this article is talking about. I also find this other article in Nature very helpful in describing the research integrity, what it is all about, and the importance of it. Because the biggest impact on research integrity is achieved through sustained improvements in our day-to-day research practice, which is about promoting better record keeping, vetting experimental designs, techniques to reduce bias, rewards for rigorous work, and incentives for sharing data, code, and protocols. So these are all what we are talking about research integrity and promoting responsible conduct of research. It's not so much about finding and punishing a few bad actors. So it's not so much about identifying those who have undertaken research misconduct. Both are important, and indeed, sometimes, many a times, in fact, the same policies can address both. But for universities in particular, the most important effort is to promote all of these behaviors so that we can have an environment that is conducive for research integrity. So I also want to make use of this opportunity to remind all of us about the Singapore Statement on Research Integrity, which with a few descriptions, actually, it will allow us to see what is research integrity a little bit more clearly. For instance, the principles are quite simple. It is also very much common sense. Honesty in all aspects of research, accountability in the conduct of research, professional courtesy and fairness in working with others, good stewardship of research on behalf of others. The details can be found here, and here is a very simple one-page summary of a few of the descriptions of the responsibilities for various stakeholders. Some of these items listed in here you will find familiar already, but I particularly wanted to also list a few things that are on this side. That is communication, public communication, reporting irresponsible research practices, responding to irresponsible research practices. All of these are actually a little bit beyond typically what we thought about as research ethics. So research integrity is broader, with a broader perspective. And when it comes to a university or research institutions, it also includes providing a supportive environment conducive for responsible conduct of research. So for these, I just feel that APRI is a very suitable forum for all of us from different institutions and different regions to work together and whenever possible, also sharing our resources, sharing our practices. I have moved to the Chinese University of Hong Kong in the middle of last year. So I have been serving there for just over half a year. Some of you probably have heard us talking about the promotion of responsible conduct of research in the University of Hong Kong. Now I want to give you an account on what has been going on in the Chinese University of Hong Kong. In fact, similar to several other universities in Hong Kong, we are at a very similar level of commitment of university senior management on research integrity. This has quite a bit to do with our grant agency as well, or to do with the government. I'm going to say a few words about that in a few minutes. The CHK has long set up policies on research misconduct. The governing principles and responsibilities of university members, procedures for handling research misconduct, and disciplinary actions, these are all very clearly spelled out and communicated to colleagues. In fact, one of the strengths of the Chinese University of Hong Kong is to set up policies and exercise and execute these policies. And my colleagues are very, very good at that. And some time ago, the university already set up a series of research ethics committees to vet applications and research proposals, to approve various ethical conduct of research projects, including publication ethics, human subject research ethics, including clinical and non-clinical research, experimental animal research ethics, survey and behavioral research ethics. We also develop our in-house training material. This is just a website to show you. And there are 4 domains, and our colleagues need to go through these compulsory online training with material developed by ourselves, focusing on research activities that are carried out in the Chinese university, as well as obviously applying a global standard. And it is mandatory. All our colleagues have to undertake these training and have an online certificate before they are allowed to undertake the research project or sending out the research grant proposals to the outside bodies. Since I joined the university last year, I have done a few things. First of all, I have restructured a working group on research integrity so that it will be beyond just the research ethics approval also beyond just standard training and include a few other things as listed below here. We also set up a new committee on research data management. And in fact, this is already with my predecessor. The university already committed a sizable fund in developing research data management platform, storage infrastructure, as well as training material. So from a task force at a time, we form a committee to develop all of the necessary infrastructure together. We also form a new research ethics committee to oversee cross-border research studies, because as our research activity in Hong Kong is also expanding to mainland China, to the Greater Bay Area, and there are also exchange of material. So therefore, it is actually very important for us to oversee these cross-border research activities. And the research committee in CHK is responsible for that. I already mentioned that we have mandatory online training, and the content are constantly, continuously being reviewed and updated, and that's part of the work for the working group on research integrity. We also produce new training material together with the university library in research data management. The aim for the working group is to foster a supportive environment for best practices in responsible conduct of research, and obviously ultimately quality research outcome. The Research Grant Council in Hong Kong is the RGC is the major grant agency within the University Grants Committee, which is a government organization, oversees the funding of all universities in Hong Kong. For a very long time, it is well known that the Hong Kong RGC is very serious, taking research integrity seriously, and they look at research misconduct also very diligently. They have constantly updating their guidelines on research misconduct, and in fact, the last update was only just released a few months ago, just at the end of last year. And in the recent years, the RGC had also taken quite a few proactive approach in their openness. For example, in sharing information about the research grant application and evaluation processes, and when it comes to research misconduct, these, not just the guideline, even the statistics and the alleged misconduct cases, as well as the summary of the RGC's decision are also open. Anybody can just go to the website, and if you're interested, you could also take a look. I extracted a few bits of information just so that you will be able to see. So for RGC-funded projects, if there are alleged misconduct cases that are reported, the RGC will follow up with the investigation. So you see that over the last 5 years or so, these are the cases involving non-disclosure of relationship with nominated reviewers, non-disclosure of related work, plagiarism, falsification, and so on. For those substantiated cases, the penalty involved are also spelled out in here. There are also another piece of information for those who are interested if you want to know more about the cases. So therefore, in this case, the Hong Kong Research Grant Council is actually pretty open in the way that they are dealing with research misconduct cases. Ultimately, an open practice, an encouraged open practice actually has a strong impact on responsible conduct of research. So in this sense, in fact, indeed, there's quite a bit of impact on all of us in Hong Kong. We all take these research grant applications very seriously. It's the same for all the universities in Hong Kong. So currently, the RGC still have various measures. For example, recently, they have suggested a review on ethical standards approval mechanisms. Specifically, that was about a research ethics review and approval process for research studies involving artifacts. For example, sources of the artifact in a museum piece, whether they are real or fake, and so on. We know there are ethical issues related to it. So this is actually very much on a forerunner of ethical approval, as far as I'm aware. The RGC is also getting more and more focus on encouraging open access publications in order to accelerate knowledge sharing and transfer. This is very much in line with international practices of other grant agencies worldwide. And in time, it is quite likely that our Hong Kong Research Grant Council will also demand the research grant proposals or grant holders with funded projects to produce research data management plan and so on, as good stewardship of research data actually have a lot of bearing in the reliability and reproducibility of our research data. And ultimately, data sharing, of course, also accelerate knowledge transfer at the end of the day and promote good quality of research outcome. So far, I have given you a summary of what has been going on since our last APRI meeting in the university and in the Hong Kong Research Grant Council. I want to shift to talk a little bit about our current and the future development that is changing research landscape. I think we are all aware that the digital technology, AI, machine learning have found their ways in every research field. It's not just in science, technology, engineering, and medicine. It is all the way into arts and humanities, city development, so on and so forth, everywhere. There is technology-driven research, and there are also research-driven technologies. The technology and the research inform each other. Interdisciplinary, cross-boundary research ideas and activities are flourishing. I know that there is COVID-19, there is the pandemic, people are not able to travel, a lot of things are affected. At the same time, because of the pandemic and COVID-19, it also brought about new opportunities for virtual interactions and so on and so forth. In this region, in Asia-Pacific region in particular, there is more and more emphasis on translational and applied research, innovation, entrepreneurship. We see this happening in Hong Kong, in Singapore, in Japan, Korea. So there are lots of research activity that are going towards this direction. And global research collaboration and movement of people may be affected to some extent because of COVID-19. But in terms of the nature of research, this is the current, this has been the trend that we have seen. With innovation and entrepreneurship, in fact, there are new issues. For example, conflict of interest. I think we see more issues that have to do with that because our researchers are creating spin-off companies. And in innovation and entrepreneurship, many of our research work are very solution-driven. We are looking for answers to a problem, practical solutions. So sometimes it may lead to selective reporting. So it's not necessarily the complete picture of the research outcome, but a part of the picture of the research outcome that may be more favorable for the product development. So these are issues that we should watch out for. Sometimes it is also just education and training about what we should be aware of when we are developing innovation, entrepreneurship, and research that are a lot more downstream, especially when there is a commercial interest down the line. I raise these issues. I do not actually have answers for that yet, but I just feel that we should get together so that we will together share some best practices in these areas. For the post-COVID-19 pandemic, the so-called new normal era, we already see that there have been limited access to research facilities. For example, my research involved the use of animals, and even now, access to animal facilities are limited because of the pandemic. So many of the research projects, the progress are affected, and the quality assurance of the research work, and all of that. So these are all issues. We also have a lot more online environment and virtual interactions. There are the pros and cons. It brought about a lot of conveniences. But at the same time, when it comes to vigor of our research, again, all of these are questions that we should really pay attention to. And if there are avenues of sharing best practices, I think we should use these avenues. So lastly, I want to say a few words about the Hong Kong principles. For those of you who don't know what it is, so here you are. The Hong Kong principles were developed as part of the 6th World Conference on Research Integrity. They are meant to set out a set of principles for assessing researchers so that not just the traditional metrics of research achievement are accounted for, rather a few areas of research practices should also be valued. If I show you what these 5 principles are, you will find that you know them already. These are actually fairly common sense. For example, to assess researchers on responsible practices of research from conception to delivery, value accurate and transparent reporting, value the practices of open science or open research, value a broad range of research and scholarship, and value a range of contributions, including peer reviews for grants and publications, and other knowledge exchange activities, and so on and so forth. You can refer to the article here. And so therefore, the idea is from the conception of a research project all the way to delivery, data analysis, reporting, dissemination, eventually to the impact. There are few, quite a few indicators that we could use in order to assess or evaluate our researchers for promotion, annual performance, and so on and so forth. If you feel that you would also support these principles, you could endorse the Hong Kong principles either as an individual or as an academic institution. The Chinese University of Hong Kong has decided to endorse these principles. There are other grant agencies in the world, such as the Wellcome Trust, also have endorsed these principles. So please feel free to go into the website or look into the publication in the previous slide. And your support will be very much appreciated. But if you know how you have examples of implementation to share, that will be even better. So I'm coming to a close soon. So the institutional strategies in fostering research integrity. I talk about the Chinese university from the senior management. There is the determination and commitment for some time, and there is also research integrity policies. We also put in resources and infrastructure support, because without these support, policies and commitment cannot be realized unless you do something about it. So for what to do, there need to be continuous attention in promoting responsible conduct of research, for example, in education, in training, in research skills training. We have to have a data management system as well as training and supportive platform. For those institutions that have a quality assurance processes in place, obviously it will be an advantage if we could reward responsible research and have risk management in place. That will be great. And this is area that I think that all of us can share some of our material and information. For quality assurance of research, these are some examples of mechanisms. For example, we have processes of project planning, documentation of procedures and methods, data management. If we have good provision of facilities and equipment and infrastructure for research, and if we have provision of responsible conduct of research and skills training, all of this, if we can review all of these processes from time to time, we'll be able to have some degree of quality assurance of our research process. I raised quite a lot of questions. I have not often a lot of the answers, and I hope that we would make use of, for example, APRI or platforms such as the 7th World Conference on Research Integrity to address some of these issues. Because of the pandemic, the actual physical conference is postponed to next year, but in May, June this year, there will be an online event, so please feel free to register and take part in the discussion. So with that, I would stop here. So thank you all very much for listening to me and for your patience. And I look forward to further discussion with you. Bye.
Thank you very much, Professor Mahacham, for the very informative talks. And thank you for raising a few important questions, such as artificial intelligence and cross-border studies. I hope that we have a chance to talk about that later. We will go to the second speaker, Professor Chen Chu. She is a chair professor at the National Chiao Tung University, Chinese Taipei. Her talk will be on making steady progress, efforts, and results to ensure research integrity for Taiwan scientific communities. Professor Chu, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is my great pleasure to participate APRI Seoul and the Plenary 1. The title of my presentation is Making Steady Progress, Efforts and Results to Ensure Research Integrity for Taiwan Scientific Communities. I'm Chen Zhao from National Yangming Jiao Tong University, formerly National Jiao Tong University. Since February 1st, we merged another medical-based National Yangming University. Now we become NYCU. Let me introduce myself. Currently, I am the chair professor of the Institute of Education. the Director of Office of Academic Ethics and Research Integrity, and the Chairperson of our Human Subject Protection Program. In the meantime, I am the leader of 2 programs, one for Ministry of Education, one for Ministry of Science and Technology. Starting last year, I became the chairperson of Taiwan Association for Academic Ethics Education. However, the views and opinions expressed in this talk are those of mine. They do not necessarily represent the position of any of my affiliations. Here is the outline of my presentation. First, I will talk about the needs for research integrity and introduce the 4-pillar framework for promotion, what efforts we have made and results we get. And finally, I will have some reflections and future works. The needs for research integrity. The promotion of research integrity in any regions worldwide requires a long-term resource investing endeavor and commitment. Taiwan is no exception. Therefore, Taiwan has established a promotion framework for research integrity. Here shows our 4-pillar framework. That is policy and regulations, institutional management, researchers' education and training, and misconduct case handling. Under this 4-pillar framework, the partnership between government agencies and research institutions has been collaboratively making progress in research integrity promotion. In this presentation, some efforts and results after the 3rd Taipei APRI in 2018 are shared. First, let me talk about the policy and regulations. We are very happy to announce that the Taiwan Code of Conduct for Research Integrity was published in April 2020. It is an overarching document to be a reference for the enhancement of research integrity in Taiwan's academic context. Here shows our cover, the Chinese version, and our English version. The drafting of Taiwan Code of Conduct for Research Integrity was under the leadership of Dr. Chen Chen, and it was prefaced by Dr. Ovi Zhen. It is designed to guide Taiwan researchers and research institutions in their pursuit of high-quality research results, and thereby to achieve the goal of excellence in academic studies that enhances the value and benefit of research. It is bilingual in traditional Chinese and English. Thanks to Zoe for her valuable comments and help in translation. Secondly, the institutional management. The Ministry of Science and Technology, MOST, have required all research institutions that apply for MOST research funding to follow the newly revised regulations on case handling procedures since January 1st, 2020. For example, self-plagiarism is now listed as one type of research misconduct, since it has been recognized as a major breach of research ethics and the most frequent type of misconduct case in Taiwan. MOST also mandates all institutions to take more responsibility in related training, research data management, and lab management. In 2019, our team helped MOST to finish their study and publish the oversight report of Taiwan Institutional Research Integrity Assurance. In this report, 277 institutions have self-checked
their readiness for research integrity assurance. They have to report their current implementation of research integrity education and training. We also collect their suggestions for policy and regulations amendment, measures to strengthen research integrity education systems, and reduction in research misconduct cases. Our team also helps most to write monthly e-paper. There are several sections. The first one is Look Around the World. We introduce some major funding agencies in the world, some major universities, research integrity, ethics programs. We introduce Pop Year, Retraction Watch, some major conferences, and something happened in the United States. The second session is called Current Research Integrity Issues. For example, how to turn a degree thesis into a journal article. What are predatory journals? Should we have time limitations? How global funding agencies publicize their cases? What is peer-reviewed? What is questionable research practice? And a note for doing research under COVID-19 pandemic. The third one is famous cases in the world, which is the most popular session, including Harvard sugar study, Elder Hay Children's Hospital organs scandal, Dutch social psychologist Stapio case, Harvard's stem cell in the heart scandal, and the Theranos, so-called the bad blood story. Our team also helped most to publish their monthly e-paper by showing this kind of infographics. For example, since the end of December, it's the time for all the researchers to submit their most proposals. So this infographic reminds them to think about their proposal writing. About the Ministry of Education, MOE keeps reminding university professors to take more responsibility in supervising students' degree thesis since the outbreak of mayor-to-elect candidates' thesis plagiarism case in May 2020. Here shows you another infographics about the tips that advisors secure the quality, integrity of student thesis. The Ministry of Education keeps supporting the project of education and implementation mechanism of research ethics in Taiwan higher education. Some of you may have heard before. Under this project, we established a Center for Taiwan Academic Research Ethics Education, AREE. It is an online learning platform to offer a set of systematic, comprehensive, and free training content in traditional Chinese for Taiwan's higher education. Up to the end of 2020, a total of 780,000 users have used the AREE. There are more than 78 million visits since 2015. There are almost 85% of universities and research institutions require all their faculty researchers to have RCR training through AREE. The third pillar is researchers' education and training. Besides the online learning materials, we have 3 books published in the year of 2020. The first one is Academic Ethics and Research Integrity, Compass to Responsible Conduct of Research. It is edited by me with 6 other authors. The second one is Overview of Research Ethics, edited by Dr. Daniel Fuchang Cai. The third one is Animal Research Ethics, written by Dr. Jitai Xu. We are very happy to announce the Taiwan Association for Academic Ethics Education, TAAEE, was founded on July 31st in 2020. Our honorary chairperson is academician Dr. Ovi Zhen. TAAEE presently is a very small one, has only 40 members from different universities and research institutions. Definitely, we welcome all members to join. Here shows our logo, our Chinese title, as well as English title. Here also shows our website. The objectives of this association is to distribute educational related information, to provide international and local training courses, to raise funds for teacher programs, to provide education consultation service, and to publish books and other publications. The current local event is to develop learning materials for high school students. We have run a workshop for high school teachers in December 2020. The upcoming international event is to collaborate with EU's Path to Integrity programs, to have a train-the-trainer talent workshop in Germany and Taiwan in August this year. The last one is the misconduct case handling. Currently, we are drafting the criteria for the assessment of research misconduct and non-compliance case. It refers to Netherlands' Code of Conduct for Research Integrity. It not only highlights the variety of research, but also suggests the complexity and impact of misconduct and non-compliance cases to be considered. It suggests some criteria for possible aggravation, mitigation, or exemption of the administrative sanction or other measures. It can serve as a reference for the case review board to propose their sanctions. It can serve as basic training materials for research integrity officers. It is through 3 stages of study process: interview, survey, and focus group. The criterion drafting is close to publishing and share them to the community of research integrity globally. The criterion emphasizes the difference between subjective intention or negligence. Some of the criteria example including the actor's motivation, purpose, will of participation, level of qualification, status, attitude after the conduct, and their education received. It suggests the type of violation and the severity of the violation to be considered. Also, whether the actor has violated his or her agreement with the funding agencies should be considered. As to the review criteria for aggravation, we consider whether it is more than once, whether it is intentional interference with the investigation, whether it caused serious damage to the institution, and whether it involved criminal laws. It also suggests some review criteria for mitigation or exemption. For example, self-acknowledgement, confession, or correction or withdrawal of the paper has been made, and whether it is acceptable to his field or his disciplines. As we can see, The four pillars are indispensable to each other, tightly coupled, and together they hold up this framework. Although not very fast, the promotion progress in four pillars goes steady together. Some reflections. In order to guarantee the maximum of research compliance and academic freedom, all efforts are based on the careful balance between government mandates and institutional self-administrations, between institutional management and researchers' autonomy. In the future, we will continue helping Taiwan government promote and oversee research ethics and integrity by amending policies, regulations, and mandates. We will continue helping Taiwan academic research institutions establish research ethics and integrity management and education requirements. We will continue helping researchers understand and practice research ethics and integrity through education and instruction. Thank you very much.
So, thank you very much, Professor Chen Cho. It's very interesting to learn the progress of Taiwan, and there seems to be a lot of resources that will be very useful for the research integrity community. So we may talk a little bit about this after in the Q&A session. So may I introduce the next speaker, Professor Li Tan. She's a professor at the Fudan University in China, and her topic today will be collaboration, division of labor division, and false signs. Professor Li Tan, please.
All right. So thank you, Prezi. Thank you, NJ, for having me in this APRI. Good morning, everyone. My name is Li Tan. I'm faculty in public policy at Fudan University, Shanghai, China. So my presentation is about collaboration, labor division, and their linkage with false signs. So most of the content are based on the recent publications with my colleagues. In line with the plenary theme, I will also discuss implications of how these findings are related to science policy and misconduct investigation in practice. So in other words, instead of looking at individual scientists, my talk focuses on the team side of science, that is how the knowledge integration actually impacts the likelihood of generating false signs. Key notions and measurements. So what do we mean false signs? Let's first review what research misconduct refers to. Well, scientists and research managers in different countries actually have various definitions on research misconducts. The National Academy of Sciences admits that operationalizing research misconduct is challenging, and it's not easy to clearly demarcate misconduct from questionable research practice from honest but significant mistakes in practice. The Nancy review process and reversals in the Baltimore case illustrate such difficulty. In previous studies, retraction serves as a starting point to measure misconduct, and in reality, it often triggers misconduct investigation. Today, we know that retraction does not equal to misconduct. It is also a self-correction mechanism for scientific community. So we argue retraction actually is a bad indicator of false signs. As noted by Azoni, Furman, and other scholars, false signs covers a broad range of phenomena, from significant mistakes to fabrication, falsification, plagiarism, or irreplication to systematic fraud, that is, nullified knowledge, shaky shoulders in science, or assuming the words of sociologist Merton, research pathologies. We use bibliometric-based indicator called authorship, one of the most tangible and well-documented forms to measure scientific collaboration, assuming that reported authorship correctly reflects the contributions of all co-authors. So in this research led by Professor John Walsh, we developed an indicator of labor of division to capture task partition within collaboration. The consequences of epidemic false science is indisputable. So in the multi-economy, science technology-driven economic development is rendering scientific rigor and research integrity important than ever. Today, both public policies and individual decisions, ranging from health to education, from parenting to investment choices, are now increasingly depending on research findings. False science, if not detected promptly, may spoil the entire line's research. This will not only endanger scientific progress, but also the whole society at large, and not to mention tremendous amount of public money wasted and damaged trust of the public towards science. So given the importance, right, so there has been growing literature examining this issue based on retractions. So the first line of research depicts the phenomenon. Previous studies found that both number and proportion of retract articles have risen sharply over the last decades. The second line of research characterizes retracted articles, and the findings are mixed. For example, some studies point out about 2/3 retraction are due to significant errors, while others find that a majority of retraction reasons are attributed to misconduct. One consistent finding is that the number of retraction is correlated significantly with journal impact factors. So the higher the impact factor of the journal, the more cases of retractions. Some research also models the event of retraction. And recently, studies also appear exploring the influence of retraction on research at a paper, individual career development, and the research domain level. So one research gap we spotted is that possible connection between co-publication and retraction. So this is particularly interesting since we observe that the concurrence of the rise of collaboration and the surge of retractions over the last decades. So from 1985 to 2010, the rate of retractions for papers published in PubMed goes from about 0.4 per 10,000 publications to about 4 every 10,000 articles, a tenfold increase in 25 years. And this is more salient in some emerging countries such as China. Meanwhile, research also found that team science grows rapidly. So in the paper published in Science in 2007, Watty and his colleagues found that collaboration dominates research output, evidenced by both proportions of collaborative articles and number of co-authors. This holds true for research in engineering, social science, and patents. The specific question we first try to answer is teamwork more likely to be associated with retraction? And if so, does it influence the speed of retraction? The logic underpinning these questions are diffusion of responsibility, internal auditing, knowledge spillover mechanism, as well as epistemic authority. So in social psychology literature, diffusion of responsibility suggests that individual is less likely to take responsibility for action or inaction when others are present, as the individual assumes that others either are responsible for taking action or have already done so. So sometimes this is also referred as bystander effect. This bystander action could occur in real-life academia. So for example, in light of diffusion of responsibility, it's reasonable to assume in the situation of co-publication, the joint work, that each co-author feels the responsibility for credibility and the quality of the course articles is diffused, and thus increase the likelihood of flawed research, and accordingly, the probability of being retracted. But the alternative logic of internal auditing may suggest the opposite. The more courses, the more rounds of scrupulous checking and knowledge validation, which leads to a higher quality research and thus less likely to be retracted. In terms of speed of retraction, on one hand, larger teams suggests wider channels of knowledge diffusion. So fake or flawed science could be identified quicker and being retracted within a shorter time period. On the other hand, collaborative research has greater epistemic authority, thus takes longer time to be retracted. To test the above hypotheses, the metadata we use are retracted articles indexed in Web of Science from 1990 to 2013. So from retract notices, we were able to construct two sample datasets, about 2,000 retracted articles and their comparison articles based on near-rese label matching method, suggested by Furman, published in 2012 in Research Policy. So the beauty of this method is minimizing observable variations between the retracted and the control articles to the greatest possible degree, and controls implicitly for factors associated with the behavior of particular journals, published time, and order in that journal. We also have data retrieved from university ranking, journal citation report, investigation results of ORI, retraction watch, as our supplementary information. With several rounds of data cleaning and standardization, we identify 13 reasons for retraction: data fabrication or falsification, plagiarism, suspect fraud, duplicate submission or publication, peer-reviewed manipulation, author disputes, copyright-related misconduct, IRB and ethics violation, funding-related misconduct, multiple infractions, significant scientific errors, publisher errors, and unknown reasons. So, given the 10 minutes, I'll skip the details. So based on the bibliometric analysis, here are some interesting findings. Most of them actually are consistent with previous studies. So first, both retraction quantity and retraction rates are increasing over time. Retraction is most common in hard sciences, especially in biomedical and life science domain. Retraction is also substantially more frequent in the high-impact journals. So journals are retracting papers more quickly now than in the past, and time to retraction was significantly shorter for high-impact journals. We have a set of control variables, and here are the main findings of regressions. To begin with, we found supportive evidence on internal auditing. Collaboration seems to reduce the likelihood of producing false signs. It holds true for both retracted articles all retracted articles and retraction only due to FFP. It takes a longer time to retract paper with larger collaboration scale. So the two emerging countries, China and India, ceteris paribus, stand out with the largest likelihood of retraction of the research when the primary authors are from these two countries. And China is also the very country with the fastest retracting speed. Two contributions of this research are, so one is factoring collaboration into likelihood of false signs and elapsed time of being spotted. And the second is differentiating the possible influence of collaboration by various reasons of retraction. One limitation of this study is that it does not rule in composition of collaboration. And that's why, so in the second paper, we turn to PubMed Central, focus on biomedical and life sciences, where both retractions and the contributorship statements tend to be sufficiently large for analysis. So using the same method of rese-label matching, we constructed retracted articles and their comparison group. Our main hypothesis is greater division of labor is associated with higher rates of pathologies in science. So the dynamic dependent variable is still retraction. Key explanatory variable is division of labor, which represents the structure of the research team. So from contribution statements in articles, we categorize tasks into the following: conceive and design the study, perform the experiments, contributed materials or research tools, analyze the data, wrote the paper, and others. So the formula represents how likely the task is, reviewed by more than one team member. For each paper, we computed 1 minus the share of tasks that were performed by at least 2 members. So here are 2 examples, case A and case B. As you can tell from the table, in case B, no task is performed by at least 2 authors, and its division of labor value equals 1. In other words, the range of DOL value is from 0 to 1 inclusive. Higher value of DOL represents more task assignation. In other words, low task redundancy. We also run a couple of regressions, controlling for a set of confounding factors which may impact retraction likelihood, include country corruption index, whether the country have progressive institute for population, interdisciplinarity, based on the number of different web of science subject categories for cited references. We also control for computation based on whether article is published on top quartile journal or not. Controlling for university ranking by both Shanghai Jiaotong World University Ranking and Leiden Ranking. We also control for publication year, industry affiliation, and field dummies, and so on. So we found that the rate of retraction is higher as the division of labor increases. We run a set of robustness tests. The main results are consistent. And of course, the common caveats of publication data and measurement remain. So to recap, so there are 2 main takeaways about research on collaboration, labor division, and false science. We found evidence in support of the premium of team effect on inhibiting flawed research. So jointly published research is less likely but more quickly to be retracted if it's flawed. And secondly, increasing bureaucratization and industrialization of scientific work may increase productivity of labs, but makes them more vulnerable to flawed science. All right, so almost the last slide. How these findings are related to policy. To begin with, we argue that our research is relevant to evaluation practice in some countries that highly they incentivize collaboration. So, for example, in China, still many universities only values first author or reprint author toward faculty tenure and promotion decisions, will highly discount, if not completely disregard, research when academic is listed as a second or other, non-primary authors. Therefore, academics are understandably reluctant to collaborate if they are not listed as primary authors, especially with competitors within the same institution or within the same geographical area. This has suffocated internal collaboration, we argue, and potentially impede responsibility sharing without credit given. Secondly, we argue that responsible conduct of research training should go beyond individuals. So far, much of the research ethics training involves individual-centered approach, emphasizing the need to be ethical in one's own conduct. Both senior principal investigator, young scholars, graduate students should trust and verify collaborators' results, we argue. They need to be aware of in collaborative research, cross-training, rechecking, and duplicate parallel production is necessary for research for high quality and reduce the likelihood of producing false science. And also for research funding agencies, we have seen globally more funding granted to a smaller group of senior and star scientists. So put APRI issue aside for now, funding agency may also consider the possibility of excessive span of control of PI, who often are credited as the corresponding authors of articles, including the false science, but that actually pose many issues in terms of sanctions when the misconducts are reviewed. Finally, many countries invest heavily on interdisciplinary research. China is no exception. In fact, the National Natural Science Foundation of China, for the very first time, created a new category of interdisciplinary studies of grant applications this year. So we all know that interdisciplinary research can be the source of research novelty and creativity. So division of labor, of course, will be more salient in this type of research because of specialties, right? But this field could also be the one potentially with more pathologies. So one way to motivate or maintain the premium of collaboration and integrating diverse specialties is to encourage task redundancy. This will reduce efficiency, of course, and it may increase the cost of research and decrease the productivity of scientific projects, but it will bring the benefits of lowering the chances of pathologies and increasing research reliability. So last slide. With that, I'm concluding my presentation, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Lee Tam, for sharing your results. It is very interesting to see hard data on the effect of collaboration on research integrity. Thank you very much. May I introduce the next speaker, please, Professor Ok Joo Kim. She is in the Department of History of Medicine and Medical Humanities, the Seoul National University in South Korea. She is also a president of the Korean Bioethics and Bioethics Association And the topic that she will talk today is on the National Research and Development Innovation Act and Research Ethics in Korea. Professor Kim, please.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ok-ju Kim. I'm very honored to make a presentation on the National Research and Development Innovation Act and Research Ethics in Korea. Korea's National Research Integrity System started after Hwang Woo-seok scandal. The first regulation of Korea was the Research Ethics Guideline, established in 2007. It was made after Woo-seok Hwang scandal in 2006. At that time, the research misconduct defined as FFP, fabrication, falsification, plagiarism, plus unethical authorship. The focus of Research Ethics Guideline has been on the procedure of handling research misconduct after its occurrence. This slide shows the situation of research misconduct in Korea compared with other countries. This is a bit of old data, but it shows at least the national comparison. It was a paper by Matsuzawa Takaki, and it was published in 2013. And I believe he used the data from 2005 to 2008 or 9. So in this slide, the Korea, the total retraction number is not that high. But if you see the retraction rate and fraud rate, it's a bit high. And the gross expenditure of research and development rate is actually the highest among those countries. And the number of misconduct paper per 100,000 published paper was 8.9. And the same author made a chart to compare the countries. He divided those countries into two groups. One is high R&D intensity, and the other is low R&D intensity. This is the rate of gross expenditure on R&D per GDP. So this means high R&D intensity, and the y-axis shows number of researchers, and it's also rate, right? And the number and the area symbolize the incident rate of research misconduct, which is the number of research misconduct papers per 100,000 published paper. And among those high R&D intensity group, Korea has the largest area compared to Japan and USA. And among the low R&D intensity group, India was the largest, and the next was China. And another graph by the same author shows this information. The X is the number of researchers per million population, and the Y is number of misconduct paper per 100,000 people. And among those high R&D intensity group, Korea shows the highest misconduct rate, and among the low R&D intensity group, India was the highest, and the next was China. This is a bit later data. And if you see the data, this A shows the year of retraction and number of articles retracted. And this is the rate, ratio of retracted articles per Web of Science records. And if you see, this includes up to 2010 and this paper was published 2012. And if you see the red line, this symbolizes China, and purple is India, and this is South Korea. So you can see those countries are high. This is most recent data. It's published in Science 2018. This is also retraction rate per 10,000 papers. The top was Iran, and among those, India and South Korea is number 6, and the next one was China. So if you see this data, Korea is high in terms of the retraction rate, and this data is domestic data by National Research Foundation of Korea. It was published 2020. It's a survey report on research ethics in universities. And this shows the types of misconduct in the last 5 years from 2015 through 2019. If you see the total number, it looks like increasing. We have some issues of the authorship issues in that year, so it's high. And the next one is plagiarism. If you see the areas of academia where research misconduct has been found, the highest among those were engineering. It's 99, almost 100. If you see this data, types of researchers who committed research misconduct, professor is the most prevalent group. So in summary, you have some information that Korea has problems in research misconduct because it shows high prevalent rate and a number. The next, I want to introduce you the National Research and Development Innovation Act. Before this act was began to be enforced from first day of this year. And before this act, the scope of research ethics regulation has been focused mainly on research misconduct and its follow measures. So many research institutes in Korea have mostly put their efforts on investigation of research misconduct after its occurrence. That means reactive than proactive. And also we had lack of comprehensive guide toward good research practice. And this regulation was insufficient dealing with questionable research practice because it's only focused on research misconduct. And it turned out to be that the current the limitation of previous regulation was the insufficiency for newly arising problem in research ethics, such as predatory journal, authorship, and problems involving minor children of the researchers, and conflict of interest issues. And it does not address social responsibility of research, especially newly arising techniques such as gene editing, etc. And ministry and agencies have different regulation on research integrity. So, January 1st, 2021, the National Research and Development Innovation Act, henceforth referred as the Act, came into force. The South Korea's R&D budget for this year was 27.2 trillion won, Korean won. It's equivalent to $22.8 billion in US. And the act is comprehensive law on research governance and also research ethics and national R&D. So the main contribution of this act, I think, is provide a uniform legal policy against research misconduct across all ministries in Korea. If you see the reason for enactment, that's announced like that, and then it allows national R&D projects that currently operate differently by many administrative agencies and ministries. So the act aiming the R&D, national R&D, to be operative in an integrated and systematic manner, and also aiming at eliminating inefficiency and unnecessary burdens in overall process of promoting national R&D project, and aiming at creating an autonomous and responsible R&D environment. And if you see this, it says that it's aiming at enacting a common norm across all ministries in Korea. This is the structure of the act. After general provisions, second is promotion of national R&D project. Chapter 3 is creating a national R&D innovation environment. So section 1 dealt with the efficient promotion of R&D. Second section is research supporting system and capacity building of R&D institution. In section 3, national R&D related system innovation. And the chapter 4 is securing research ethics and sanctions related to the national R&D project. I'll go in detail about the research ethics part. Article 31, prohibition of misconduct related to national R&D project, says in order to secure research ethics, researchers and R&D institutions shall not conduct illegal activities related to the national R&D project, and it goes as following. First, it says falsification, fabrication, plagiarism of R&D data and result, or unethical authorship. So it is the same that we had before since 2007. And it also addressed as misconduct about R&D expenses violation, and also it says the act of illegal possessing R&D result or having a third party possess it, and also violating the security measures or leaking security matters of R&D project classified as security tasks, and 5, applying for or performing research and development project by force or other illegal method. The 6th was open. It says others act prescribed by presidential decree as an act that impairs the soundness of national R&D activities. So these are the specifics prescribed by presidential decree. The number of articles of this presidential decree, the enforcement decree, was 56. It says that these are misconduct. And the first one was any of the following act undermining fairness and objectivity of verification measures and investigation of research misconduct. So actually, it addresses 2 measures causing disadvantage against whistleblower in terms of status or threat to the whistleblower. So it says that retaliation for the whistleblower is classified as misconduct. And it also says false reporting of the use of R&D funds using false data. And it also includes violation of the penal provisions of the Bioethics and Safety Act. And 4 is violation of penal provisions of the law on laboratory safety. So to summarize, under the National R&D Innovation Act, these are definitions of misconduct. So the first one is research misconduct, FFP, and unethical authorship. But if you see the others, such as R&D expenses usage standard violation, ownership violation, breach of project security, and applying R&D project by fraudulent method. Those are also misconduct. And in enforcement decree, the retaliation of the whistleblowers, and also Biotic Safety Act and Law on Laboratory Safety, these are classified as misconduct. So one of them, several of them are, of course, research misconduct. And it applied all R&D projects across the Ministry of Korea. And also it has the sanctions by the state in case of violation. And we also have another category of law, Science Promotion Act by the Ministry of Education. And it applies to universities. And the scope of research misconduct under Article 15 says FFP and unethical authorship. And the next article, 32, says that this disposition of sanctions for misconduct under R&D Innovation Act. So who would be subject to sanction? First, the institution itself and research managers, researchers, research support personnel, and executives and employees of the institution if they are violating those acts. And the contents of sanctions are two. The first one is exclusion from national R&D up to 10 years. Second is sanctions surcharge within 5 times of R&D expenditure already paid. And there is a clause, consideration for sanctions, seriousness, intensity, intentionality, and numbers, and stage and progress of R&D project. Article 33 shows the misconduct investigation flow. So I made a flow chart. Allegation can come from, as you all know, from several stakeholders, such as journal, whistleblower, and sometimes government agency, etc. And also it can be a third party or website. And all those allegations are going to R&D institution. So R&D institution is responsible to receive those allegations, and if plausible, it should do the research misconduct investigation. After the investigation, if those researches under this act, the institution should report those results to Central Administrative Agency. It can be many. And then the Central Administrative Agency can delegate its function to expert institute. And if, with several reasons, and this is prescribed in the Act, if necessary, the Central Administrative Agency can conduct investigation. And the CAA commissioned about the sanction evaluation. And this sanction evaluation team under this act and under the Central Administrative Agency are going to make a decision on sanction. And the sanction evaluation team through CAA notify the respondent investigators, and also it notified to institution and also CAA. And the respondent investigator can make appeal via CAA. And there is to be Researchers' Right Protection Committee under the Ministry of Science and Technology and Information. So this special committee review the appeal and it report to the CAA. Or if this respondent investigator wants the CIA to review appeal. The CIA can review appeal, I said, not delegate this function to this protection committee. And start here, the sanction is to be finalized. After finalized, the CIA notify the sanctions to respondent investigator. And the CIA register and disclose in integrated information system throughout the national R&D integration system. Also, the reinforcement decree, presidential reinforcement decree, Article 58 addresses necessary support to secure research ethics. Says the head of the R&D institution shall prepare, operate its research ethics regulation, including the following. And the first one is about research integrity, effort and management system to protect research integrity. And second is ethics related to academic exchange, such as submission to academic journals and attendance at conference. The three is conflict of interest prevention and management, and ethics for human research and ethics for animal research. And 5 is creating a sound laboratory culture, protecting the right and interest of researchers. And other matters are deemed necessary by the head of R&D. So this is quite meaningful and very important and significant, because I think it's encompass the broad range of research ethics. Previously, we didn't have conflict of interest in research or included in those regulations. So this Article 58 is quite significant in that it shows what kind of research ethics should be included in the research ethics regulation at each R&D institute. My question at this point is National Research Integrity System well prepared with this act? I think there are several strengths of this act. First, this act aims at integration of national research ethics system into national innovation system. And also this act unifies the definition of research misconduct across all ministries in Korea. And also it unifies the procedure of responding to allegation of misconduct, investigation, reporting, monitoring, supervision, reinvestigation, sanction, appeal, and etc. And also it unifies degrees and grades of sanctions against misconduct with legal enforcement. So it's very important act in terms of promotion of research ethics and prevention of research misconduct throughout all ministries' R&D project. And also it includes promotion of research ethics. And as I showed you before, it encompasses a comprehensive category of research ethics, including conflict of interest, social responsibilities, and sound research culture. But it has weaknesses as a national research ethics system. First, I think the definition of misconduct in this act is too broad to handle the research ethics issues efficiently. And the second, there's no clear visible core of national research integrity system in this act. There's no national note of research integrity. Actually, the various kinds of misconduct, not only research misconduct, are to be dealt with by various central administrative agencies and its delegation body, expert institutions. Currently, the president's decree listed at least 12 different institutions, including National Research Foundation of Korea. And there's no central integration of reporting of research misconduct cases through central repository. And also, so far, we have the problem of lack of communication and transparency. If you see the act, we have three levels of the act. The act itself, presidential decree, and third, a detailed level is regulation of the ministry. And the regulation of the act set the research misconduct case, the sanction, as 3-year exclusion from national R&D. So whatever research misconduct you committed, the level of sanction set by the regulation is 3-year exclusion from national R&D. And it also set for registration and disclose in integrated information system, national integrated R&D information system, from the 5-year exclusion or above. Thereby, it does not include research misconduct cases because research misconduct case was set as 3-year exclusion from national R&D, and it did not it does not say about the severity or repetition. The regulation said that research misconduct case is 3-year exclusion, and thereby it does not go the registration and disclosure. So nobody will know about the research misconduct case. I think this is a very serious problem. In conclusion, I think an efficient national research integration system needed to be established in Korea, and the R&D Act under discussion now is not good. It's not good because of the previous slide that I talked. And first part of my presentation shows the high retraction rate of Korea. And I think the Korean government, Korean scientific community, and public, and the policymakers think seriously about this issue. It is about the time to make commitment to report research misconduct cases to ensure transparency and accountability of R&D enterprise in Korea. So far, R&D institutions, universities and research institutions in Korea are very reluctant to make research misconduct cases to be reported and made public due to their conflict of interest and privacy issues. So we have very good investigation report about Hwang Woo-seok scandal by Seoul National University and National Bioethics Review Commission, and third by the prosecutive office. So detailed several hundred pages of the investigation report changed the whole system of research integrity in Korea since then. But after the Hwang Woo-seok scandal report, the research institution seldom, I would say, almost none, to make their investigation result be public or reported to know, to make the people and the scientific community knows. And so I have been teaching university graduate students and research scholars, and I have been educating more than 15 years, but I couldn't use any cases in the classroom. And even though the same misconduct continues, the research communities, young scholars, those graduate students, they have no idea what's going on because of this lack of transparency. So the lack of transparency hinders awareness of research misconduct, and it also hinders efficient education to prevent research misconduct. The purpose of those transparency is not the sanction or shaming the misconduct people, but it's for the prevention research misconduct and increase the awareness of research misconduct. So we need to have good and efficient national research integration system. And also it needs to encompass private sector so that the protection of research integrity apply to all researchers in Korea, regardless of the sponsors. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
So, thank you very much, Professor Kim, for sharing the
Still, we can't hear you.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, thank you. I thank Professor Kim for the impressive lecture and thank all the lecturers for a very interesting and impressive lectures at this session. I think it's time to go to the question and answer session and discussion. I have 5 questions at this moment, so I will start by time order. The first question comes from Professor Yun from Seoul National University to Dr. Lee Tang, Professor Lee Tang, whether she can recall any retraction due to copyright reason, either copyright restriction or violation. Would you like to answer, please?
Sure. So can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, please.
Great. Thank you for this great question. I'll respond briefly. The details and the quality of retraction notices actually vary substantially. So in our sample, there are 24 cases, are retracted due to copyright. Some retraction notices just give very brief description saying this article was retracted due to copyright. Some give a little bit details. I'm reading that, this article is retracted at the request of editor-in-chief and the author due to copyright issue concerning all the research data, theory, method, and conclusion. So another more detailed example is the editor actually gave, the names of 2 research published in different journals and mentioned one article has been retracted due to copyright issues that cannot be resolved by the co-authors of the 2 publications. So so basically that's the answer. I hope I have addressed your question. Thank you.
So thanks for the answer. There's a second question for you. Jennifer Bai asked about your opinion about the reason why retraction from high impact journal is faster than low impact journal.
Yes, thank you, Professor Jennifer Bai, and thank you for posting earlier so I could give a little thought. I think this is an insider question. So we identify retracted articles based on the retraction notices issued by the journals. And intuitively, right, so almost all journal editors, they are reluctant to retract articles because that will soil the journal reputation. It may negatively impact the personal or professional relationship between, editor-in-chiefs, most are scientists, and the authors of the retract articles. And for new journals, it may also influence, the indexation in authoritative databases such as Scopus or Web of Science. And that's why, in the recent high-profile case of David Cox, if you read the Retraction Watch, who is MIT AI Lab director, and actually he found his names appeared in 2 articles, which he never co-authored. So he wrote to the journal and asked to retract the articles. So the journal editor replied they would like to, publish a correction rather than retraction. Then, David Cox threatened to sue, and finally, the 2 articles published in 2017 and 2008 were retracted, I think, early last week. So in terms of why, high journals of high impact would like to issue retraction notice quicker, I'm thinking about 2 possible reasons. One, we may believe that, editors-in-chief in journals of high impact, factor, they assume more, scientific and social responsibility towards the scientific community, right? So they want the flawed science getting rid of from the publication arena as soon as possible. So that's one speculation. Another one could be high impact journals actually attract more attention from both scientific community and the mass media, right? So it's rational for them to respond quicker. So that's my thoughts on top of my head. And thank you for this question.
Thank you. And there are much more questions from YouTube. The first one is direct to Professor Kim. The question is, what would be your perspective in terms of applicability and efficiency for research ethics between developed and developing countries?
So is this question for me?
No, for Professor Kim.
Okay,
thanks.
Is it for Korea or is it for developing country in general?
I think the question is on developed countries and developing countries in general.
Oh, I see. I think the very important thing is because the national research ethics system is dependent upon many factors such as academia tradition and culture and R&D system, and so it's not easy to say something. But as we all listen to the morning section, I think the one of important thing is transparency and openness. It's very important. And then there are many reasons that the research institute do not want to open their investigative report to the public because if you open your misconduct case, people would not trust that university and things like that. So in Korea has high, and any other countries, any other institution, they don't want to open their result. But I was quite impressed by Japanese tradition because Japan has no policy of open the misconduct case as USA ORI, but they changed the policy from 2014, new research misconduct guideline. And since then, the Ministry of Science and Technology, the Ministry of Education, and they opened their misconduct case to the website for 5 years, and then 2 years later, and 3 years with names and institution name, and then after 3 years, they erase the name and the institution of the the misconduct case. So I think we have to learn from Japanese case. And then I always said it's very important to make those cases open, not because shaming them, but because let people know that these misconduct cases are committed, and we have to be very careful about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The next question do not direct to anyone in particular, but the question is, should we direct more resources into research misconduct, the deterrent mechanisms, that is to prevention, than trying to kill the problem? I'm not sure whether any speaker would like to share opinion about this. Professor Mahacham, please.
Maybe I can respond. The way that you rephrased the question, you actually answered it, because you said, is it better to prevent than to cure? I think we all know that it's better to prevent. So surely, I guess, because in terms of misconduct, if we're really talking about misconduct, when such cases already occur, it really is a pity. So it is already going to the direction of catching the people who have misbehaved. And the percentage of these people, by and large, they are small. Nevertheless, it doesn't mean that it's not important. So clearly, it is better to have a robust research environment around. So therefore, training and education and prevention is definitely better. But since I'm speaking, I like to make use of this opportunity to sort of really comment and address some of the points raised by Professor Kim that I think is really highly valuable. Because when we are talking about code of conduct and responsible conduct of research, a lot of the time we are focusing on the usual research projects that are towards the basic science. But she talked about the Innovation Act and a lot of your suggestion about innovation and enterprise related issues that in most of the code of conduct in many countries are not described clearly. For example, you talk about illegal possession of data. In an industrial setting, this is very important. Breach of confidentiality is very important in contracts, contract research, innovation. Confidentiality somehow doesn't actually exist a lot of the time in our basic research. We talk about open science, share everything. So it's really two sides of the opposite end of a piece of research. And how do you behave, in what way, when? Right? These are really issues in terms of code of conduct in the type of research. I think is very important. The second thing, possession of data, obviously, who owns it? The third party, the company owns it. Sometimes we are a member of a university. We have a spin-off company. The data belongs to the spin-off company. Does it belong to the university? However, we are paid by the university. When we talk about research misconduct investigation, a lot of the times it is about where we are employed. It is not about the place we are living in. It actually has a little bit to do with our job, not so much with just the society that we are affiliated with. So I'm sorry, I bring up a more complicated an issue about residents, about possession and so on. But a few of your suggestions are really very good. And if I might even enter a more sensitive area, that is security, data security. Data security, of course, if you're just talking about innovation and enterprise, it's just about data security, personal data breach, and so on. But there are times when data becomes national security. So therefore, security can mean a lot. So again, these are really areas that are not gray, but red, really, red line that sometimes we have to be a little bit more aware of when we come to the contemporary issues of innovation and enterprise-oriented research, when things are a lot more solution-driven, practical-driven, with commercial value. Yeah, okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, that's a really interesting answer. We have the next question, not directly to anyone as well. The question is, what do you see as the challenges for implementing and sustaining the effort that we have so far? And how should we mobilize more stakeholders concerned in depth implementation and sustainability? The question is a little bit long. I understand that the question is about how should we go in the future in terms of challenge on sustain our effort. And anyone would like to respond?
I didn't get the point. Sustainable to what?
Of the effort to maintain the research integrity.
May I address? I think the national research integrity system is really important. So I think actually first World Congress of Research Ethics began 2007. So it's quite new phenomenon. But since then, every country realized how important the research misconduct prevention and investigation system. So I think you can respond, each country can respond in different way, but as Lee talk about international and multidisciplinary research is proliferated, and it's many research teams can work together, even different countries. So it's very important that every party involved in one project should be, honest and very good at research method and research in terms of research misconduct, research ethics. So I think it's more important that every country has good research ethics system, research integrity system, including 4 pillars. Our second presenter talk from education, promoting research ethics to investigation, etc. So the very first Congress of World Research Ethics Congress in Lisbon, the Congress itself said that it's very important to set the national research integrity system. So that I think it's very important to have a central repository of research misconduct. So that what's going on. So Korea itself has not that long to gather the data, but they have just number and they don't share the real contents of it. So I think each nation has responsible for their own research ethics system. And then you can trust each other, even though we have international multi-parties research together. That's my impression. Yeah.
Thank you very much. You are very clear about the answer. It leads to another interesting question posed by some people. Do you have any information about international research misconducts collaboratively committed by individuals affiliated in different countries?
Oh, I have very interesting cases. I recently working on the research ethics system in Japan, and if you see retraction watch, out of 5, number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, there's number 1, number 3, number 4 are Japanese scholars in these days. And then the first case, Dr. Fuji, who retracted 183 paper altogether. That investigation was done by Japanese Anesthesiology Society. And then who asked the investigation is actually more than 20 journal editors of all around the world in where the Dr. Fuji sent the paper and published. So if you see the whole report, the investigation report, there is a request of that please investigate this person's paper, and that they address more than 100 papers, and that the signs are signed by whole different editors from the different country. from UK, Canada. So that in these days, because of information technology, several cases of Japanese misconduct was catched by New Zealand biostatisticians, UK biostatisticians, because they began to be able to do meta-analysis, and then they realized that this guy randomized control trial data, it can be randomized because it's too, so these days more and more scientific misconduct can be catched by the third party, whether in domestic or in international scholars, by the way of reviewing by the journal, or they are doing meta-analysis work. So I think it's more and more international cooperation to catch misconduct will continue.
May I also ask another question so that you may answer this as well? What will happen if we have a case which involves two countries and each one cross finger to another country, that the other country is the one who do that misconduct? How we can investigate that? May you please answer?
Okay. Yeah, I was just going to cite some examples. So there are obviously international organizations who would have guidelines in dealing with international collaborations. Some grant bodies definitely have these processes spelled out. But I would like to speak from an institutional point of view. When there are joint research efforts and when the collaborators or co-authors or co-investigators are found perform research misconduct, very often the institutions will write to the other institutions in a different country and ask for follow-up investigation and report. So in this sense, there are communication. Certainly in different places, the follow-up and the actions could be different. I mean, there are no universal guideline as such, and the diligence in different institutions, in different places are also different. But I would say that international collaboration is becoming more and more commonplace. COVID-19 is a very clear example. You see all of the vaccines, the production of the vaccine, discovery and manufacturing, all of this. So I think that from our discussion so far, you will already see that there are certain common guidelines that will arise spontaneously. So the differences among different institutions and places will harmonize in time. Something such as COVID-19 will make things go faster. Maybe this would also be an opportunity that some of the processes would actually sort of match up much quicker than it would have been. Okay, so that's my comment. Thank you.
So thank you very much. Then come to probably the last question we only have time is that do we need a global research integrity code, and how far we are progressing into that direction? I'm not sure who would like to give comment on this.
Prasit, I have some personal view, because the question is asking for global, there will be very many voices, but my personal view will be that it is good to have some global guidelines and so on and so forth, but it will also be very difficult. It will always be very difficult. I imagine that we will spend a lot of time talking about our differences and what are the common ones that you would list and so on and so forth. We see United Nations, you have many things in the UN. So it may be actually more fruitful to have, again, a few suggestions of code of conduct that you could just follow, rather than having universal guidelines, something that is acceptable by a lot. In the research integrity community, I think that we have seen various statements and so on. Usually it's just a few very, very basic principles, right? Few things, 4 or 5 bullet points or something like that, that would be useful. But when it comes to the details, it is okay to have a regional practice. This is just my own personal view.
Okay, so thank you very much. I have the message from the organizer that the time is up. So I guess we need to wrap up now, and I think we have a very fruitful discussion this afternoon, and we still have a lot of questions. I am not sure whether we can still hang around and talk a little bit after during the coffee break. Right? It is a coffee break, but everybody pick your own coffee. So and we may discuss further. And so I would like to take this opportunity to thank all the four speakers, all the audience, and all the people who participate in questioning or discussion. So thank you very much. So enjoy your meeting further. Goodbye.
All right,
thank you. ยังไงต่อฮะไม่ได้ก็ได้ครับ
Got me upside down, spinning around you. Wanna taste the clouds, dance with the moon. Take a trip around your body. Boy, I love the way you got me. Starry-eyed, got me starry-eyed. Losing all my focus, I can't even control it. You know your lips are golden, baby, get me high. Touching me like lightning, keeping it exciting. You know exactly what to do to blow my mind. You're from another planet. I've never felt like this. I don't know how I ever survived without it. I'm starry-eyed. Got me upside down, spinning around you. Wanna taste the clouds, dance with the moon. Take a trip around your body. Boy, I love the way you got me. Starry-eyed, got me starry-eyed. This bed is out of space, just keep painting constellations. You cover me in glitter till I'm shining bright. I never wanna leave the sky. The way you made me feel alive. I was in the dark and baby, you're the light. You're from another planet. I've never felt like this. I don't know how I ever survived without it. I'm starry-eyed. Got me upside down, spinning around you. Wanna taste the clouds, dance with the moon. Take a trip around your body. Boy, I love the way you got me. Starry-eyed, got me starry-eyed. Couldn't fight if I wanted, flying to places that I never thought I could go. You're a meteor shower, falling down all over me, yeah, you're making me go. Couldn't fight if I wanted, flying to places that I never thought I could go. Starry-eyed, got me starry-eyed. Yeah, got me upside down, spinning around you. Wanna taste the clouds, dance with the moon. Take a trip around your body. Boy, I love the way you got me. Starry-eyed, got me starry-eyed. Got me upside down, spinning around you. Wanna taste the clouds, dance with the moon. Take a trip around your body. Boy, I love the way you got me. Starry-eyed, got me starry-eyed. Got me upside down, spinning around you. Wanna taste the clouds, dance with the
Hey, babe, I just wanna know what you think about me when the summer's over. Hey, yeah, it's been a blast. I still remember even after October. And when the winter falls, just think about me and I'll keep you warm. Seasons have changed, I still remain with thoughts of you. And I'm just not the same, I admit, like autumn. I'm falling for you. Wait, I don't wanna go. Time goes flying when you're wrapped in the moment. One more night, just follow me home. Tell me about all of your dreams. Just wanna know you. Let's pretend like the world ends today, 'cause tomorrow you'll be miles away. Seasons have changed, I still remain with thoughts of you. And I'm just not the same, I admit, like autumn. I'm falling for you. I'll be waiting till the day you come back my way. I'll be counting every minute to see your face. I'll be waiting till the day you come back my way. I'll be counting every minute, 'cause though seasons have changed, oh, I still remain. And though seasons have changed, I still remain with thoughts of you. And I'm just not the same, I admit, like autumn. I'm falling for you. Seasons have changed, I still remain with thoughts of you. Thoughts of you. And I'm just not the same, I admit, like autumn. I'm falling for you. When you move, there's a freedom from your hips up to your eyes. Patron saint of the season, yeah, you were built for mid-July. You got the glow of the sunset, you got the rush of the ocean waves. You're burning high like it's wanted, you make it feel like summer again, again. With your skin soft as ice cream, yeah, you melt under my touch. With a kiss strong as lightning, you got me falling right back in love. You got the glow of the sunset, you got the rush of the ocean waves. You're burning high like it's wanted, you make it feel like summer again, again. You make it feel like summer again, again. And we both know that it's probably not gonna last forever. In the blink of an eye, May turns into September. When we look back at all the things that we could remember, I want to remember you, and then I'll feel it again, again. And then I'll feel it again, again. You got the glow of the sunset, you got the rush of the ocean wave. You're burning high like it's wanted, you make it feel like summer again. We got a chance and we'll live it. The only rule is there's no regret. From the start to the end, you make it feel like summer again, again. You make it feel like summer again.
afford to. Thinking that you're cute, cause now I'm wanting things I can't have. It all happened so fast. Got me out of bounds. Your name falls out my mouth. Almost every other sentence. No, I can't help it. No, I can't help it. Yeah, I know it's kinda bad. Now my phone, I'm going mad. When you text me back and you look like that in your black hat, it's getting dangerous. How'd I get so deep into this? Oh yeah, I can't keep my head from spinning. Gotta love that it's forbidden. Turns me on that it's off limit. How'd I get so deep into this? Oh yeah, I can't keep my head from spinning. Tell me who I'm really kidding. Turns me on that it's off limits. I should cut it off, but I can't get enough. I'm not trying to keep it business when you got me addicted. You got me addicted. Yeah, I know it's kinda bad. Now my phone, I'm going mad. When you text me back and you look like that in your black hat, it's getting dangerous. How'd I get so deep into this? Oh yeah, I can't keep my head from spinning. Gotta love that it's forbidden. Turns me on that it's off limit. How'd I get so deep into this? Oh yeah, I can't keep my head from spinning. Tell me who I'm really kidding. Turns me on that it's off limits. Rip off the red tape. Got me upside down, spinning around you. Wanna taste the clouds, dance with the moon. Take a trip around your body. Boy, I love the way you got me. Starry-eyed, got me starry-eyed. Losing all my focus, I can't even control it. You know your lips are golden, baby, get me high. Touching me like lightning, keeping it exciting. You know exactly what to do to blow my mind. You're from another planet. I've never felt like this. I don't know how I ever survived without it. I'm starry-eyed. Got me upside down, spinning around you. Wanna taste the clouds, dance with the moon. Take a trip around your body. Boy, I love the way you got me. Starry-eyed, got me starry-eyed. This bed is out of space, just keep painting constellations. You cover me in glitter till I'm shining bright. I never wanna leave the sky. The way you made me feel alive. I was in the dark and baby, you're the light. You're from another planet. I've never felt like this. I don't know how I ever survived without it. I'm starry-eyed. Got me upside down, spinning around you. Wanna taste the clouds, dance with the moon. Take a trip around your body. Boy, I love the way you got me. Starry-eyed, got me starry-eyed. Couldn't fight if I wanted. Flying to places that I never thought I could go. You're a meteor shower, falling down all over me. Yeah, you're making me go. Couldn't fight if I wanted. Flying to places that I never thought I could go. Starry-eyed, got me starry-eyed. Yeah, got me upside down, spinning around you. Wanna taste the clouds, dance with the moon. Take a trip around your body. Boy, I love the way you got me. Starry-eyed, got me starry-eyed. Got me upside down, spinning around you. Wanna taste the clouds, dance with the moon. Take a trip around your body. Boy, I love the way you got me. Starry-eyed, got me starry-eyed. Got me upside down, spinning around you. Wanna taste the clouds, dance with the moon. Take a trip around your body.
Hey, babe, I just wanna know what you think about me when the summer's over. Hey, yeah, it's been a blast. I still remember even after October. And when the winter falls, just think about me and I'll keep you warm. Seasons have changed, I still remain with thoughts of you. And I'm just not the same, I admit, like autumn. I'm falling for you. Wait, I don't wanna go. Time goes flying when you're wrapped in the moment. One more night, just follow me home. Tell me about all of your dreams. Just wanna know you. Let's pretend like the world ends today, 'cause tomorrow you'll be miles away. Seasons have changed, I still remain with thoughts of you. And I'm just not the same, I admit, like autumn. I'm falling for you. I'll be waiting till the day you come back my way. I'll be counting every minute to see your face. I'll be waiting till the day you come back my way. I'll be counting every minute, 'cause though seasons have changed, oh, I still remain. And though seasons have changed, I still remain with thoughts of you. And I'm just not the same, I admit, like autumn. I'm falling for you. Seasons have changed, I still remain with thoughts of you. Thoughts of you. And I'm just not the same, I admit, like autumn. I'm falling for you. When you move, there's a freedom from your hips up to your eyes. Patron saint of the season, yeah, you were built for mid-July. You got the glow of the sunset, you got the rush of the ocean waves, burning high like it's wanted. You make it feel like summer again, again. With your skin soft as ice cream, yeah, you melt under my touch. With your kiss strong as lightning, you got me falling right back in love. You got the glow of the sunset, you got the rush of the ocean wave. You're burning high like it's wanted. You make it feel like summer again, again. You make it feel like summer again, again. And we both know that it's probably not gonna last forever. In the blink of an eye, May turns into September. When we look back at all the things that we could remember, I want to remember you, and then I'll feel it again, again. And then I'll feel it again, again. You got the glow of the sunset, you got the rush of the ocean wave. You're burning high like Oh yeah.
I might burn a bridge or two, thinking that you're cute. Cause now I'm wanting things I can't have. It all happened so fast. Got me out of bounds. Your name falls out my mouth. Almost every other sentence. No, I can't help it. No, I can't help it. Yeah, I know it's kinda bad. Now my phone, I'm going mad. When you text me back and you look like that in your black hat. It's getting dangerous. How'd I get so deep into this? Oh yeah, I can't keep my head from spinning. Gotta love that it's forbidden. Turns me on that it's limited. How'd I get so deep into this? Oh yeah, I can't keep my head from spinning. Tell me who I'm really kidding. Turns me on that it's off limits. I should cut it off, but I can't get enough. I'm not trying to keep it business when you got me addicted. You got me addicted. Yeah, I know it's kinda bad. Now my phone, I'm going mad. When you text me back and you look like that in your black hat. It's getting dangerous. How'd I get so deep into this? Oh yeah, now I can't keep my head from spinning. Gotta love that it's forbidden. Turns me on that it's limited. How'd I get so deep into this? Oh yeah, now I can't keep my head from spinning. Tell me who I'm really kidding. Turns me on that it's off limits. Rip off the red tape.
Good afternoon, everybody. That's probably a good afternoon where you are, where some of you are. I'd like to particularly welcome people that have dialed in from far away parts of the world. Often I think people that live in the Asia Pacific region are the people doing the hard work and dialing in at unusual hours. So I'd like to welcome people that are dialing in from the US, where I think the time is getting later, and those that might be dialing in from Europe, where it's actually getting a little bit easier. Thank you very much for joining our session on data integrity and publication ethics. We have 4 wonderful speakers that I'm very privileged to introduce. I should introduce myself. So my name is Jennifer Byrne. I'm from the University of Sydney here in Australia. So to make the most of our time, it's a great pleasure to introduce our first speaker. So we have Professor Chal-hee Yoon, who is a professor in the Department of Agricultural Biotechnology at Seoul National University in South Korea. And Professor Yoon will be talking to us about publication ethics, lessons and challenges. Thank you very much, Professor.
I'll start the presentation. I'm Chal-hee Yoon, professor at Seoul National University, and also I'm sitting on the chair of the Committee on Publication Ethics at KCSE. Before I start, and also before I forget, I would like to thank the organizing committee for giving me an opportunity. Today, I would like to discuss publication ethics in terms of lessons and challenges. I'll discuss brief social responsibility, and then open science in terms of open access and peer review system, followed by conclusion. When we look at the research misconduct, around 1980s, United States had a problem with this type of misconduct, and around 2000 many part of Asian countries are encountering a similar situation because of the high competition and pressure and stress. We've heard the term publish or perish. It is not only China but also many parts of the Asian countries, and the people who are in this area are under pressure. And one report saying that a third of researchers surveyed in China admit certain form of research misconduct. So the publication is seemingly equal to job and promotion and incentive in relation to research misconduct or leading to research misconduct. If you look at the code of social ethics, it could be one hand social ethics, on the other there will be internal ethics. This process started even before we get the result and practical use of the result. And in each case, we should be careful with the major issues. And also, we have new techniques and technologies. And then we have certain level of conflict of interest. I'll come back to this part soon. And also, we should avoid certain form of misconduct. And this part we call social responsibility, and this part will be research misconduct. And I would like to go into a little bit more on social responsibility, because I think this part would be quite important for not only us or the senior scientists, but also for junior scientists and the future of science as well, together with the publication process. So the social responsibility. Fritz Haber was a German chemist, received the Nobel Prize for his work on synthesis of ammonia, but this work was heavily used during the World War and make people whether that was appropriate to have this award. Then we may think, why do we do a research? On one hand, it is about advancement of knowledge. On the other hand, it's about explore the truth. When we do that, then we should be free from any type of pressure to do a research. And because of that, we should have the responsibility with objectivity and integrity on our work. And David Baltimore received also Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine in 1975. But not just one, but few papers were retracted. Because of those scandals, that Baltimore resigned as president of Rockefeller University, but although later he rejoined the MIT biology faculty, while he was denying all wrongdoing, although he admitted that that paper in particular has to be retracted, that he was agree with that one. And recently there's another person who received the Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine on 2019 on the subject of sensing of the oxygen by the cells. Not others, but Greg was keep appearing on the papier, and the certain type of research misconduct or falsification is not confirmed yet, but wait to see what happens with this case as well. Again, emphasizing the social responsibility. And many people will remember this human gene edited baby. And there's a 3 consecutive days of reporting on this. First day that November 26th, Nature News reported there was a genome edited baby, and next day they saying that what will happen to the research now with this revelation. And then the third day they are talking about the ethical questions. So news was the Chinese scientist He Zhengke claims the twin girls have born with the genome edited called CCR5, which is the co-receptor that the virus is using it. And university didn't know about it, and there's a legal and ethical issues. And soon after that, people are talking about new registry of the research because we didn't have those CRISPR-Cas technique until a few years back. And many scientists in the field saying two things. One is that what he claims to have done is not what only he can do. Many people in the area can do similar or the even same thing, yet they didn't do it. And more importantly, the second, well, he will not be the last one to do so, and open the possibility that whether or not it's good, that people will keep trying to do similar approaches. And emphasizing at the end of the article that they should ask the permission before they do such a thing. And year after this incident, that there was still arguing about that scientist is missing, and also another baby is supposed to be born a few months later is missing as well. And a few days later, CNN reported that the scientist who edited genes of twin babies is jailed for 3 years. As predicted, Denis, the Russian scientist, is thinking something else. If you look at the Western Siberia, we see many people have missing DNA of GJB2. If both genes are missing, then those people are becoming deafness. And he is thinking that he can fix this problem by using CRISPR-Cas9 technique. So by looking at this, I was thinking that what would be the best way of doing the research before they move into the clinical trial. How to do a science and what to do as a scientist, moreover, the role of the publication and social media. And this is a study done by UC Berkeley researchers and thinking for gene therapy of the blindness. But this is wild type. So you can tell that they move around freely. This is a trace of the movement. And when they are blind, then you can tell that they have limited movement. But when you provide the genes that is responsible for blindness, rhodopsin or opsin, now they can actually move quite similar to the wild type, demonstrating that when you treat the patient with similar approaches, then it is highly likely that those patients will have problem fixed. Another news on Science appears in May of 2019 that this boy had a rare muscle disease. Once he has it, then he has a problem with the breathing because the lung is not functioning properly. And he took the gene therapy, he was able to breathe without this device. And also there is a article about the first human trial of CRISPR-based cell therapy. And therefore we are moving forward, and this probably shows that what science can do or a scientist can do to the society. A little bit different story about the conflict of interest. Now the same technique, CRISPR-Cas9, is also applied in crop science. And this is a mushroom, but scientifically speaking, they change those mushrooms to have slow change to a brown color so that customers will like it. But the issue was that USDA will not regulate this gene editing tool CRISPR-Cas9, whereas very similar approaches done on lettuce in here, but it was EU saying that that's not acceptable because they will treat that as a GMO. So now, what are the problems? I guess the issue is that scientifically speaking, that those alterations are so small, and also there are naturally occurring changes of the genes as well, and sometimes it is indistinguishable. So limitation would be how one can detect that differences, and challenge would be international conflict and regulation. Now China is this market as well, and they picked the leading scientist, and her group will have same approaches to potato, lettuce, banana, and strawberries, and many more using CRISPR-Cas9 technique. So main issues in plant science with CRISPR-Cas9 would be there are different views on GMO crop between Europe and United States together with Brazil, Argentina, and Australia. Now that comes into China will join to the this ground together with some other countries. So what then for us? Own stance by each country on what to do with the regulation, and international regulation for import and export, and who does what will be the. So conclusion on this part would be we have to think about number of issues when new technique and platform technology is coming to us, then we may have some conflict of interest and we may have to deal with it. However, often there is a gray area on science or ethics, often unclear on how much is too much. So no or unclear cut. And regulation and guideline, yes, of course we should have it, but in what capacity and how and by whom would be a good question to ask and start with. I would like to switch the gear to open science. Open science is make scientific research and its dissemination accessible to all levels. And it has to be transparent through the collaboration work. And that should be openly shared as early as is practical during the discovery process. At the end of the day, I think open science is about equality and social justice. We may have to think every time that whether we have this. And there are 6 principles: open methodology, open source, open data, open access, open peer review, open educational resources, which comes down to transparency and repository and equity. There are a number of issues in open science, including open access and transparency and many others, but today our focus on these 2. So the open access. If you look at the publishing models for scholarly journals, there are a number of them. Traditional model called the subscription model, and gold open access, and no fee involved, platinum or diamond. Although still the money has to come in somewhere. This is not the authors, but some funding agency or institution has to pay. Delayed OA and hybrid OA. In other words, this is about the APC. It is about the money. It is about the profit to whom and how. Open access is about removing the barriers. In particular, there are two that I can think of. Remove price barriers, meaning that subscription fee, licensing fee, pay-per-view fee, and those barriers. And the other one is most permission barriers. There's copyright and licensing restrictions. Well, the idea is that open access journals are freely available, yes, but still there are involvement of cost, as I said, APC. If you look at the open access for past 10 years or a little over 10 years, it has been increased dramatically. Started with less than 5,000, now we have 15,000 journals as of December 2020. So it has been dramatically increased. There are differences between OA journals and subscription journals. In terms of article processing charge, yes, but subscription journals, mostly no. Copyright is with author in here, but subscription as publisher and journal. And also pre-access and use is yes with open access journal, so anybody who wants to, then they can have an access, but subscription journal, that's members only. And EU was the one that started with to push the OA journals from subscription to open access. And Finland was also follow that trend. And particularly well contrasted in European countries and Melinda and Gates Foundation in states would agree with the open access plan that I think make things move quickly. And German universities canceled the Elsevier contract and saying that the general issue was the large part of the research is done with funding from the public, and therefore that has to be returned, including the purchase of the journals or articles and reading and access of those particular articles that produced from those grants, because it is paid by public. That movement followed by U of California. They canceled subscription with Elsevier. It was huge deal because UC, all those UC campuses, they occupy about 10% of US research papers, and also contract was like $11 million per year with Elsevier. So the canceling of those was quite news. And also MIT ends negotiation with Elsevier soon after that. And they support the open sharing research and educational materials, which will be the key for the reason to end the negotiation with the Elsevier. And then Howard Hughes Medical Institute, which is another one of the largest research organization, will be supporting those Plan S. And soon after Nature or Springer Nature now, saying that they will have this plan as a requirement to start with, although science not yet to answer the question. So this would be quite a bit of change, and we have to see and wait what happens, but they already in progress with this plan. So they join or will join open access plan. Well, according to the plan, actually, it was January of this year, so it should have been started already. Here, January 2021. It's not hard to find the reason why they are planning to join Plan S. Is that a large percentage of those articles that published with these journals, Nature, Science, and PNAS, as acknowledging Plan S funder. And therefore, if Plan S funder is asking to sign the contract to publish the papers in open access, then they cannot publish in those journals. And they came up with an idea by Springer Nature. Now the issue was that APCs, most of the time you see at the end of the day is about the money. The APC they saying was over $11,000 per one paper. That's highest compared to any other journals. Although they explain why it's so high, they think that that's review process and evaluating manuscript, and many of those are rejected, and therefore in order to maintain the quality of their article, then they may have to have a high cost. But the problem is that the access is inevitable to the scientists in the certain areas or countries in many parts of the world. So the Coalition S, that's the body of the Plan S, asked the Springer Nature to break down all those costs related to the service. And then they came up with another idea called guided OA. Rather, it's a scheme or a process of the review is that once those articles pass certain level of screening process, and the authors will pay non-refundable fee of about $2,600 to cover an editorial assessment, and they saying that there will be highly valuable editorial assessment, but that will be non-refundable. Don't know where to go with this and how much attention will be paid by authors, but there was the plan, or a guided open access, and we have to see what happens with that. So conclusion on this part, open access, is that there are a number of issues that we have to think in terms of the equality and equity. Benefit, APCs, to whom? And source and distribution of the funding. Although it's platinum and no fees involved, but still money has to come from somewhere else. And frontliners and the second mover, and many journals and publishers in Asian countries, for instance, that they may not be able to compete with others based on this and the aforementioned suggestions and models. Who's leading and for what would be quite important. OA, at the end of the day, is one of the models for the publication, at least to me. Peer review system. There are issues on peer review system, different types of peer review, and also transparency issues, open and closed, and pre and post publication, reviewer selection, review process, and assessment. And this peer review system is highly correlated with transparency. One of the gold open access mega publishers, Frontiers, once accept the review and they'll send you email with a thank and ask you to report within 2 weeks and ask a few questions, especially on conflict of interest with the authors, and then expertise and also endorsement. Once successful, then paper will be published together with the editor and reviewers. So by the time it is published, then they know who is the persons to do a review and editing the article. And then same thing. And of course, reviewers can deny to show one's name, and then that will be not appeared unless it is published with the article. eLife, and if you see in it, eLife works to improve research communication through open science and open technology innovation. If you see the decision letter carefully, then what it says is that in the interest of transparency, eLife includes editorial decision letter, peer reviews, and accompanying author responses. Actually, eLife went a step further. They were they announced eLife will have preprint first publishing model, and also they plan to make reviews publicly available for both accepted and rejected manuscripts. That's something. And they will have this adopt, publish, then review policy, meaning that preprint first publishing model. And another one, F1000 Research. It is open post-publication peer review system. And once article submitted and basic check on pre-publication guidelines, and there are some rejection in here, but once the article or manuscript passes this line, then it will be published mostly within a week. And then they will start the peer review process. And they were looking for the referees and invited. And once they have selected their names and affiliation and report, together with author's responses, comments are all appear, and they will be linked one to the other, different versions. And once they pass this review, then it will appear PubMed, Scopus, and Google Scholar. And this F1000 Research will be a platform for Horizon 2020. And this will be some game changers, I believe, and we have to see what happens with these changes. Conclusion on this part, peer review system, is that I see some problem with the current peer review process. Most of them, not all of them, I guess. No way to really know whether the peer review has actually taken place. No public evidence for the quality of the peer review, and problem with the review recognition, fraud, and unethical behavior. What's the key to consider that the need to save information on peer review activities, and so that can be trusted by publishers, reviewers, editors, and moreover by the academic community. So I think that we are in need of a good platform that aims to recognize reviewers with complete and reliable data that independently are verifying the review process. requirement will be such platform should have better review finding tools, because often journals have a problem with finding appropriate reviewers to review the article or the manuscript that's submitted, and make the peer review process more transparent and recognizable and efficient. So the overall conclusion: there are a number of issues in open science. If I have to pick one, then perhaps the equity. And if we see the academic publication system in terms of the publication ecosystem, it is composed of author, editor, peer reviewer, and publisher. The core value of this publication ecosystem will be integrity, trust, and transparency. And I would like to finish by saying that real integrity is doing the right thing, knowing that nobody's going to know whether you did it or not, by Oprah Winfrey. And thank you very much for your attention, and I'll stop here to take questions.
Thank you very much, Professor Yun. I think in the interest of time, we're going to, hear from all of the speakers, and then we will have a Q&A at the end of the session. So it's my great pleasure to introduce the second speaker, which is Professor Young Yu. Professor Yu is a professor in the Department of Pediatrics at Korea University Medical College in South Korea. And she has also been the director of the Committee for Publication Ethics at the Korean Association of Medical Journal Editors. So she will be speaking about improving publication ethics from her experiences with the Korean Association of Medical Journal Editors. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Yu.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Young Yu, working for Pediatric Department, Korea University Hospital, and Director of Committee for Publication Ethics, KAMJE, the Korean Association of Medical Journal Editors. It's a great honor to have a speech in 2021 Asia Pacific Research Integrity Network meeting in Seoul. Today, I'd like to talk about improving publication ethics, the KAMJE experience. In the first part of my presentation, I will introduce KAMJE briefly and the KAMJE's activity to reduce scientific misconduct. And the last part, I'm gonna talk about preparations for the future. The KAMJE was launched in 1996. Initially, the number of member journals was 51, which has grown to 272 by December 2020. The purpose of establishment of the KAMJE was to improve the quality of Korean medical journals, to educate Korean medical journal editors, and to improve visibility of Korean articles. The KAMJE also runs 3 databases such as KoreaMed, KoreaMed Synapse, and KOMC. The majority of the KAMJE journals opted for open access publishing, and 98 got archived by PubMed Central. The KAMJE has increased the visibility of its member journals by joining Crossref, assigning DOI, endorsing the ORCID initiative, and using messy terms. The first step towards implementing national ethical standards are organization of Committee for Publication Ethics within KAMJE. The committee conducted varieties of campaign, educational meeting, seminar, workshop to to improve ethical standards of Korean medical journals. I'd like to introduce Committee for Publication Ethics more. The committee was organized in 2006 for implementing national ethical standards, adhering standards of publication ethics, and preventing scientific misconduct. Next, several photos show the various activities of the committee. This photo was taken after a manuscript editor training course in 2008. This is the first Academy of Medical Journal Editors. In 2011, the Gamje Committee held the cross-check seminar. This 2011 photo is the first Congress of Asia Pacific Association of Medical Journal Editors in Seoul. Understanding and application of database in medical journal seminar. This photo is the Gamje workshop for medical journal editors. This is the authorship peer review workshop held in Seoul 2014. This is the second medical journal writing workshop for editors and authors. Through the various educational training activities, the Gamje hope to improve ethical standards and increase visibility of Korean medical journals. The second step towards implementing national ethical standards, the Gamje made great efforts to investigate scientific misconduct, start cross-check and similarity analysis, introduce journal evaluation program, and declare recommendation of ethical authorship. I will introduce our effort to reduce scientific misconduct one by one. Before we made effort to reduce scientific misconduct, we want to know the reasons of retraction from Korean medical journals. We investigated retraction articles indexed in the KoreaMed database from January 1990 to January 2016. Out of 217,839 articles in the KoreaMed published between 1990 and 2016, 111 articles were retracted, 0.051%. The reasons for retraction included duplicate publication, 57.9%, plagiarism, 8.8%, scientific error, 4.4%, author dispute, 3.5%. The remarkably high proportion of duplicate publication compared to the other journals was observed. In other reports, duplicate publication as a reason of retraction comprised 15.8% of 742 PubMed retractions from 2000 to 2010 and 17.0% of 312 Medline retractions from 1988 to 2008. This graph shows the country of origin of retracted publication for duplication. The light blue color represents Korea, and it is non-trivial. So, the Gamje started to estimate the frequency and characteristics of duplicate publication in Korean medical journals. Among the 9,030 original articles indexed in KoreaMed from January to December in 2004, 455 articles, 5%, were chosen by random sampling. Among the 455 articles, 27, 5.9%, were identified with duplicate publication. Regarding the pattern of duplicate publication, 19 were classified as copy, 4 as fragmentation, and 6 as disaggregation. The percentage of 5.9 of duplicate publication in KoreaMed journals are much higher compared to the other study. The amount of duplicate publication has been reported 1.4% in 70 ophthalmologic journals indexed by Medline and 1.8% in archives of otolaryngology, head and neck surgery. So, the Gamje claimed that duplicate publication was the most common form of scientific misconduct and took the lead in a nationwide campaign, issued position statement, introduced cross-check system, and assigned the DOI prefixes. The Gamje examined trends in duplicate publication in Korean medical journals indexed in the KoreaMed database from 2004 to 2009, before and after campaign against scientific misconduct. This flowchart shows the evaluation process of duplicate publications by the Gamje. 5% of the original articles indexed in KoreaMed were reviewed. Searching screening of articles were done and picked suspicious items by a librarian. 3 reviewers reviewed full text according to the criteria of duplication, and decision was made. This table shows duplicate publication rate in Korean medical journals from 2004 to 2009. Average rate was 4.5%, but prior to the campaign against duplicate publication from 2004 to 2006, the rate was higher, in the range from 5.9% to 7.2%. After the campaign, from 2007 to 2009, the rate steadily declined to 1.2% in 2009. The left side figure shows the duplication rate was higher throughout the pre-campaign period and dropped during the active campaigning. The right side table shows the patterns of duplication. Of the 133 duplicated articles, 53.4% were copied, 27.8% were salami sliced, and 18.8% were aggregated. The second part of the Gamje's effort to improve publication ethics is to start similarity analysis and cross-check. The Gamje introduced cross-check in 2011 and analyzed the frequency of research misconduct in Korean medical articles using the similarity check software Authenticate. Totally 4,050 articles published between 2009 and 2014 were analyzed. A similarity index greater than 20% as suspected research misconduct. 142, 3.5% were suspected of research misconduct, and the articles with similarity index higher than 20% were accounted for 8.8% of all papers. In the left side figure, overall frequency of similarity index less than 20% is increasing as red arrow indicated, while the number of papers with similarity index between 20% and 40% decreased over time as indicated by yellow arrow. The right side figure shows decreased average similarity index over time. Figure 5 on the left side of this slide also shows decline of suspected misconduct articles over time, and a particularly sharp decrease was observed in 2013. Right side graph indicates distribution of the similarity index of 142 suspected articles, and majority has a similarity index between 20% and 40%. The decrease was associated with the introduction of cross-check by KoreaMed in 2011 and the frequent use of similarity check software after that time. The third part of the Gamje's effort to improve publication ethics is introduction of journal evaluation program. The Gamje developed a program to evaluate member journals in 1997. Quality measures comprised 3 assessment categories, such as journal editors' self-assessment, assessment of the journals by the Gamje reviewers, and by Korean health science librarians. This table shows journal evaluation criteria by categories. Totally 30 criteria within 3 categories were used for evaluation of journals. Among the 251 Gamje journal member journals at the end of 2014, 227 passed evaluation criteria and 129, 56% had both baseline and 7-year follow-up assessment data. The journals showed improvement overall score from baseline within each category, particularly Category 3. The items in the Category 3 include database indexing status, citation numbers, correctness of references, and online visibility. The significant increase in these items demonstrates that the journals make less mistakes and receive more citations and upgrade journal quality. These high scores indicate overall editing and management of the SCIE indexed journals meet global standards. Before the foundation of Gamje in 1996, there were only 5 Korean medical journals indexed in Medline and none in SCIE. But by 2016, there were 24 journals in the Medline and 34 journals in SCIE were indexed. The Gamje evaluation system is well correlated with global criteria for scholarly journals. The last part of the Gamje's effort to improve publication ethics is declaration of recommendation of ethical authorship. There was a big issue related to the unethical authorship of children in Korea in 2019. Ministry of Education identified 794 articles with child co-authors. 11 university academics named their own children on articles to boost their chance of winning university places. Finally, out of 794 articles, 24 were found unjustified authorship. The Korean Academy of Medical Science immediately declared recommendation of ethical authorship in children with medical research. After that, when researchers register their articles to KoreaMed, they have to declare whether child as co-authors were included or not. The Gamje also have strengthened investigation on ethical authorship in medical journals. Through this authorship program, we hope that Korean medical journals can adhere global standards of publication ethics and prevent scientific misconduct. The third step towards implementing national ethical standards is publishing guidebooks. The Gamje published the first edition of Good Publication Practice Guideline in 2008 and followed by second edition in 2013 and third edition in 2019. The Gamje published case series of scientific misconduct, Q&A series in research ethics too. Before I wrap up my presentation, I'd like to talk about future direction of the Gamje. The Gamje's website provides updates on publication ethics through the links to the relevant pages of the Gamje and COP, and advise hundreds of cases referred from various societies. The Gamje also have joining the membership of ICMJ in 2016 and the Asian Pacific Association of Medical Editors, the Asian Council of Science Editors, and Council of Asian Science Editors. However, the Gamje still have some unresolved issues. First, the Gamje can take a more active stance against predatory editing, fake peer reviews, and dubious brokering services. Secondly, need transparency for regulating the relationships between authors, ethical editorial agencies, and journal editors. Thirdly, more efforts are required to expand indexing of Korean journals in PubMed, Web of Science, Scopus, etc. Lastly, recent updates in the recommendations of the global editorial associations should be adapted for upgrading instructions for authors of Korean journals. The Gamje's activities, supported by Korean Academy of Medical Science and other professional associations, allowed to improve the quality and indexing chances of Korean medical journals. The Gamje continues to guide the member journals for updated or newly developed global editing and publishing. The Gamje will support member journals to achieve global standards of publication ethics and also maintain close synergistic cooperation between member journals within the Gamje. In summary, the Gamje, Korean Association of Medical Journal Editors, were launched in 1996 and organized the Committee for Publication Ethics in 2006 for improving ethical standards of Korean medical journals. The Gamje continues to play a key role in the regional activities of Asia Pacific Association of Medical Editors and Asia Pacific Research Integrity. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Yu. That was a really interesting talk. I'll now ask our next speaker, Mr. Basil D'Souza, to present his presentation on research and publication ethics in the times of COVID-19. So Basil D'Souza, so I've just lost my piece of my information. He's Vice President of Cactus
Publication Ethics in the times of...
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Young-Yu, working for Pediatric Department.
My name is Basil and I'm from Cactus Communications. So as we talk in this presentation, one of the things you need to remember is that the current global pandemic is not yet over. And as a result, any changes that we see for research and publication ethics is not something that can be considered as final. And we probably see a more final set of changes once this pandemic is done with. That being said, let's talk today about what are some of these changes we have seen with respect to research and publication ethics through the pandemic. Before that, quick brief about the company and me. So Cactus Communications is one of the world's largest providers of scholarly communication and technology services for researchers and publishers. We are spread across the globe and have offices both the east as well as the west. Quick background about me. I'm currently the chair for external affairs for the Council of Asian Science Editors and also the president of Heritage Korea Operations. I majored in nuclear physics. I've been a managing editor myself, and I've worked across the globe with researchers and publishers. So COVID-19 is one of the biggest threats to the global public health that has emerged in modern history. Its rapid geographic spread and impact on daily life heightened the urgency for gathering data to manage the crisis. The top challenge the scientific community has dealt with this year is to meet the urgent demand for information about this completely novel disease. Now, the difficulties in conducting the research was not typical. Clinical and epidemiological research take a lot of time and plan to several methodological and ethical requirements that need to be met before they can be conducted. Given the nature of the disease, several obstacles arose in conducting research as usual. How to recruit patients for the research, acquiring approvals and consent, how they should be tested and treated, the on-the-ground situation, the need for additional safety measures for both the study participants and researchers, clinical laboratory staff, how the data should be analyzed and reported responsibly, and especially several other aspects that became challenging for researchers. Now, despite these obstacles, most of the researchers rose to the challenge and responded to the urgency. By June 20, there were 19,000 papers related to COVID-19 on Scopus. As of December, Google Scholar returned nearly 150,000 articles that had COVID-19 in the title. And there were over 11,700 articles on COVID-19 on preprint servers bioRxiv and medRxiv. Now, that so much information could be gathered and disseminated within such a short time is no doubt an extraordinary feat. But this also placed the academic publishing system under pressure. Journals had to fast-track the processing of articles on COVID-19, many of which may not have been drafted carefully or completely by authors because they needed to publish the results urgently. Journal workflows needed to be modified. Editorial checks may have become less stringent. There may have been a major imbalance in the demand and supply of peer reviewers who could not be considered subject experts. The workload of some reviewers may have increased, and in some cases, journals may have been compelled to rely on a second tier of reviewers who may not have been experts. In short, there was a lot of pressure on journals. A problem resulting from all of these challenges is that COVID-19 papers need to be read and interpreted with extreme caution, even if they have undergone peer review, and more so if they are preprints. According to Retraction Watch, by December 2020, about 40 published papers and preprints were retracted. Some of these have been published in robust peer-reviewed journals like The Lancet and the New England Journal of Medicine. While the poor quality of some COVID-19 papers may be attributed to the laxity or ethical malpractices, some retractions are also the result of honest errors made because of the rush to publish potentially life-saving information. Now, when reflecting on the WHO's guidelines and achievements throughout the COVID-19 crisis, its chief scientist Soumya Swaminathan said, "Mostly we have been building the ship while sailing it." This may aptly describe how most of the research publishing community too has had to manage COVID-19 related work. Several guidelines have existed on how to maintain research integrity during public health crises, such as epidemics and pandemics. And as the pandemic continued to spread worldwide and the pressure on research began mounting, many authorities began issuing fresh guidelines on how to do so during COVID-19. The WHO, the Nuffield Council of Bioethics, Enrico, and many other such organizations offer guidelines on research integrity. And authorities such as European Association of Science Editors and the Committee of Publication Ethics also gathered and shared guidelines for editors, reviewers, and researchers on ethical reporting and publishing. Let's now take a look at some of the key points most of these cover, with respect to researchers, with respect to journals, and with respect to journalists. Now, most authorities emphasize that rigorous ethical guidelines are just as important during a pandemic as under normal circumstances. If not more important, they urge researchers to follow all standard guidelines, usually applicable to the field of research they are involved in. For example, CONSORT for clinical research and STROBE for epidemiological research. Now, if the speed and changes are needed to normal research protocols, researchers are advised to weigh the risk of accelerating the research against the benefits such as scientific and social value of the research findings. Often, this entails modifying methodologies. Most authorities, including the WHO, state that a methodology can be modified after carefully considering the risk of the research and the potential value of the information gathered through the research. Additionally, all research protocol methodologies need to be approved by independent review boards even during emergencies. Following usual protocols with respect to the treatment of research participants can be especially challenging during a public health crisis. Patient safety and welfare need to be balanced with the need to gather reliable research results. Here too, researchers are advised to follow standard procedures as far as possible to ensure that all the participants clearly understand the research objectives, the risks involved, and the measures taken to protect them against these risks, and how their data or samples will be used. Informed consent must be obtained, and even if this is difficult to do so in some cases, the need for it should ideally not be waived off or deferred unless circumstances justify it. Example of typical circumstances where informed consent or deferred are cases where patients need immediate treatment, they may be incapable of providing consent, and where the legal representatives of the patients are unavailable to provide consent on their behalf. Another factor to be considered is if the research cannot be conducted with the patient unless the consent is deferred or waived. In such cases, IRBs may waive off the need for consent provided that the risk posed by the treatment is estimated to be minimal. Since COVID-19 is a novel disease and information related to the risks and treatment success is still accumulating, judging what constitutes minimal risk can be challenging for both researchers as well as IRBs. Now, researchers should do everything they can to help fellow researchers, medical professionals, and decision makers make informed judgments. So they should ideally share their entire data sets, describe their methodology clearly and in detail, mention any deviations from standard procedures and reasons for those, and list all the study limitations. It is especially important that study limitations are listed in such circumstances. If a journal workflows have been changed and if journals have modified the requirements for COVID-19 papers, they should clearly mention so that readers are aware of this and can interpret the research that they're reading and the findings, keeping this in mind. Now, research communication and research communication that is effective is critical during such a time. The WHO and even BioRxiv and many other people have come up with clear guidelines on how research should be communicated publicly. A good example of this can be looked at in terms of this research graph. Now, what this talks about is basically the whole famous flatten the curve approach that many countries have followed. This is a very good example of how research information was shared with the public in an effective and clear manner. Now, in the rush to help advance research on the subject, it is likely that many researchers may overlook critical flaws in the study. Peer reviewers should accept invitations to review COVID-19 related manuscripts only if they believe that they have relevant expertise in the subject matter of the manuscript. Similarly, they should agree to do expedited reviews of COVID-19 manuscripts only if they believe that they can do so without compromising on peer review rigor. They should communicate any valid concerns with the journal editor openly. Now, as a researcher, you can help uphold the research integrity in many other ways apart from just being a good peer reviewer or being a responsible researcher. The whole peer review process that has started as a result of COVID-19 has gathered much more momentum in this scenario. A lot of papers post-publication have started getting online reviews. Now, some journals generally follow a post-publication peer review model, and others like JAMA have allowed rapid online commenting on COVID-19 papers. Use of these platforms to flag any serious concerns you notice with published COVID-19 papers is now increasingly becoming the trend, and it allows for rapid publication and basically checks on papers that are published through rapid online commenting. There were in fact two big retractions. The one from Lancet and from the New England Journal of Medicine were basically an outcome of this rapid online commenting of published research. Many publishers are encouraging reviewers to review COVID-19 preprints on platforms such as Outbreak Science, Rapid PRE Review, since this may help expedite the publication and dissemination of crucial research findings. This may be an important way to flag both important, high-quality research as well as seriously flawed research. Some of the biggest COVID-19 related challenges faced by the scientific community include infodemics. And we talked about this a lot in the previous slide. If I just go back quickly, this is with respect to research information shared with journalists or in the public domain. Research infodemics is playing a critical factor in a especially in this pandemic, and actually in any pandemic, because public thirst for information consumption is high, and journalists are always on the lookout for well-articulated research output. So I just thought it's important that we go back to this point. Now, going back, as I was talking about the whole aspect of commenting on published research and how it has really gathered momentum during this pandemic, this is a trend to watch out for, and it might in the future allow for rapid publication of research and rapid amendments to published research through such open public forum commenting. So, in a nutshell, what are the key insights that we see as a result of this whole pandemic and as this pandemic is evolving? One, we are seeing that the research output is accelerating at an unprecedented volume. Especially during a pandemic, you're likely to get a lot of research on that particular topic. So there's going to be a rapid increase in volume. What we also see is that the scientific community rises up to the challenge, and there is a lot of research being published. This research is focused on the long-term treatment of the pandemic and how it is handled. But how truly this rapid increase in publication affects and what is the long-term impact of this rapid publication, we are still yet to see that, as this will only, as time will be the only factor that tells us how this moves. Now, also apart from this, there are several research ethic related challenges with respect to journals having to publish much faster, peer reviews having to review much faster, online commenting on published research to serve as an additional check on rapidly published research. These are all various aspects of the whole impact that we see on rapid publication as a result of the pandemic. And this is something we have to keep an eye out for the future. Now, with that being said, I think what I've also done for this presentation is I've included a lot of the information that I've shared. I've included links to all of that at the appendix, and I'm just keeping it open for the group. You can make a note of it, and you can also approach the team for the presentation. And if you want to look at further reading for any of the items that I presented. I hope this has given you some clarity in terms of how the pandemic has shaped research and publication ethics, and how it might likely create a set of guidelines that can in the future be applied to any such pandemic and give clarity in terms of what is ethical and what is not with respect to reporting research in a pandemic. I hope this has been useful for all of you, and thank you for attending this presentation.
Thank you very much, Basil. That was a very interesting talk. I have a lot of questions, but I think we'll move to the next speaker, and hopefully we'll have some time for questions from everybody at the end. So our last speaker is Dr. Kei Kodro, and he is the co-founder of LPixel, and he's going to be talking about something that I think many of us are very interested in, and that is development of methods and tools for preventing research misconduct. Thank you very much, Dr. Kodro.
私はヘリピクセル株式会社共同創業者の古城です。よろしくお願いします。ヘリピクセル株式会社は東京大学初のスタートアップで生物画像に関する画像処理および人工知能技術を得意としております。生物画像処理の自宅開発において論文に掲載される 生物画像技術の開発を行っております。一方で生物画像および画像解析の双方に詳しいという背景を持ち、データインテグリティに関わるようなソフトウェア開発を行っております。合わせてですね、研究者のための適切なデータ処理に関する教育活動、セミナー活動、学会発表、これらを多く実施しております。特に画像処理ソフトウェア、Photoshop、これを開発している Adobe 社と共同して、研究者のための適切な画像処理セミナー、こちらを実施してまいりました。この教育活動を通じてですね、日本において、特にデータインテグリティを発展させることについて、教育活動を継続することの重要性を感じているところでございます。そのため私たち LPixel としては、研究者の研究時間を確保した上で、研究構成を促進するための施策について実施しているところです。こちらが本発表のコンテンツになります。まずはデータインテグリティについて大まかなレビューを実施して、特に本発表で強調したい内容についてご紹介いたします。次に日本におけるデータインテグリティ研究構成に関する現状をご紹介し、さらに日本における研究不正対策の取り組みについてご紹介いたします。最後にですね、効率的に研究構成を実現させるための解決手段として、文章の類似度、あるいは不正画像の自動検出に関わるようなソフトウェアをご紹介いたします。まず広くデータインテグリティといった場合の主要な項目についてまとめました。一つ目は数値データの捏造や改ざん、統計データについて有意差とかあるいは p バリューとかですね、そういったものの数値情報の改ざんなどが挙げられます。特に製薬分野やメディカル分野の論文において、例えばですね、治療薬候補の探索であるとか、そういったタイプの論文にこの不正が発生すると社会に与える影響が非常に大きなものになってしまいます。次は文章の盗用。他社の論文から文章を丸々盗用することや、自分の過去の論文から文章をそのまま使い回す、そういうタイプの不正になります。特に自分の過去の文章であれば気軽に使い回されてしまうため、教育活動による普及が非常に重要な分野となります。同様に画像の改ざん、盗用についてもですね、教育活動が重要な分野となります。画像解析は比較的新しい学問であるために、学術的にも不正とされうる画像処理の教育活動が欠かせないという状況になります。同時に不適切な画像改ざんについて、あるいは他論文からの画像使い回しなど、こういったものがですね、多くの研究不正の原因となっているところでございます。4番目に実験データの保管が挙げられます。日本では研究費配分機関の一つ、日本学術振興会 JSPS においてですね、数値データや画像データは論文発表後10年間の保管が求められています。実験データについて疑義が生じた場合には生データを提出して議論を尽くす必要がございます。この中でですね、今回は私自身の専門分野ということもあり、文章の表説および不正画像について特にご紹介させていただきます。 まずは、文章の類似度および不正な画像処理手法について日本政府や文部科学省による厳密な定義というのは、実は、ございません。例えばですね、何%の文章が連続していればそれは表説とみなすなのか、あるいはそういった指標はですね、研究分野や提出されたデータと総合的に判断するものということになっておりまして、数値的な定義というのはございません。一方で学術的にはクエスチョナブルリサーチプラクティス QRP としてこういったものに対する議論が進められている状況となっております。その中で大学や研究機関あるいは学会誌そういったものを出版している出版社ではですね、データインテグリティに対する対応が求められるという状況です。したがって独自の規約を定めるということになるのかなと思います。例えば調査チームを作って論文あるいは画像データそういったものを調査するチームがある一方で規約を作成し公開しているだけにとどめるそういった大学研究機関もございます。対策は研究機関によって差が大きいというのが現状なのかなと思います。ここで特に研究構成の分野で日本が注目されているそういった理由についてご紹介いたします。こちらはサイエンス誌が2018年に特集した「タイド・オブ・ライズ」という記事のカバー画像でございます。日本の伝統的な絵画をなぞってですね、日本のアカデミアに研究不正が多いということを強く批判した記事となっております。この記事で強調されていることの一つとしては、論文撤回数のランキング上位者に、およそ半分が日本人が、占めているということが挙げられます。リトラクションウォッチという撤回情報とリトラクションノート、理由を、収集したウェブサイトがございますが、2018年当時ですね、撤回上位15名のうち、6名が日本人ということになっております。また2019年にはですね、今度はネイチャー誌において、科学誌において最大の研究不正というのは日本人が起こしたものであるという記事が公開されております。これは医学分野において大規模な研究不正が起こされたものでありまして、記事の中ではですね、告発時の調査フローあるいは調査報告書のずさんさが特に批判になっているという記事でございます。このように日本ではサイエンス、ネイチャーこの両氏がですね、研究不正対策について批判をしているという状況になるのかなと思います。では日本から出版される論文は本当に研究不正が多いのかというのをこちらのスライドで示してございます。こちらは2018年にサイエンスがまとめたデータなのですが、論文1万歩あたり論文撤回数がどれくらいあるのかを国別で示したのがこちらのデータとなっております。上位に日本はおりません。したがって日本の論文データに特に不正が多いというわけではひょっとするとないのかなと思います。一方でですね、 一方で、サイエンスとネイチャーが、この両氏が批判をしているということはやはり非常に大きなインパクトがありまして、日本が研究不正という分野で、存在感を持っているというのは大きな事実なのかなと思います。その中で、例えば日本から発表された研究不正に対する解決手段、ソリューションというのがもしあればですね、大きな意義とインパクトがあるのかなと思います。次回のスライドからは日本にて実施された研究不正対策についてご紹介いたします。こちらは2014年に行われた情報セキュリティの倫理に対する意識調査のアンケート結果となります。コンテンツのコピー利用のある、そういう回答をした人は1割強ございます。その中でも特に20代においては2割以上の人が今までに何らかのコンテンツをコピーして利用したそういう経験があると回答してございます。このデータはですね、2014年のものとなっておりまして、現在ではインターネットから情報の収集がさらに容易になっているのかなと思います。もし今、例えばですね、同じアンケートを現代取ったとすれば、もっと多くの人がコピー&ペーストを実施しているということになるのかなと予想できるのかなと思います。この結果からも特に若い世代において、例えば大学のレポートでコピペの経験が多いということが想定されるのかなと思います。そのため現在日本の大学、日本の大きな主要な大学についてはですね、文章の表説を防ぐ取り組みがございまして、こちらご紹介いたします。一つ目は LMS の効果的な活用になっております。課題レポートの提出や採点を行う LMS 上でですね、不正がしづらい環境というのが構築されてございます。また複数名で論文を査読するという状況や、あるいは学生に対し引用マナーであるとか、そういったルールの指導を行っている大学も非常に多いという状況でございます。4つ目、表説ツール、表説チェックツールの導入にございまして、こちらは非常に効果的な方法となります。表説チェックツールを導入することで、学生の不正をですね、未然に防ぐということができます。さらに査読者や採点者の作業負担も軽減できますので、そういった意味でも非常にパワフルなツールなのかなと思っております。こちらでもですね、同様に問題視されていることが、表説については日本語では明確な定義づけがないということでございまして、文部科学省ではですね、研究活動の不正行為などの定義の中で定めておりますが、厳密にどこからが登用になるかという基準はなく、調査結果の判断は研究機関に任されているというのが現状になるのかなと思います。14、こちらはですね、研究者のための適切な画像処理手法に関する小冊子が研究配分機関の一つの A メドから発行されてございます。作成はエルピクセル、私が行いました。4000部程度発行されたと聞いております。日本の研究機関に配布され、非常に好評でしたので、ウェブ上にて無償で公開されてございます。この小冊子の中で紹介しております不適切な画像処理手法の一覧になっております。 私の画像処理セミナーでは、これらのケースについて詳細に説明してございます。このような取り組みを実施してもですね、日本における研究不正の頻度というのは依然として高いままであるというのが残念な状況なのかなと思います。こちらは私たち L ピクセルにて実施いたしました不正画像に関する調査結果となっております。ある学術雑誌を対象として不適切な画像使い回しを自動的に検出するソフトウェアをそれを活用した調査結果となります。その結果、およそ 9.1% の論文に不正な画像が検出されました。加えて、不正を実施した、不正を起こした著者らの他の論文を精査した結果ですね、26.9% の著者にて別雑誌でも同様の不正画像が検出されてございます。またこちらは私たち A ピクセルにて実施しているサービスの一つで、出版前の論文について画像の検査を実施しております。出版前ですと 22.8% の画像に不適切な加工跡あるいは画像の使い回しが検出されております。これらのことから研究不正あるいはデータインテグリティに関わる対策はですね、継続して取り組むべきそういった必要のある課題だと認識しております。合わせて現在ペーパーミルという非常に大きな問題がございます。こちら民間企業がですね、契約に基づいてつまり金銭の授受があって論文や研究データを販売するということを行っております。質の悪い研究内容や画像の使い回しが含まれたそういった論文が多く量産されるという状況でございます。データインテグリティを促進するためにはこれらの不正に対抗していく必要がございます。しかし論文一方ずつ文章や画像データを精査するというのは膨大な時間を要するため効率的な対策にはですねソフトウェアの活用というのが必要不可欠です。文章の類似度検査ではコピーモニターやコピペルナー、ターニティン、そういったものが活用されてございます。その中で日本語と英語の文章を両方ともチェックできる今回はコピーモニターについてご紹介いたします。また画像の使い回しを自動的に検出するソフトウェアというのはですね、私たち L ピクセルにて開発しているソフトウェアイマチェックのみとなります。こちらについてご紹介いたします。こちら文章の類似度を調査できるコピーモニターの画面になっております。2014年にですね、世界的にも大きな問題となった論文の盗用問題について実際の論文と盗用元の論文を比べてございます。実際の論文同士を見るだけでは類似した箇所を探すというのは非常に難しいわけですが、このようなツールを活用すると類似された箇所はですね容易に参照することが可能となります。今回は問題となった論文のチェックを例として紹介させていただきましたが、このようなレポート機能を使うことで自身の論文を出版前、投稿前にチェックすることをチェックした証としてですね利用するというのも可能となります。 ツールを通してチェックいただくことで、自己評説、自分の過去のデータを投用することですね。自己評説を防ぎ、論文の新規性を確認するためとしても非常に有効なのかなと思います。日本の一部大学では学生自身に評説チェックツールを使って論文をチェックさせることを義務付けている、そういった学校もございまして、評説に対する意識も今後さらに高くなっていくのかなと思います。こちら私たち L ピクセルが開発しております今チェックと申しますが、不適切な画像改ざんを検出するためのツールとなっております。また同様に画像の使い回し、こちら同一論文内でも複数論文間でも構いません。論文内のあるいは論文間の不適切な画像の使い回し、こういった画像不正を自動的にチェックするためのツールとなっております。今チェックでは一連の画像処理を施した場合でも使い回しを検出することができます。こちらですね、今チェックの画面ツールとなっておりまして、このような形で比較した状態で画像の改ざん、部分的な使い回し、画像の使い回しを検出することが可能となっております。それではここまで本発表をまとめさせていただきます。日本ではサイエンスやネイチャーから大きな批判を受けており、研究不正については非常に注目されているという状況があるのかなと思います。そういった中で日本から発表される研究不正、データインテグリティに対するソリューションというのは大きな意義を持つのかなと思います。データインテグリティを促進させるためにはソフトウェアを活用する必要がございまして、日本から発表されるこれらのソフトウェアがですね、膨大な量の実験データを自動的に定量的に検査できる、そういったソフトウェアとなることをそういったソフトウェアとしていくことが可能なのかなと考えております。こちらで私の発表を終わらせていただきます。どうもありがとうございました。
Thank you very much, Dr. Koja. That was fascinating. We have now, look, we've got about 15 minutes before the session ends and we'll move to the conference close. So certainly very happy to have people add questions to the chat, but perhaps in anticipation of that, I might just ask whether all of the speakers would be happy to very briefly from your own perspectives, comment on what you have seen change in response to COVID-19 from your own area of publication ethics and data management. So I'm wondering whether any of the speakers would like to start that discussion.
Well, I'll start first since I was the first to speak, I guess.
Thank you.
It's not my own experience. I may separate what I saw and heard from this scientific community. There's a preprint issue, and also there is a other than preprint, and all publications were speeding up with publication, especially when it comes to COVID-19. And there was an article indeed saying that it was much faster in ordinary and high quality, even high quality journals that they try to publish as soon as possible with the COVID-19. Yet other than COVID-19 issue, it was more or less the same. It took actually a little bit longer than what it was in before the COVID-19 era. And I guess side effect of that part is that there are already, I guess many people know that quite famous medical journals, 2 journals, retract the papers according to COVID-19 issue. That's what I was seeing based on this publication ethics issues. Other than that, my own experience is that somehow I'm co-editor of the one of the journals. We are getting less submission for past few months or so. So we don't know whether that's because of the COVID-19, but we have to see for next few months or so. But that we are experiencing at the moment as just a number of submission, not looking at any other parameters, and we haven't looked at yet. But for past few months or so, it has been reduced compared to last year.
That's very interesting, because I think I've seen in some commentators have noticed that particular sectors of research have, there have been reduced submissions from women, for example, during lockdown, when women might have been doing more juggling of, teaching of children, research, that sort of thing. So it's interesting that you're seeing a reduction in overall submissions. I'm wondering, Professor, do you have a comment from your perspective in terms of working with the Korean medical journals, whether you're seeing any change in submissions or?
Thank you for giving opportunity to introduce my opinion. As I'm working for the medical field, and many other my colleagues have very difficult, tough time because of the COVID-19. And many researchers, medical researchers, competitively want to publish their own work before the other researchers. So some researchers didn't get IRB approval, or some researchers want to express process to review and editing for publication. But it is very it is not good for not only the rapid publication, fast process, but the research integrity or protection of subject, protection of a patient who do the clinical research is more important than the speed of publication. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'm wondering, Mr. D'Souza, I'm wondering whether you could also, I had a question to you in terms of the issue of the, of course we know that there have been many preprints on the topic of COVID-19, but I'm wondering, have you got any experience in terms of the rates with which those preprints are transitioning to publications, or is it largely a matter of just a build-up of preprints, not all of which are being published?
So I mean, we work with a lot of journals and publishers, and one of the things that we've been getting a lot of feedback on is that there is a deluge of submissions, and right now, and again, this is all anything that is really connected to COVID. What's happening is that because they can't process a lot of these publications on time, many of them are going on preprints, and what may happen, or what they're thinking may happen, is that the ones that have not yet been published and the ones that are actually gone onto preprint servers, those ones may actually go through a much more rigorous process, or rigorous type of a pre-review or post-review process, where they may actually be like a large portion of it may not find its way to publication. So they have just let them go onto this online publication forums, so that they do not reduce the speed of its publication, just in case that research output is important to a larger group. But the rigors in terms of the checks they would like to do before publishing it, that I think their plan is, it looks like that they will probably, once the things settle and once they have a better handle on the workflows, they will probably go through the same rigors in terms of checking whether these actually warrant publication. So actually, landing on a preprint server because of extreme workload on the journal processing systems does not necessarily right now looks like it does not mean that you are guaranteed publication. It's just that you've you probably subject to lesser rigorous standards and found your way to that forum. So that's about it actually. I think the guys earlier, research that was published earlier on at the beginning of the crisis, they were probably, a lot more research got through because that time it was all chaos. Now as things have settled, fewer papers that don't meet standards of the journal are actually making it through. So it's becoming more tighter right now.
And do you see that any of these preprints are actually being sort of peer reviewed by the community in the preprint environment?
Yes.
Is that happening?
Yeah. So a lot more. In fact, more journals are encouraging. Actually, they're using this as a way to reduce their workflow. So they are basically encouraging comments, post-publication comments, and they're actually factoring it actively in terms of taking the decisions. Whether it should be pulled back, whether there should be some additional information be provided. So it's what's interesting is basically I think at the end of this whole COVID-19 saga, you'll probably see a newer, more faster set of guidelines being released and adopted by several journals based on their learnings of what happened during COVID.
Thank you.
Can I add on it?
Yes.
Do I have an option to share the slide? I have one slide to share that what I said previously. Do you know it? Should I try? Yeah, I'll try.
I think. Yeah, try.
I think I can do it. Yeah. Or perhaps I can do it. Can you see this slide?
Yes.
Oh, okay, good. This is about the preprint. This was May 2020, so it was last year, and a few months after the outbreak. And this one, and only a few months, there's a huge number of preprint papers out there. But more importantly, although I guess the article somewhat favors, I don't know whether favors, but they analyze the way that this has increased hugely. Of course, this meta-archive is the one that people apply a lot as a preprint. But this chart is what I said before. The review process, this is the average number of days between submission and publication. It usually takes over 100 days before pandemic. This is during the pandemic, not COVID-19 related, and it took a bit longer. But when it comes to COVID-19, it comes down to the half of the time they add up for the submission to publication, criticizing that this time difference is it just because they would like to do fast, or whether there is anything that they may miss out something compared to regular review process. But this is the one thing. Some other preprint matters that I have, I don't think is that important compared to what Jennifer asked us. So this is the one that was slide that I would like to share.
Thank you. I'm wondering, Dr. Kojo, do you have anything that you would like to add to this discussion, particularly from, perhaps around demand for automated screening of manuscripts in Japan or elsewhere?
Thank you. First, because I don't use English usually, and my translator help me to answer your question. And please let me confirm your question in Japanese details.
Yes, of course. Yes.
画像の、画像関係、画像の自動チェックとかにおいては、何か変わったことがありますか？
COVID ですか？
はい。
日本語で読んでいや、大きな変化はありません、COVID では。しかし、大学が、対策に追われているという関係で、今チェックであったり、ターニティ、コピーモニターとかの導入はちょっと厳しい、進んでない状況なのかなという。
So in terms of image checking in Japan, there's not much difference right now, but in universities, a lot of universities now, they are considering to install solutions which detect image fraud. So that's one difference between COVID and after COVID.
Can I just ask a follow-up question? And I should say, Dr. Kajo, your English is a lot better than my Japanese. So, I think, do you think that is COVID related, or do you think that would have happened anyway, given the rising awareness of problems of image manipulation that are happening largely in the biomedical literature?
はい、今画像とかが画像不正をチェックするツールを、取り入れるというのは、コロナがあったから、結構増えてきているのか、それともコロナに関係なく増えてきているのか。
関係はないんですね。基本的にコモンな用途というか需要があるので、どんどん増えていくはずではあるんですが、COVID の影響で、例えば何か対策する必要があるので、大学の資金がややそこに流れてしまっているというのが。
So there's no big impact because of COVID. This is a constant demand, and many universities are now they try to install, but maybe at some point the government now ask universities to do some countermeasurement. So that's why they are more actively looking for the solutions.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We have a few minutes. We have a couple of minutes. I'm just wondering whether anybody has a last comment or question that they'd like to add. It's been such an interesting session. I think, in a way, we think that it was a shame that APRI was delayed from 2020, but in a way, I think by having it this year, we have this opportunity to reflect on the COVID pandemic and the impact of that on publishing, perhaps in a way that we might not have had the opportunity to do last year. I think it's extraordinary to see how much has changed in such a short period of time.
Yes, a lot more meetings with the Zoom online meetings. Hope to see you all in face-to-face sooner than later.
That's right, yes, I hope so. And I think I'd just like to add my thanks to the organisers for their support, because certainly it's a much more difficult thing, I think, to organise an online meeting than it is face-to-face. And certainly the conference organisers have done a magnificent job. So I'd really like to thank them, and please join me in thanking all of the speakers for a wonderful session. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jennifer.
A pleasure. So I think we'll be moving to the closing ceremony very shortly. Yes, I think we can be on standby, and then I think everybody will move from one room to another, like magic. Let's have a look here, we might be going. I also put some information about the CREConf, which is a computational research integrity conference that's happening in March in the US. I put the URL in the chat. I'm sure that will be of interest to some people who attended today.
And you are the speaker as well in there. I just saw it. Nice.
Yes, I can hear you. I apologize. Did I go to the wrong room? Okay. Okay. So is this not room A?
Seems strange to have so many people and so silent.
Do we need to move another link or stay here? Who knows?
This is room A, right? This is room A, right?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we're in. This is room A. I think the message that I have is that we're all on standby until everyone from room B moves to room A. So perhaps.
So I've asked everybody from room B. We have moved to room A.
Yeah, it looks like there's definitely people that were not.
Good afternoon, everybody.
We have moved. We have shifted.
Very good.
Yeah, I think there was
this
a
time
problem
is
where
closing
we stayed
remarks
signed into
time.
both. And
Good afternoon, everybody. During the opening ceremony, I was a bit nervous, hoping this conference would go well. However, it is also regrettable that it's already time to finish. Did you all enjoy this event? I sincerely hope that all our participants found this conference fruitful and beneficial. If there is no further COVID-19 pandemic, we would all gathered at a place and discussed even more topics and issues on research ethics and integrity, raised in various cultural backgrounds and research situations. I'm quite disappointed, as most of you are, that we want to be able to do that. Up until this point, the APRI meeting has been conducted around the main theme for 3 days. This includes presentations, discussions, group activities, and post-session presentations. However, the 2021 Seoul APRI has been conducted just online for 1 day. So the subject could not be more diversified and sadly quite limited, even for the presenters. Due to this, we are very regretful that we couldn't offer a platform to more speakers and presenters. Nevertheless, I believe that our in-depth discussions still revolved around our core theme, current issues and tasks to establish research ethics in the era of COVID-19. In our first session, Hong Kong, Chinese Taipei, China, and Korea were able to share their cases on efforts and results to establish research integrity with the government after the third APRI conference. Additionally, in our second session, the experiences of Japan, Chinese Taipei, the United States, and Korea were also discussed, including the know-hows on sharing how to identify research misconduct verification. In our third session, we learned about data integrity and publication from the cases in Korea, India, and Japan, where the focal point was the publishers. In the post-session, experience of the Malaysia, Chinese Taipei, and the United States were shared on the current trends and practice on research ethics, support the subject, training and research ethics, integrity, and pipeline education. From the two lectures, each presentation gave an abundance of implications.
Sound is fading.
Professor Lee, I'm not sure if you can hear me. It's hard to hear you. We can't hear you.
Presentations and the circumstance of each country despite the COVID-19 pandemic. Although I have presentations and discussions, you can see from the summarize in our conference book that there is shared emphasis. First, research ethics, research integrity, and are very important no matter how the research environment changes, even in pandemic. In other words, if research integrity or ethics is violated, it negatively affects all the stakeholders who make up research ecosystem. Here, I am to say that research ethics isn't just about research misconduct, but it's a comprehensive concept that includes questionable research practice that many people often do not pay attention to as minor violations. Second, therefore, it is important to know who should do what and how to prevent or reduce violations of the research ethics in advance. It is necessary to practice and to work systematically with each other. However, although these efforts may vary depending on the research situation and culture in countries, I thought there was an agreement on need to comply with at least internationally accepted ethical standard. At the same time, it was also discussed that a common response to the issue of research ethics is needed by sharing the skills how to solve research ethics violation in other countries and universities. Third, it has also been emphasized that the various issues of research ethics that we are currently facing cannot be solved with a single-way solutions. So, harmony, cooperation, and the balance of various viewpoints and plans are necessary. It is the balance and harmony between individuals and the research community, the balance between top-down and bottom-up approaches, and the balance between the researcher's autonomy and regulation or law. There were difficulties in the process of planning and preparing for this conference due to the COVID-19 pandemic. But despite various limitations, I believe that the global conference was achieved. On this end, I sincerely thank all of the participants who have been interested and encouraged so far and for trying to participate until the end. Despite of the inconvenience caused by time difference. 2-3 co-chairs, Chang-Seop Daniel Ba, Joy Hammett, the local organization, and the planning committee, I would like to express my gratefulness to you all. In addition, I am also deeply grateful to the Ministry of Education, National Research Foundation of Korea, Korean Association of Academic Societies, the Korean Federation of Science and Technology Society, the Center for Research Ethics Information, Copy Monitor, and EdTG for actively sponsoring this conference. It has not been confirmed when and where the 5th APRI Network Conference will be held, but I look forward to seeing you again when it is decided. We don't know when the COVID-19 pandemic will end, but I hope everyone will remain in good health and have a lot of good things coming their way. This concludes the conference. Thank you very much for attention and participation. Goodbye.